Rise of Africa, the continent, the diaspora, and BRICS explores the relationships that are affecting the global economy right now. This book explores the relationships of the African diaspora's influence on the African continent and why this is important in stabilizing relationships with an understanding of how BRICS impacts the future, good or bad. You can order your copy of The Rise of Africa today on Amazon.com.
Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. The reason that I can say that is you have a couple of different factors occurring right now as we speak on the world stage. The dollar is being disrupted. Nations are no longer wanting to engage with the United States. But the third factor that affects each and every one of us is that there is a diaspora from the African continent that's willing and able to engage our brothers and sisters on the continent.
Every journey begins with a simple act of care. For Quest to Unite Africa, that journey started with something simple: a mother, a newborn, and a promise that no life would be forgotten. We did not begin with buildings, we began with people. We packed mother newborn kits with our own hands because real change starts where the need is greatest. Those kids traveled farther than we imagined, and they opened our eyes to a deeper truth. Aid saves lives, but infrastructure saves generations. So we grew. Together with donors, volunteers, and partners, we sent a medical container to Burkina Faso. Not just supplies, but hope. Not just boxes, but proof that when a community comes together, healing moves across borders. That moment changed us because we realized something powerful. We weren't just delivering help, we were building a future. Now the journey continues. The next chapter is bigger than a shipment, bigger than a campaign. We are raising funds to build a state-of-the-art hospital, a place where mothers can give birth safely, where families can find care close to home, and where communities can grow stronger for generations to come. This hospital is not just a structure, it's a promise. A promise that healthcare will no longer be temporary. A promise that dignity will have a permanent home. And just like every step before, we cannot do this alone. Every gift, every brick, every name placed on the founder path becomes part of a story that began with compassion and is growing into legacy. It helps us move from emergency aid to lasting healing, from containers to care that never leaves, from vision to reality. Join us, stand with us, help us build a hospital that will serve generations, moving healthcare into action. Visit q2ua.org today.
All right. Shalom. Salama. Siemi. Shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world, whether you're the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or you're a Gentile grafted into the house under the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. I welcome you this morning. And I have to first go and say and affirm that Yah and Yahusha are one. Yah and Yahusha are one. You can't get to the Father except through who? Through Yahusha. Elohim made flesh. Ooh, 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 uh-oh. I'll let Brother Yakoba do the correction pieces. I just like to clarify that because, look, it's hard, in these platforms, in these places, in these spaces. You're always going to have folks coming on up here and trying and saying and doing all sorts of manners that are not even biblically accurate. And quite simply, we're in an age where people want to indulge their flesh. That's it. And they'd rather indulge their flesh than actually serve the Most High. And that is a problem. That problem is something that we as a stiff-necked people have always encountered. And whenever we have all of these different I would say this. Whenever we have a situation to where we know and see and understand the times of how things are moving, then we are going to obviously come into some sort of just confusion because it's all part of a sinister plan to have a sinister outcome. I touched on this on Thursday. This is a time of the Gentile awakening. But really, it's also a time of our people being still and seeing the Most High put in work. And he has been doing that. I've never seen so many videos on TikTok. I've never seen so many Instagram posts. I've never seen so many social media things going on where it's younger people. This is late teens, into the early 30s. And it said, so let me get this straight. I'm paraphrasing one person. Let me get this straight. We have people performing cannibalism. They are graping children. And they are doing rituals of human sacrifice to defile themselves with all sorts of blood and everything else. Now, all of that, have you noticed that? Has anybody noticed that that has been the overarching, overshadowing aspect of quote unquote Black History Month? Has anybody realized that? This has been Black History Month. I don't know what to tell you, even though they're trying to actively ignore Black History Month. They're doing a great job of actually explaining Black History Month. Because all of these things that would happen, that have happened, well, they've done it for years. They just did it with us and not with their own people. Now that's the trigger. Oh, they're doing it with their own people and they don't really want their people. Why is that? As I have stated, I believe that a while ago, the Most High put a cap on who they are able to sacrifice with us. Those numbers had to fall off precipitously. There's a cap. Remember the word, the scripture says, look, they took it too far. There's a cap. Last Thursday, we went into a couple of scriptures. We went into Leviticus 18. We were over in a couple of different scriptures. I can't even remember it all, but we were talking about Molech. And how Molech was something that they were venerating. Why were they venerating Molech? Well, it's quite simple. Let's take a look at this. This is Leviticus chapter 20. Right at the onset. Let me share this. Leviticus chapter 20. Let me tell you how crucial this is. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moses, saying, this is Yahuwah, this is Yah, this is Yahuwah. Again, thou shalt say to the children of Israel, the children of Yasharel, whosoever he be of the children of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Israel. Israel had strangers. They came out of Egypt. They had a mixed multitude. They had strangers. He was explaining to the community how to live. Here we go. Verse 2 continuance, chapter 20, verse 2 continuing. That giveth any of his seed unto Molech. He surely, or excuse me, he shall surely be put to death. Did I stutter? With it. That's all, folks. Did I stutter? That's a strong statement. Let me blow that up so you can see this. That giveth any of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death. What? And the people of the land shall stone him with stones. What? And I will set my face against that man and will cut him off from among his people, because he hath given of his seed unto Moloch to defile my sanctuary and to profane my holy name. Leviticus 20:4. And excuse me. And if the people of the land do anyways hide their eyes from the man when he giveth of his seed unto Molech, and delete him not and kill him not. YouTube, this is the Bible. This is a word. Then I will set my face against that man and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a whoring after him to commit whoredom with Moloch from among their people. And the soul that turneth, here we go, this is the biggest one. And the soul that turneth after such as have familiar spirits and after wizards to go a whoring after them, I will even set against that soul, my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be ye holy, for I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Yes, Sister Margarita. Crystal clear. Crystal clear. You know, last week last week you had, as I was stating this, I wanted people to know, excuse me, that You have, in fact, give me a second as I phrase this, because I want our people to really understand this. Types and shadows. Types and shadows. We have been given to their hands in our captivity. This is our captivity. When we say vengeance is Yahuwah, saith Yahuwah, he shall repay, we don't need to do anything because he's going to do it. He is the one that's going to repay. And guess how he repays? Guess what he does? He draws up other nations. What do the other nations do? They do the bidding of the Most High, whether they want to or not. It doesn't matter. The Most High will take care of all of that. They're just thinking that, well, I can do what I want. I can do this. No, they can't. They can't do what they want. They try to act like they can do what they want. No, you can't. What you do is the Most High's will. That's it. That's it. Now, you could do his will obediently, or you can do his will kicking and screaming. And when you do his will kicking and screaming, you're going to go down to the grave after his will is accomplished. Because why? Because you want to be in disorder. It's a choice. It's a choice that we all have. When you follow the will of the Most High, guess what? You're following life. If you're disobeying the Most High, you're actually choosing death. That's the word. I choose to follow the Most High because I'm choosing life. Because why? Because he loves those who obey him. That's what the word says. To be a hearer and doer of the word, to be an obedient servant, to trust him with all your heart, all your soul, and all your strength. It's a trust factor. Over these couple of years, being able to trust the Most High has cost me my family. It has. It's cost me good paying jobs. It has. Because why? Because I chose to follow the Most High no matter what. And now that the youth are waking up and they're realizing that everything in this system's a lie, okay, go ahead. You want to be an ultra billionaire? Well, guess what? You're going to have to start eating people. Sorry. Why is that? Because they've told you in their faces, these are all wizards. Wizards and warlocks. Oh, and guess what? All those that turn a blind eye, guess what? You're going to get cut off. Their cutoff is different. They get cut off from what? The land of the living. They don't have a covenant with the Most High. They don't have that. Well, if I could do this, no, no. Where do you think you have that at? Because everything they do, they try to do things in an unauthorized manner. Everything. Well, we could just dodge this and we could do that and we could do this. That's their calculus. And they realize that their calculus never works. It never works. So truly, they are mad and they're upset because they do not have an actual escape plan to this. So what does that mean that they're going to do? Well, they're just going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to go out in a spectacular fashion. We've been given over to a foolish nation. They don't have any more moves to play. And guess what? This nation, you don't hear any public outcry like that. You don't hear them saying, nope, let's tear everything down and start from scratch. Well, if my stock market is going, if my 401k, look at your 401k, look at all the mammon. That's what she was saying. She was venerating these gods. What are these gods? These are the gods of what? Of Canaan. These are the Canaanite gods. Just some of them. When I came on in here, it was on, I do my little Shabbat study. I try to close myself down so I can, just get in the word. You may rarely see me, but sometimes you have to do that just so you are just aligning. We could easily fall out of alignment. We could easily say some crazy stuff because we've fallen out of alignment. And when we fall out of alignment, I want somebody to correct me. Jacob would actually call me first before he does a hit piece. I mean, a correction piece. Correction piece. You're right, brother Jacoby. You're right. You're right, brother Taylor. You're right. Let's pray. Father, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Father. Put myself on camera to see all the things, Father. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mislead your people. I was reading your word. Stick to the word. Stick to the word. Stick to the word. If it's my interpretation, listen, I'm gonna tell you how awesome the Most High is. He literally shows you the plan. You can see what their outcome is. Because all they're doing, they're just trotting along in the path of destruction. We see the path of destruction. No, thank you. Oh, I got this tea time troublemaker. Cheerio!
Cheerio, darling. Yes, it is. Well, it's actually just after lunch, I would say. Shalom
That's
to
what
everybody in the chat.
that's what I said. Tea time troublemaker.
Yes, I do like to cause all kinds of mischief. Oh,
So shout out to Sister Chantel. She called me this morning, and I was dead
You are
asleep.
awake.
I was dead asleep. I said, "Oh." She got me at a good time. I said, "Oh yeah, I'm up," and we had a bit of a discussion. But all right, here we go. I want to. So Sister Chantel, we're here in Leviticus, and we can go throughout the scriptures, but Leviticus makes it clear. And we
Mm.
had this discussion going on here. I'm gonna go here to. I'm just gonna share Gemini real quick. It's on the dark mode, so I'll read this. And part of the discussion was what I asked. It said lost. Oh, that's not okay. So basically, all right. The Canaanite pantheon was a complex, fluid hierarchy deeply tied to the agricultural cycles of the Levant. We'll 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 have a discussion on that one. Their seasons of veneration were rarely fixed to specific calendar dates like modern holidays. Instead, they followed lunar or lunisolar cycle in the transition between the parched, dry season and the life-giving rainy seasons. Here are the primary dates of the Canaanite Ugaritic tradition. And you have here El, the father of years. That's perennial. That's the new year. Asherah, queen of heaven, mother goddess, associated with the sea and fertility, spring and harvest festivals. You have Baal, or they call it also Hadad, storm god, rider of the clouds, bringer of rain and fertility. His resurrection was celebrated as the rain. So now you understand Baal and Lord and who they associate as Jesus Christ. Anat, goddess of war and hunting, fierce protector of Baal, right? Associated with spring and times of conflict or defense. That's the knot. And then you have Astarte, goddess of love, war, and the evening star, associated with the spring equinox. Kind of interesting that they have war and spring. War and spring.
Mm.
So then I did a story. I said, what names are not also known as? And I said, and it says here, this is Gemini. This says here, Anat was one of the most prominent and enduring goddesses of the ancient Near East. And Near East just means that was on the Greek, the Eastern Greek side, the Seleucid side, the Seljuk, or the I think they said the Balisaid. All of these are Greek adaptations. I'm of the firm belief, and I've been there and I've seen it. Look, when you had Greek in Greece, all Rome did was just pile on what the Greeks did, right? You had Rome literally stretching into parts of Pakistan, India. They weren't there in terms of conquest. However, they were there in terms of trade. They were. Some routes could be sustained, some routes weren't sustained because they had to utilize a logistical reference or a logistical hierarchy. Now you're starting to see what had happened during this time. This is the very first time that they actually have a sustained logistics network that is worldwide. But let me continue. Because her worship spanned several millennia and crossed multiple cultures, did you see that? Because her worship spanned several millennia and crossed multiple cultures from the Levant to Egypt and even the Hellenistic world. She accumulated several titles, epithets, and regional variations. Do you understand Virgin Mary for the Catholics? Easter, Ishtar. So they said Anat Anit during the Hyksos, Ramesses periods of as a daughter of Ra. These are all different titles. The Virgin Anat, this is her most frequent title. Oh, Virgin Mary, the Destroyer, the Victorious, a title referencing her role in the slaughter of the enemies of Baal. Oh boy. And the list goes on and on. But I want to show this one. This is a little campy website, but I thought it was actually pretty decent. So they have here, this is from Crusaders Academy.fandom.com in their little wiki. Anat, also known as Aneth, Anat, Anit, Anti, Anthat, or Antit, is the Canaanite archer and warrior goddess of war and sacrifice, along with being the Syrian goddess as associated with love, fertility, and sex. Right? They always do blood in their rituals. She is the older sister and wife of the Canaanite deity Baal Hadad. Older sister and wife, so a lot of the incest. She is known for constantly avenging her brother by killing Moth and bringing him back from the land of the dead. This continuous cycle signifies the changing of seasons. She is famous for having a violent temper, for taking joy in slaughter, and that represents necessary ending sacrifices to be made to serve a greater purpose, or old habits that may no longer work and need to be let go. Does this not sound like when we talk about fallen angels?
Can I just add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Artemis is also the Greek goddess of the hunt, wilderness, wild animals, and archery. She's also revered as a protector of young women and a goddess of childbirth. You'll find that this same entity is prevalent in most of these cultures. They're probably all still worshiping the same fallen angel. Did you watch that? Did you watch that anime?
Oh yeah, no, I definitely did. Yeah, Hell's Paradise, absolutely.
You saw what I was talking about.
Yeah, there's an anime called Hell's Paradise. It's very interesting. It's very deep. It was funny. We talked about Blackout, the Invasion. It was it was a Russian movie I was watching earlier, and I said, "Hey, you need to check this on out." I'm not gonna disturb anything, but yes, Diana, Minerva, Aphrodite. Yes, you're right, Margarita. Oh boy, I'm getting corrected, brother Jacob. I'm sorry, I said that. Yahusha, he is the son of God, but he's the same as the Most High, Yahuwah in flesh. I'm sorry, brother Jacob. Please forgive me.
Shalom, brother Yakoba. How are you? I haven't left you a long message in a while.
I know. I'm like, she must be busy.
I was painting. I've been decorating, so I have been busy.
say, brother Karen, they gonna accuse you of hating now.
I'm getting corrected. my Elohim is Savior, Yahushua Mashiach. He's Yah made flesh.
It's funny how people get mad when you stand up for truth, but that's how I go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And listen, as I had stated, look, we all need correction. Look, that's the Most High. If you can't get corrected,
Yeah.
then how are you going to be a servant of the Most High?
Yeah, exactly.
You
We all
know?
make errors, We
Yeah.
take detours.
Yeah. Like when I do scones, I make sure I learned that honestly, and Sister Chantel, she could correct me, but I use the cream and then I use the jam. Right, Sister Chantel? Or do you do the jelly
I think it's
and
the
then you use the
jam.
cream?
I'm not putting jelly on that. I use jam, darling. Jam and then cream. Kind of
Sorry,
heathen are
it's a
you?
it's a British joke. It's a British joke.
Yeah, that's
British.
what I was like, that must be a British joke because that's going over my head right there.
Yeah, it's a British. It's
It's
British.
okay. It's okay. On scones, we have scones with a nice spreading of jam and a little topping of cream, and then we'll go to afternoon tea and have yes, a variety of different teas and little cakes and cucumber sandwiches. And don't knock it; it's actually very nice, and it's nice having them served us. Yeah.
So I have a question for you, Sister Chantel, and you too, Kara, because y'all were just talking about the whole worship thing, the Baal stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
And I was looking at some videos, and they were tying all of the stuff in the Disney movies to this whole Baal stuff, how they've been pre-programming us to this. And now we have this externalization of the occult, right? Which is witchcraft, which is baby eating and all this stuff, right?
Yep.
And so it's like, it's so pervasive that, like I saw this video, the Nickelodeon logo?
Oh yeah. With
Yeah.
the
It's the
splatter.
Epstein Island.
It's what,
It's the
sorry?
Epstein Island. It's the Epstein Island.
Man, listen, when they talked about Disney cruises, I said, Father, I said, you're so good. You're so look, because I used to just look on Disney cruises. My son and my daughter. My daughter was like around maybe she like my youngest. She was probably about 4 or 5 at that time, and we were just going out there, just have it was fun in the sun. I'm like, I didn't know we're on the most satanic island in the world. Yeah,
Wait. Y'all stopped over by Epstein?
yeah, that's where
Oh, really?
purportedly. Okay, let me make sure so I don't get sued. Purportedly, his island was like close to that location. I said, listen, I guess it was great to be half black.
Yeah.
That's
They don't want
saved,
that.
y'all. That's saved, y'all. We could detect a little bit of is that Jacob's kin? Is that Jacob's seed? No, we don't want them. We don't want them.
Send it
So
back.
look,
They're
was
they're
it
like the little vampire hits.
was it the fact that he was a racist, or was it because he was scared of the Most High? That's the question.
I think he was just scared of the
What,
Most High.
both?
Now think about this, and Jacob, you'll know the scripture. Remember, I stated this. They had a quota. I believe that they have a quota in terms of our people. That's not the first time I said this on this channel. I believe that they have a quota. They can only touch a certain amount based on a certain criteria. I believe that. I mean, look, everybody has their own thought process. That's what I believe.
You believe that if they started, they wouldn't be able to stop, so they just thought, you know what, leave it alone. They
No,
do tend to be very voracious.
I believe this. I believe that their quota is they can only go after a certain few of us that, because here's the thing. a lot of our people, and I tell people, I'm like, hey, you can't have that reprobate mind because that's all they're looking for, right? It's like this. You know how you have a spiritual, man, and this is crazy because Dre OG reacts. He was given a little bit of a breakdown, but I'm like, if you don't know the word, you can't really like get into a lot of the actual factual, what it is that you're trying to say. It doesn't really articulate like that, right? It's not going to articulate the way that you want it. But when he was showing, I think this was Zoolander 2, and the evil Mugato on Zoolander 2, and he was um basically fattening up the kid. And then Will Ferrell also had the same, he did like the same role reprisal in some sort of like true TV parody where they were doing a ritual on live stage. And the craziest thing is we would laugh and we would be like, oh, that's just funny, that's just entertainment. Entertain. No, they were doing rituals in front of our faces. And that means, honestly, what rituals are have they performed on us? Because remember, if we shy away and we don't speak out, of course in this season, we don't have the might or power in our hands to dispatch the justice of the Most High, as you have, as we were reading today in Leviticus, because again, they're not our people. They're not our people. So when they
So
try to say, yeah, go ahead.
let me ask y'all. So since we know during slavery
Hmm.
they were eating delectable Negroes and
Yes.
feeding our people to alligators and buck breaking. This was the satanic thing all along, right? Like this thing has been going on, I think, even before slavery. Because, like, if you watch remember Peter Pan, the story of Peter Pan, he went and got the Lost Boys, brought them to the island, didn't want them to grow up, and if they grew up in the book, he killed them,
Hmm.
right? So it's like, I think we've been living in this thing forever. It's just that now it's affecting them, and it's out in the forefront. When they did it to us behind the closed doors, nobody cared, you know.
Oh, of course.
That's why I said what I said when I said that the Council of Nicaea was not when they received their finality or of their understanding of Christianity, their understanding of Christianity. I believe that it was during when you read what's it, Revelation. I think it's Revelation um, chapter 2, where he talks about Pergamos coming together, and when you think about how where it talks about where Satan's seat dwells, or where Satan's seat is, I feel that that was their moment, that was their covenant. That was when their God gave them their covenant. Because the I think that was it the word Pergamos, that means Perga, I think means, oh gosh, I know Amos means to marry, and I think Perga means great height. So it's basically almost like saying that they were being married on this cliff, on this rock, on and if I can recall, you can correct me if I'm wrong. That was where that monument that is now sitting in Germany was. It was in that area. It was on a cliff in was it Asia Minor? And I believe that it was their version of where our ancestors had the moment of being at the foot of Mount Sinai. That was their moment. That was when they received their
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 edict.
laws, yes, their laws and statutes. And I do believe that it was to go against us, because
Hmm.
after that point, when this whole thing exploded out of that region long before the Council of Nicaea. That was when, I think that was roughly about the time when, not long after John had died, that you saw this explosion and you saw this wave of persecution. And although they like to talk about, oh, it was Christians being persecuted, we know that it is always us. There may
Yeah.
have been a sprinkling of them, but it has always been us. They just
Yep.
gave us a different name, just like how they keep, if you look back in history, you'll see that they've always been persecuting us. But history, after a certain length of time, especially obviously, the books are written by the captors. After a while, they kind of change who it is. They put their people in their
Yeah.
faces, and they make it like as if, oh, they were being persecuted. And I think to myself, okay, so apart from what we're seeing now, but when it comes to us, they've always gone after us when there's instead of destroying each other. They'll destroy each other anyway in a heartbeat. But whenever we are present, their focus is always on us. Even when we're not even present, they seek us out to destroy us. And it's
Yeah.
always been us. It's never been them.
So, Sister
Sprinkling in, yeah.
Chantel, you're telling me that
Hmm.
the Fox's Books of Martyrs were us?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Oh yeah, I
I
agree
do.
with you. When you look
I
at the
do.
history, that's
Well,
that's what because they called us Christians and conversos, and we were the ones they were targeting because we were practicing Judaism, what they call Judaism in secret, and that's why they persecuted us. Why would you persecute a regular Christian who's white?
Exactly.
Well, if I may be allowed to add, the
no, go
game has
ahead. Go
changed.
ahead.
The game has changed because when we are on right standing with the Most High, our enemies fight each other, and they're just looking for us for a target. They find join the demonstration, get us. They want us to get in the fray, and we're concealed in our dwellings. We got the blood on our doorposts. We're off the scenes, and they have no choice but to do what they always did, fight each other.
That's what's happening now.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to kind of delve into the fight, right? And those there are some different things that as I had brought up the seasons, right? That they're Canaanite seasons, and they're what do they try to resemble? They always try to resemble what the Most High has for us, right? They'll then
Hmm.
twist it in perversion for right the time of sacrifice. So now think about this. With all this evidence coming to light, what is happening right now to their people? It's a sacrifice. Their people are being sacrificed.
Hmm.
And enslaved.
And
Hmm.
yes, and enslaved. However, that enslavement, what does that enslavement look like? Number
Well,
one, primarily. Go ahead.
well, under the judgment phase of the Deuteronomy contract that we have, they're in the judgment phase, and what's happened? The elites among them are throwing the peons under the bus. They're
Mhm.
throwing the overseer class under the bus to hold off their ultimate judgment. But
Yeah.
it's a greater slavery because it's high tech cyber slavery. So I mean, there were under our captivity, there were places you could go. You could escape across a border to Canada or Mexico, go someplace. They will not have that option. So that's the way it's a greater. But this is the phase they're going to do. But we still got to get out of Babylon. We've got to decouple because they're getting Babylon is getting ready for a Sodom and Gomorrah type destruction in which you don't have the option of staying around and living. You literally have to be snatched out like Lot.
But Minister Rick, they
Yeah.
told us we're not gonna flee.
Mm.
Oh no, we getting out of here. See, I did,
Cobra, are you being
I used to have
petty?
a problem with the word
Yes, I am.
flee because it being willy nilly. Instead, God going to evacuate us. God is going to evacuate us. and the people foolish enough to want to hang on, they're going to be destroyed. But we're going to be evacuated. The Most High is getting us out of here. And when you get now you can refuse to get on the helicopter or the ships of Tarshish or whatever it means he's got to get out of here, then that's on you. But the Most High is getting us up out of here. Those that want to go.
Let me ask the family a question. Everybody in the chat. You want to stay here now? You want to get your new house now? You want your new great job now? Now it's being exposed that the country's run by Satanists and pedophiles and baby eaters. You want to stay here now? I'm just asking, but go ahead.
I had always said this. These nations will go to war when they feel and they realize that they now have the moral authority. And I'm sorry, you now have China, you now have Russia, you now have Iran, and you now have North Korea that, technically speaking, they got the moral authority.
Are those the four horns? No, four carpenters.
Yeah, it's the
I
moral.
try and tell.
Go ahead.
I try and tell my family. I tell my family, don't make no long-term plans for Babylon. Get your exit strategy. Do not make any long-term plans. I know one thing, hanging out with you guys has got me on the radar scene big time. I'm either dealing with DARPA technology, because stuff is like literally transmuting out of view, or astral projection. I've got to level up in the weapons of my warfare because they're coming for me. But I'm just saying, this is our time of getting our people ready. The work that Karis is doing with those young people. That's that. We got to get our people ready to go. Babylon detox.
Yeah, I found out some people in my family who never would want to listen to me now asking, well, what do we do? What do we do? Say, well, you got to make preparations to get out. That's what you got to do.
Isn't that funny? All of a sudden, we're not crazy anymore.
Yeah, we're not crazy, Karen.
Feels weird.
Let me throw my little quip in. I'm gonna have to bring back up that anti-captivity spray. Y'all know I'm gonna have to have Covenant Awakenings aluminum foil hats. Covenant Awakenings vampire garlic spray. To
Well,
and
we
the
had
steaks.
We had people on the plantation back in the day talking about Sugarland ain't never gonna die, and they just believe this thing, and they're more maggot than anybody else because they don't believe this thing is going down. The foundation that your foundationals are standing on is going to be swept away by the flood or uh, uh, a fault line or whatever. It's not going to be. You're only as strong as the foundation is only as strong as the ground is standing on, and the ground is standing on is being obliterated.
So does that mean foundational Black Americans are going to sink?
Oh,
They
I knew that
standing
was
on this
coming.
ground. If they standing on this ground, hey, you can have a sinkhole, you can have a liquefaction of the ground under, you can have a fault line. It's all kind of ways that the Most High can mess up the land under the foundation, and it'd be lost.
Well, and understand when all this is coming out, I had to look and I said, why is it? What's the timing of all this? Because there's always a timing. And if you notice what they do, and I had this conversation last week. Look, think about the military. They do their fiscal year is in September. So then by December, January, they can have everything in place. So then by March, April, they can then attack whatever target they're wanting to attack. And then they have their diplomatic, type of deal around July and August. So then they can start to plan for getting more monies for that attack. That is the season. That is the rotation. That literally, as we had just read, That is how their let's just call it their Elohim works. And now to me, and I was watching this. I wanted to try to find this. There was a YouTube video. I can't. Excuse me, fam. I can't stand. I like the YouTube videos, but I can't stand these YouTube videos when they have like no type of written commentary. It's just a video that people make. I'm sorry, that's my pet peeve because I do like to see things in writing. That means to me it's a little bit more believable. At least you can validate or double check it on writing. But supposedly you had Iran that gave a 5-day window supposedly for aggressions towards the US in the West. This is Iran. I'm trying to find that video. I'm scrolling here in the background. Sorry, family. I don't know if it was like Times of India or some offbeat channel. But the reason, it's purported. Yeah, purported. Thank you, Brother Garth. And the reason I wanted to share that is simply this. You understand when the quote unquote gig is up. When the gig is up, you now have everybody now under checking, right? the queen with their rook, for lack of better chess terms. They're undercutting that queen with their rook. So they're taking things out early. They're not going to be caught off guard because simply here's the thing. They have rules. And these rules, now if the nations know that they have rules, then what are you going to do? You're going to reverse engineer the rules. And part of that rule is if they're working on how they venerate their lowercase g's, their lowercase gods, like Anet, Astarte, Easter, Ishtar, then guess what? They're going to be within that rule. Okay, I cannot hit them until late May. And as I had stated a couple of weeks ago, I said, it could go down or it could be in late March, not May, in March. And right now, when I say, purportedly that Iran had given, a couple, 5 days, what are they trying to do? They're trying to catch the U.S. off guard because the U.S. has always been able to dictate terms to people of, hey, well, stop and we're going to negotiate. Why is that? Because they're trying to make sure that they can do it on their schedule to venerate their gods. Go ahead, Brother Eric.
Shalom, Brother Karis. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Blessings to you. Blessings to the panel. Blessings, Brother Yakoba. Brother Minister Rick. Sister Santel, Wagwan.
Wagwan, brethren. You good?
Yeah, good. Everything cook up. Oxtail and
Yes.
snapper. Little ground provisions, yes?
Yes, brother.
Yeah,
Yes.
So I don't know what the topic is. I just happen to click on. I see the old gang.
Yeah, you out here with the crew.
I just want to join in and give my little 2 cents.
Well, let me just put this on over to you, Brother Eric. How much time do you really think we have left? Because, and I'm going to say this before I say how much time do they have left? Do you think that they will? Them folks will repent, and in that course of repentance, do you think that they will try to change the system or fight against the system, or do you think that they're just going to sit and then have judgment fall on them?
Judgment's just gonna fall on them. There's no place of repentance, even though he sought it with tears. I'm just gonna give you scripture. You understand? They have a perpetual hatred, and if they wasn't gonna change, they would have changed already. So no, judgment is just gonna fall on them, because you have to understand, when you're dealing with the seed of Satan, his DNA has he follows after his father, who is a murderer and a liar. He had a snake bites, a dog barks. You understand? This is his nature. So you can't teach a cow to bark.
Let me ask you this, please. Did we escape? Once we had crossed that line, it came. So we were in the same city. It didn't stop coming for us.
Right.
See,
Exactly.
they've crossed the line. So
the Most High,
the whole thing has got to go through.
Yeah, the Most High, he set a punishment for us. Now, if the apple of his eye, his chosen, his beloved, had to be punished, what makes you think these people gonna get away? No, they got a judgment coming, and it's going to play itself out. Everything's going to play itself out.
Where in regards to us, I have a quick parable. Minister Rick, I minister. I was a youth pastor in Chicago, and I was street. So some of these areas in Chicago, you may be familiar with Old Block, Inglewood, or the Wild Hundreds, or basically the whole Chirac situation. But there were people that I dealt with that, through their own actions, were very dangerous to hang around. I mean, they were notorious. So I would make no mistake. I'm ministering the gospel at that time. I was bringing that. I didn't care about that because I was there on His Majesty's service. I was on His business, so I was invulnerable then. But as far as hanging around and socializing them because of the enemies they made, I'm saying this to draw a parallel. This country has pissed off everybody, and some tough opponents that do not play as waving a paper tiger at these elements, the king of the north, and all these people like that. And why would you want to hang here with these people who are literally getting guns from all over the world, weapons of all over the world, trained on them to be around them when you have an opportunity to escape? Why do you want to be? We already suffered our judgment. Why we want to hang around these people to suffer their judgment is beyond me.
Well, it's a stiff-necked, hard-head, brow of brass, rebellious people. I keep saying, we always prove we the people of the book, not for righteousness, not for holiness, but for our rebellion. It never changes. It's the same thing over and over and over. We love Babylon. We love pissing our God off. We love it. We love it. We love pushing him to the limit. We don't never say, you know what, Pop? We're gonna get our act together. We want to let me take that back. When it gets to the point where our enemies is tearing our ass up, then we cry out to the Most High and say, Lord, save us, forgive us. But it's always has to get to the point. It always has to get to the point where they putting their foot all the way up our ass. You understand? Excuse my French.
Until I can tell you about this Babylon's life.
Then all of a
Wretched
sudden,
ain't working for us.
Respect our God. Oh, come on. I mean,
Wretched ain't working for us.
When are we going to get tired of doing that?
Wretched is not working for us. This Balaam plan, we just fall on the hook, line, and sinker for this Balaam to get us as wretched as possible. But God said that the Most High said that he would sanctify, that the heathen would know that it was time when he sanctified himself in us. And that's my hope, and I look forward to, and I'm seeing it. So the sanctification of the Most High in us.
Let me ask you all this. Because this is before I ask. Let me go ahead and I put the link in the chat for the video. You will not find it on Google. They suppressed that. It was a Khomeini speech that he made from Tehran about 5 days And what that is doing is that actually throws that literally um blows up their planning cycle. Okay? The military does have a planning cycle. They have planning phases. They have preparation operations, okay? And they do it on the timeline. Remember, they'll always say, "We'll do it at the time of our choosing." Well, why is it the time of their choosing? Because all they're trying to tell you is we'll do it when at the time that our God, quote unquote, allows us to do that. Don't get that twisted. That's exactly what they mean. And when you had Khomeini here basically state that they're giving a 5 day, you think they're just going to sit there and watch things build up? I think people forgot this. Um, that was a little tit for tat that uh they did with that retaliation back in June. Because if you didn't remember, going through these channels, a lot of these analysts that were on out there, like Danny Haifong, Alex Mercurius, and you could just name it, so on and so forth. That that strike that they had, oh, we took out the Fort Al and everything else. That strike was basically, we need to hit you so we can save that Eastern Mediterranean nation. Please let us hit you, and then we'll stop. And Iran accepted it. Because remember, then everything cooled down. And then as soon as basically that Eastern Mediterranean nation, not just them were armed, but also all of the other regional countries that were there, that they had been rearmed, then you had that Eastern Mediterranean nation talking smack again. Remember that was back in October. I said, "Oh yeah, they were able to get their armaments up." They were at that point. They're at that planning point. This is why right now you now have Iran showing what do they call that? Muwafaq Air Base. I've been on Muwafaq Air Base a couple of times. Let me just tell you this. Yeah, Israel. Yeah, so brother Karen, so you saying it's yeah, that they did lose. That Eastern Mediterranean nation, they lost. That's literally why the US got involved. They lost.
Well, in the midst of all these negotiations, we saw it with the Aboriginal Americans, which were not us. Uh, White team man speak with forked tongue.
Mm-hmm.
So you can
Well,
you can get in all these negotiations and kabuki dances that they're doing that mean absolutely nothing, but
mm-hmm.
Iran is more ready this time. So they're just consolidating. I don't know who all the four carpenters are going to be, but there's some workmen ready here to disassemble this place, and we need to be not ready. We need to be ready to get out of here. And I think really, in some sense, I think the Most High is buying us some time to really get our people. I mostly mean these young people, like your demographic, understanding of the
Let
situation
me
and ready
tell
to
you
go.
this. Let me tell you this, Minister Rick. Them young people already know. Them young people already know. I'm I'm in the classroom with them every single day. They already know. I always have to
What
ask
do
them.
they know?
Oh, they
To
know
get
a
up
lot.
out of here.
Oh,
Get
they
up
know
out
a
of here.
lot. They know a lot. They know. Listen, they were grilling me like, hey, Mr. Copeland, you know that we're the people of the Bible. I said, yeah, I've heard that before. Interesting. Tell me a little bit more. You know, you know.
They
Oh,
know
like,
that much?
oh
That's
yeah.
where it
No,
went the first time. The
no.
Bible said,
Look,
"These children who you thought would be a prey will enter the land, and your carcasses will die in the wilderness." That's what he told. So the young people, they the ones that got in the first time.
yeah, they know, they know, but they're these are the conversations they're having in the house, but they don't put that outside. Because why? Number one, a couple of months ago, that wasn't palatable to do that, right? Right now, with this whole, you know, Epstein situation, everybody's talking. And I had to tell my classes, I'm like, hey, we're not going to bring that on up. I said, because number one, you know, I actually kind of like working with you all. I said, so if you fire me, you know, I said, only y'all gonna be able to fire me. You know, I said, but if I get fired, I'm just gonna say hallelujah, amen, and I'm gonna keep it moving. I said, but I told him this. I said, but I'm glad that you are looking at the current events. I actually had this last week. Last week, I said, I'm glad that you are looking at the current events and that you are studying that and seeing where we're at as a nation. And I said, and that's the only thing I can tell you. Or else I will get fired or worse, arrested.
Yeah.
So, brother Karras, can I ask you a question? Can you bring up the book of Joshua? I want to read something to the family.
Yeah.
I want to show just how much hatred Esau has for Jacob.
And I want to say shalom, brother Eric.
Oh, shalom, shalom, brother. Hey, son, how are you? Blessings, son, blessings. Thank you. Oh, my man, thank you so much. All right. My son just brought me some food. All right. Joshua, I'm sorry, Jubilees 37.
All right, give me a second. Let me do this.
I want them to see it. I'm gonna read it, but I want them to see it. If you read this whole chapter, it just goes to show how much hatred and his sons was more wicked than him, if you could believe that.
I can believe that. It just get worse as the time progresses.
When the family get a chance, I want you to really read the whole chapter. Jubilees chapter 37. But I'm just gonna get to the key points. I'm gonna read his declaration towards his brother. And this is after he made a promise to his mother and father that they would not harm each other. All right. That's why I tell you, Esau, he don't have no honor.
Okay, here we go. It's a little wonky because these are kind of the free sites. What verse? Let me bring this on up.
Let me see. I was gonna read from 1 to 13, but let's just jump down to 18. Let's just jump down to 18.
Okay, there you go. It's
Okay.
not formatted very well, so there you go.
I can't see it at all.
Yeah, let me try to find a better website. Let me see if they will. Anytime you actually want to read a book, you got to pay for it, like for real.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Else you kind of get these junky sites.
So
All right.
it's not free anymore.
No, none of this stuff is free. If you want to read something that's like formatted well, it is not going to be free. All right. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so now check this out, family. And y'all can read along. Wow, that's not the best.
Yeah, let me put
There's
my
nothing.
reading
Yeah,
glasses
unfortunately, there's nothing going to be good when it comes to.
But they can just follow along and just as best you can, because I want y'all to see how evil and despicable and deplorable this individual is. You understand? So I'm gonna start at verse 18. And then Esau answered and said unto him, neither the children of men nor the beasts of the earth have any oath of righteousness which in swearing they have sworn, an oath valid. Now this is his words. You understand? He's pretty much saying, according to him, nobody can be honorable. Nobody can swear an oath and keep it. That's his way of thinking, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Forever. But every day, every devised evil one against another, and how each may slay his adversary and foe. And thou, in verse 19, and thou dost hate me. This is his words, remember. This is not Jacob, this is his words. And thou dost hate me and my children forever. And there is no observing the tie of brotherhood with thee. Hear these words which I declare unto thee. If the boar can change its skin and make its brittles as soft as wool, or if it can cause horns to sprout forth on its head like the horns of a stag or of a sheep, then will I observe the tie of brotherhood with thee. And if the beasts separate themselves from their mother, for thou hast not been a brother to me. Remember, these is his words. These ain't Jacob's words.
Mm-hmm.
And if the wolves make peace with the lamb, so as not to devour or to do them violence, and if their hearts are towards them for good, then there shall be peace in my heart towards thee. Verse 22. And if the lion becomes the friend of the ox and make peace with him, and if he is bound under one yoke with him and plows with him, then will I make peace with thee. Verse 23. And when the raven becomes white as the razor, then know that I have loved thee and shall make peace with thee. Thou shalt be rooted out, and thy son shall be rooted out, and there shall be no peace for thee. And when Jacob saw that he was so evilly disposed towards him with his heart, and with all his soul, as to slay him, and that he had come springing like a wild boar, which cometh up upon spear, like spears, and kills it, and recoils not from it. Then he spake unto his own and to his servants that they should attack him all with compassions. This dude absolutely hates us.
Well,
This
why
dude
does wait?
absolutely hates his brother.
Listen, listen, listen. But why does he hate Judah? Right here, verse 38. And it says this, and after that, Judah spoke to Jacob his father and said to him, bend your bow, father, and send forth your arrows, and cast down the adversary, and slay the enemy. And may you have the power, for we shall not slay your brother, for he is such as you, and he is like you. Let us give him this honor. Then Jacob bent his bow and sent forth the arrow, and struck Esau his brother on his right breast and slew him, struck him in the chest, right in
Mm-hmm.
his heart.
Do you know what I
And again,
find
sent
interesting
forth his
about this,
arrow
though?
and
You know,
Abdon and Arman on the left breast and drove him backwards and slew him. But the
Because
point I'm trying to make is
yeah,
he's
go ahead.
making such a declaration of hatred for Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
He knows it's impossible for the raven to turn white. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You get it? And if you go
Yeah.
back and you read, it was in the beginning, his son, he first tells his sons, listen, leave Jacob alone. His sons tell him, listen, if you don't
Mm-hmm.
continue to fight Jacob, we're gonna kill you.
Mm-hmm.
you know something. Uh, I don't get triggered by Esau because I like this about Esau. He's consistent. You know he gonna come for. He's constantly there. He don't change, and you can. That's like a mathematical constant. You can allow for that.
And if you
It's
ever
thing. I
notice,
think. I think. Also, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't
no,
mean
no, I'm
to.
sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, finish. I'm sorry.
No, brother Yacoba had a scholarly dissembling of these people that deny the deity of Yehosha. And I wanted to, I got a new phrase. I wanted to go full Yacoba on this person. You know, it's truth redacted. The truth. The reason why I say that's more dangerous to me than Esau, because lawless Hebrews are more dangerous to me. And the ultimate law. See, when you mess up the atonement, you mess up everything. And I don't want to go off on a tangent, but the atonement, if these people who deny the deity of Yehosha don't have a high priest, cattle, slaying people, doing things like that, what are they? without the shedding of blood, there's no remission of sins. So if that if Jehoshaphat is disqualified, then how are they going along without having the temple sacrificial system? They're going to go into that feast and get past the bouncer, and the person going to say, how did you enter the feast without a garment?
Mm.
Because
Brother Karras,
okay, but
I'm sorry. I thought you was
I'm sorry.
finished.
Go ahead, because
No, can you bring up one more chapter, book and chapter for me?
Yeah.
Can I say
Jasher,
something quickly
sure.
before what I found very interesting was the contrast, the juxtaposition of the two contrasting views of a raven, the color of a raven, and the what was it? I suppose like the a white bird, and
Dove?
the wolf and the lamb. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
Can you hear
yeah.
me?
Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wolf versus the lamb and the
Mm-hmm.
lion and the ox. All of these things, you've got the predator, and you've got what not just prey, but the sacrificial, those things that were offered as sacrifice. I find that very interesting. And the sheep, obviously the wool with the skin, it's a bull skin, which is clear, smooth, as they like to call, they push that you need to shave your beard off, the bristles of soft wood and everything, wool, sorry, the horns on a stag for the sheep, the stag or sheep, all these different things, they're all sacrificial. They all point to not just us, but to the Most High. And when you go back to Revelation and you see how you've got the clean animals, and you see the four beasts as well. Not the four beasts, yeah, the four beasts, or the beast with the four heads, or so on and so forth. And they represent a personality of the Most High. I just find this very interesting. And what's even more interesting is that they are inherently this way.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter how much they try, and they are trying right now so hard to be victims. And I'm like,
Right,
how
exactly.
are you ever the victim? You've never
Mm.
been the victim.
Well,
Never. These,
remember, like I had stated, right?
Come in.
Their moral turpitude, or their moral
Look,
authority, their moral platform, whatever you want to call it,
if I
it's gone. It's disintegrated.
but I'll take you. All right.
mm,
So they don't have they don't have the moral high ground, right? Hey, well, it's me. I'm the victim. I'm this. I'm that. When has
you,
Iran ever done anything to them?
you got a sociopath and sadist with a persecution complex.
Yeah, I'm always being
mm,
persecuted. I'm always look. Well, now we know why. Sorry, you were the ringleader of some wickedness, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
person that that we know, that you all that we understand, that wanted to make sure that his name was redacted, and they still were able to find his name after TikTok and internet sleuths literally showed his name. And then you had the attorney general, the U.S. attorney general, on the on the stage talking about, well, don't you see the stock market? Look, it's like this. You're gonna you you belong to wickedness. That's what she's trying to tell people. You belong to wickedness. You're partaking in this system. You understand this system. Don't you like this system? That's literally what she's saying. She said that.
Hmm.
This was
The
no
Most
like
High,
mention of words.
the Most High tells even His own people, "You're going to suffer persecution, but do not suffer as an evildoer.
Yep.
Don't bring it on yourself."
Because why? Because what she was literally saying is, turn your eyes. Just turn your eyes and let this wickedness happen. Back to Leviticus. We are the people. When we turned our eyes, when our forefathers turned our eyes, we were brought in this captivity. And they know they're about to go into captivity. I'm sorry, but the pattern remains the same. Respect the pattern, because the Most High is not a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
And
but
this is
but
what
but
we've been
they
telling the
haven't.
Gentiles. We've been telling you, Gentiles, look, when this happens, you're not going to find any fault in us. We've been telling you this since day one.
We
My
were there.
platform's been telling you this since day one, Yakoba, since day one.
Our
And yeah,
history
the
has
other
been an
thing,
object lesson. Our history, they have our whole history in that Bible.
and,
It's an object lesson. What happens when you mess around and find out? They looking for force. They haven't. They are without excuse.
but you want to know what the other issue is? Israel has to totally come out of Esau and his stinking thinking and his way of doing things. He
Yes.
has to totally
Stinking thinking.
detach itself from Babylon. And that's the problem that Israel has. We want to stay stuck with these people.
Well,
You know
I'm
what
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. While that is true, that is actually forcing our people to open our eyes.
Finally.
Finally, yes, it's forcing our people to open our eyes, because you have to understand, when we start to put two and two together, like, these wicked behind evildoers were putting us in this system to make sure that we were continually being put down, and to make sure that we were looking crazy because we were doing righteousness while they were doing wicked. Guess what that does? You see us talking? I can guarantee you, out of 286, between 295 and 286 of numbers, you have at least, I'm going to say, you have at least 20 Gentiles in here listening.
Of course.
At
They
least.
always listening.
Well,
But
this stand down has proven that we started the program.
yes.
Because if we were on code, we'd have been out there in that. And
Yep.
we would be caping for this thing. And we are not. And that silence is deafening to them. Because
So listen,
all across the board we stood down.
let me show you that even the Most High has our back when he wants us. I mean, first of all, he told us to do it in the first place. But check this out. I hope y'all got your seatbelts on for this. Jasha 81. Can you bring up? I'm gonna start. Let me see.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna start at 53. Oh no, at 52. I'm just gonna just bear with me, family. This is important. Y'all really have to get this. Y'all really have to get this. Y'all have to leave these people alone. It has nothing to do with how much they're going to show that they are decent people. It's not even in their nature to do that. How much? I mean, they keep showing us time and time again. They have a horrible record. Stop trying to change these people. They're not going to change. We have to change.
Going after Muhammad Ali's 1,000 steaks is a fool's bargain.
So okay, I'll wait till you finish.
Yeah, let me try to find a better. No, that's 80. Oh, sorry, family. Let me see if this is a better. I'm trying to get you a better one that could actually readable.
Yeah, that one is horrible. You can forget. Well,
yeah,
yeah, I totally disregard that. It's just like crazy trying to.
Let's see here.
What's the name? You know which one works good?
Man, yeah.
What's the name online? What is that? I think it's Bible Study Online.
Yeah, let me
just try that one and just see what happens. See
I was trying to do like Bible Gateway.
Nah,
brother, you can read. We take your word for it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So let me just
go ahead, read.
Y'all can just follow along. So I want y'all, when y'all get a chance, read the whole chapter. I just want to get to the main point. Okay. So this is when Israel comes out of Egypt, right? And guess who decides they're gonna attack them for no reason whatsoever? Just just for the bare hatred. So this is 81 52, verse 52. And when the children of Israel were in Rephaim, Amalek, the son of Eliphaz, the son of Esau, the brother of Zepho, came to fight with Israel. And he brought with him 801,000 men, magicians, conjurers, and he prepared for battle with Israel in Rephaim. And they carried on a great and severe battle against Israel. And the Lord delivered Amalek and his people into the hands of Moses and the children of Israel, and into the hand of Joshua, the son of Nun, the Ephraimite. I'm sorry, the servant of Moses. Verse 55. And the children of Israel smote Amalek and his people at the edge of the sword, but the battle was very sore upon the children of Israel. And the Most High said unto Moses, write this thing as a memorial for thee in a book, and place it in the hand of Joshua, the son of Nun, thy servant. And thou shalt command the children of Israel, saying, when thou shalt come to the land of Canaan, thou shalt utterly efface. I want y'all to look up what that word efface means. EFFACE. Efface the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Verse 57. And Moses did so, and he took the book and wrote upon it these words, saying, remember what Amalek had done to thee in the road when thou west forth from Egypt. Verse 59. Who met thee in the road and smote thy rear. This is our grandparents. This is the little babies. This is our grandfathers, feeble, just thinking they finally got out of Egypt, and who comes attack them from the rear? Man, please.
Mm-hmm.
Who met thee in the road and smote thy rear, even those that were feeble behind thee when thou wast faint and weary. Verse 60. Therefore it shall be when the Most High thy Elohim shall have given thee rest from all thy enemies round about in the land which the Most High thy Elohim give thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it. Did you hear that? Thou shalt not forget it. Now you got your seatbelts on? I hope y'all got your seatbelts on. Check this out. Verse 61. And the king who shall have pity on Amalek and upon his memory and upon his seed, behold, I will require it of him, and I will cut him off from amongst his people. Verse 62. And Moses wrote all these things in a book, and he enjoined the children of Israel respecting all these matters. Now that's the Most High talking. Forget your feelings, forget your emotions. The Most High said, stay away from these people and utterly destroy them. Now vengeance is his, saith the Lord. But you want to know how you utterly destroy them right now? You stay your ass away from them.
Yep.
You don't join hands with them. You don't be in their faces and in their places and trying to be friendly with them. You stay away from the raging heathen. Then the Most High is going to come along and make us his battle axe. One day. That day is not yet. But the way you totally disregard these people, the way you totally disregard these people and destroy them, they hate it when we ignore them. We live rent-free in their head every day.
Brother Yacoba, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Brother Yacoba, you got a good twin. We got an evil twin. We just got an evil twin. And a dirty uncle, by the way. Jacob Israel got an evil twin. And he ain't never going. That's the plot line. He ain't never going to get. He ain't never going to get right. He's just always against us.
If you can reconcile this with, oh, they ain't all evil. Oh, they ain't all like that. Oh, love your enemy. Let me tell you something. I'm going to say this for, I don't know how many times I have to, when the scripture says love your enemy, it is talking about Israel. It is talking about when you have a conflict or beef with an Israelite. That's the one you love. Not the guy that's going to hang you from a tree or shoot you down because you got a taillight out. That is totally ridiculous. Y'all have to stop this foolish thinking.
So let me say this, right? So when it comes to this whole thing, I think a lot of people can't separate individual judgment and national judgment. National judgment, Esau is judged already. National judgment, Esau can't be saved. Individual judgment, people can still repent and turn to the Messiah. That's why the Bible says
That's true.
that there's going to be everyone from every tribe and nation in his kingdom. Right. And so, I get the hatred. I understand their evil. But guess what? There's individuals, like, for instance, there's this guy I used to listen to on TikTok. His name, Lover of Yahuwah, or Lover for Yahuwah, or something like that. Or Lover of Yahuwah 4. Now, this the first Gentile I've ever heard who says you got to follow Israel, that Israel is the black folks only, not Mexicans, not Native American Indians. There's the first one who says that we got to repent and restore Israel. This the first one who says, I'm not Israel. I just want to be in the kingdom, and, pretty much all of the stuff we say, right? Somebody like him, you think he's going to end up in hell? No.
Well, this is what I personally
There's
believe.
a remnant that's going to cling to us.
There are Gentiles that's coming with us. And I gave this example before. I've given this example before. The kingdom is going to be working for a good, beautiful, excellent company. I'm going to give the example again. It's going to be working for a company, but the Gentiles have no authority in this company. They don't make no rules. They don't set no standards. You understand? But they happy,
like we are now.
They happy
to
turn about and share play.
They're happy to work for the company, and the company is a good company that respects them. You understand?
And so here's the thing. That's the thing we've been saying from day one. But like, for instance, we get heat for people who say Gentiles can't be saved. And that's a lie. And they're going to be judged for it. Right? Now, the whole thing is this. I agree with you. And I think a better scenario is that of a king, right? And the first prince, right? And those who are the royal house and the servants who serve the kingdom. That's how it is. That's how it's going to be, right? We are royalty. And that's what the Bible teach. Now, they're not going to be making laws, right? The laws are already established. Yahushua had done it, Moses and the Israelites. They're not going to be if there's going to be any management on their end, it's going to be over their own people through an Israelite, right? That's what the Bible looks like to me.
You got Uriah the Hittite. You had to just follow. You be in the kingdom, you got to follow the laws.
You got to follow the law.
We had people in the kingdom before. They had to follow the laws and go by the rules. So they're going to just.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Oh no! When you finish.
Go ahead, Chantal. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say. Okay, so when you invite people round to your house, you're not expecting them to go raiding your kitchen fridge. You're not expecting them to be right. You're not expecting them to go sit down or to get up in your bed and take over your bed. But when these Gentiles start thinking about, I'm not even going to say his name, but when these Gentiles start believing that they're going to be priests and kings with us, that's an issue. I have an issue with that because you are priests and kings on this under Satan's rule. This is your kingdom right now. We don't have access. We are at the bottom in every nation. We are at the bottom. You cannot think. So this is. I think this is their mentality. So I would say to them, you cannot think to enter into my space. Go back when we go into our kingdom. That you are going to be reigning, ruling, and sitting on committees like what they think that they could do in America. Because here's the thing, because they'll probably say, well, aren't you doing that in America? Isn't that what's happening? This is our land. And I'm like, no, it's not. It never was your land to begin with. You came and you took something that didn't belong to you. And then you have an issue with immigrants that come and you perceive them to take things that don't belong to them. When these are the same people that are just coming over from the borders that you created. Because here's the thing, there were no countries back then, except for in your place. There were no countries back then. There were just tribes and there were just places and spaces that people lived in, same as in Africa. But you came, you cut off, you divided, and you literally said, you can't come over here. This is our land, to a land that you don't belong to, right? And then you think that you can do the same when we go back. That's not going to happen.
Who's the head now? They're going to be the tail. They're the head
Yeah.
now. They're gonna be
Exactly.
the tail. They won't have
Listen,
that opportunity. They're
there's a
gonna be the
difference. There's
tail.
a difference of hating somebody and because I don't want nobody get me misunderstand me. I don't have the capacity to hate. I hate everything they do.
Mm.
And so for the record, so everybody here, everybody in the sound of my voice, for the record, I do not hate white people. I hate the evil that they do. So
Well,
memorialize this.
so that
Memorialize
should
this for later on. I
so
hate
but
the
that
evil. I hate the
but
evil
that
that
should
they do.
that should be but that's the blanket statement that we should have, because let me tell you, it ain't just white folks that do wickedness.
Exactly. But this is
That's
what I'm
also in
dealing
our
with. I'm
community
dealing with right
too.
now because it always boils down to black and white. So now, for now, I do, according to the scriptures, there's a race of people, and that is Esau and his seed. Esau is not the only Gentile. As a matter of
Well,
fact, Esau is a Hebrew.
but if we put but I'm going to tell you this, and this is why we need to make sure that we understand where Yahusha was coming from and the redemption that we have under the blood, because again, we have wicked people too. We have wicked
Absolutely.
people amongst us too.
Absolutely.
And guess
But
what
when
that
you find in
and
the
guess what we
scriptures
just saw in
over and
Leviticus?
over, when you
But
find in
what's
the
what but
scriptures over and
remember,
over,
the covenant is with us. The covenant is with us. So technically speaking, there are wicked amongst us that then need to be slain.
absolutely, and they're
Do you
gonna
I,
be
see what I'm
So
purged
saying?
out.
I got an old school
so
reference for you.
They're
Go
gonna be
ahead. Go
purged
ahead.
out, and the scripture says judgment must start in the house of Yahuwah. So nobody's getting away. No one is getting away. But you
so
have to understand. You have to
let me show you
reconcile it.
something. This is the problem, like with our people, is that we miss the nuances in the scriptures, right? So, like, even when we talk about rulership, we always thinking about what we see today as this Babylonian multi-ethnic, multiracial system, equality, and all of this stuff, right? Whereas the kingdom is going to be like the old form, right? Where you got a king sitting on the throne. You can't come into the king's presence unless he bids you to come in, right? Everybody can't enter the kingdom. Only those who are allowed, who are citizens of the kingdom, right? And the kingdom is given to us, right? It's given to Jacob and his descendants. It's our kingdom. It is
Exactly.
our covenant, and they get to participate as strangers. Now, what Israelites don't like to say is that according to the scriptures, we have to treat them as a homeborn, right? When they become citizens and they convert and follow Yahushua and obey his law, statutes, and commandments and submit to an Israelite, right? They don't like that part about submitting to an Israelite, right? But they got to understand that. Hold on, one finish. Let me finish. There's a dynamic of royalty, which is what they're missing, right? Is that we are in all purposes, those who are redeemed Israelites, not the unredeemed, but redeemed Israelites are like royalty. Why? Because the covenant is ours, the kingdom is ours, which is why the Most High said he can't give the bread to the dogs, because the dogs were not part of the kingdom. They were outside the kingdom. And so that woman, the Canaanite, got access through faith, right, to get her prayers answered. But go ahead.
Yeah, respect. I boil it down to this. The scripture says, if it be possible, be at peace with all men, right? That's what the scriptures say. The problem is they make it impossible. That we have to reconcile that. We got to stop making these people think, or stop making it seem
Is
as
it
if
my
somehow,
headset or is Brother Eric making noise? I mean, it could be my headset.
I think it's you. I can hear him. I think it's you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to reboot my machine. I'll be back.
Okay.
we have to reconcile the fact that these people are not redeemable. If you keep trying to redeem the unredeemable, you're going to keep falling in back at square one.
Brother Eric, let me ask you
Well,
this.
I'm gonna
Because
yeah,
brother,
go
it
go
seems
ahead.
like it
Let me
seems
be
no.
specific.
Let me.
Let me be specific. I'm talking about who the Most High is talking about. I'm not talking about all Gentiles. I'm not
Well,
talking about
yeah,
all
brother
Gentiles.
Eric, I'm thinking
let's rephrase that.
this.
Let's rephrase that, because let me tell you about this. Let me tell you. Look, and here on this platform, I'm going to tell you there are some boundaries on this platform. There's some boundaries on this channel, and I get where you're coming from. So I want to rephrase this so we can have a clear understanding. Okay. When we're talking about a people, we're actually talking about this is a kingdom. This is a kingdom. And the reality, even as Pastor Rick Fletcher is saying this, our job is to not redeem anyone. That's not our job. Our job, technically, if you want to know what our job is to be a witness. Our job is to literally just sit here and see how the Most High is moving. So then we can record everything that is happening. And then when we get out of captivity, we can say, yep, this is what captivity was, this, and this. Because why? Because then we'll train our generations to understand, hey, this is where we came from, and this is the wickedness. See, we truly don't understand the wickedness, especially when you're seeped in wickedness. Everybody is. Technically speaking, we shouldn't be redeemed. It's only because we get redeemed because of his name's sake, not even ours.
Okay,
Isn't that
so
crazy?
let me
So-
rephrase. I used the wrong word when I said redeemer. The point I'm trying to make is us trying to say that these people are good people. That's the point I'm trying to make. That we keep trying to make them.
And nobody's taking that away.
Huh? Say again.
Nobody's taking that away. You just have to understand. Look, I'm going to tell you all this. Look, as Jacoba will tell you in Wisdom of Solomon, right? Wisdom of Solomon. Was it chapter 5, Jacoba? That should go to right
chapter
now.
5. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
Look,
that's definitely my go-to.
Yeah, there are nations that knew of us and knew of us to do what? To come into the Confederacy, Psalms 83, to do what? To cut off our name, right? To manage us, to cut our name off, to manage.
Yeah.
However,
and if you go down that list, a lot of those individuals are Hamites. When you go down that list and you go back to the genealogy, you realize those are Hamites. We had more issues with the Hamites than we had with Esau.
Okay,
it goes even before Esau.
I got
dealing with the
out.
Hittites, the Amorites, and all these Hamitic nations that hated us. And to this day, did you see the latest one with a young lady, the heavyset young lady with the glasses? She says, "Happy Black History Month," except for you FBAs. Now I don't classify myself as FBA. I know what she's talking about. She's talking about Black Americans.
Brother Karras, let me ask you this question.
These Hamites hate us.
I think with
so
this,
don't
I think with
don't
this,
get me don't misunderstand me. I'm classifying the wicked.
Brother Karras,
because there's chocolate covered Edomites.
This line of
if
discussion
you didn't know,
is
I believe Esau was black, and down through the mixing, his seed got spoiled, and this is the result that we have today. But the end result is still the same thing. His spirit is wicked, and he hates us. My whole thing has always been, if you ever know me, ever to come on these platforms and speak my piece or see me typing in the chat, Israel for Israel. Let Israel love Israel. Unity in our community. That's what I care about. I honestly don't care about these other nations as to say that I would jump over an Israelite to help a Gentile.
Well, nobody's saying that.
I need a redemption.
The reality is
the Most High didn't give up on me. How dare I give up on my brother and sister?
I
don't care.
Hear me?
See, the problem, and the other issue is
I hear you. We hear you.
All right,
give Brad and Becky a pass.
I'm gonna have to.
Pookie and
there we go. All right, sorry, he was just on one. Because yes, when I do try to talk and you're over talking me, that's not going to fly. You are a guest here. As I had stated this, we're to be a light to the nations. We're to be a light unto the nations. Now you can get all in your feelings. Hey, guess what? You want to know why they're mad at us? You want to know why? Because the Most High allowed them to be mad at us. The Most High did. The Most High did that. So if you want to really be mad at somebody, you can be mad at the Most High. He allowed that. Because why? Because we broke his covenant. We broke his rules. So again, I know people get mad, but I'm just going to tell you this. Are you going to get mad at a hammer? If you hit yourself, how many times has anybody nailed something in, and then they hit themselves with the hammer, and then they hit their thumb. Oh, you stupid hammer! I hate you, you stupid hammer! Goodness,
Hello?
that's
Brother Karras,
ridiculous.
brother Karras,
Somehow I
brother
got
Karras. Let me ask, brother Karras. Let me ask
somehow I
you.
got cut
I
off.
think, I think, brother Karras, I think you run the danger. We have been so hurt.
I don't know if you
Through
guys
the
can
through,
hear me, but I
we
got cut off.
Yeah,
we
I
have
did. I
yeah
muted you so we could
we
calm you
we are
down.
so
Go.
we are so. Uh,
You needed to calm down, brother Eric,
if I may be
but
allowed
I
to
get that.
add, please, we run the danger of making it about them.
Shalom Israel.
Yes.
Can y'all
See,
hear me?
we have our people. We can hear you.
I muted you so we could calm you down.
Now you're doubling up. You got two platforms
Yeah, he's
open?
at the. Yeah, his
He's
mic
got two
is.
platforms open.
I'm gonna mute you. Okay, go
Uh,
ahead.
I can hear you guys now.
go. Uh, am I on? I'm up now. I don't want to be out of order. I'd like
No,
to
go
speak
ahead.
now.
Go ahead, Rich.
I
Go
think
ahead.
in our pain of it's it sounds like we have battered wife syndrome. We can go off on an emotional thing and get really about it. Really is about Karis, like you said, everything these folks did to us, the Most High allowed. We took that cover off by just as our disobedience. They just doubled down on our judgment. They piled on. That's what they did. But if we had stayed right with the Most High, they would never have space to get in there. And even as we come out of I'm more concerned about our people. We can get into a rant on how wicked they are and make it all about them. And that's what it's all. That's what it is. That's what's wrong with Babylon. It's all about them. We got to be
Do you
motivated
know
by the
what?
love of, we have to be motivated by the love of our people and the task that the Most High has placed before us because we have to be priests and kings. We got to move off in we have nobility obligates. We have to go to that strict. And what they've done, we cannot allow them to drag them down the mud because we make it about them, then we are slave to them still if we
Mm-hmm.
make it all about them.
Do
Absolutely.
you know
And
what I
go
feel
ahead.
that this
Go ahead.
is? Sorry, I was just going to say it's kind of like, okay, so those of us that might not have kids, we've had, or those of us who've had kids, you'll know this even if, like, from when you were kids and you've got siblings. Let's say one of you, let's say you or me, say I do something wrong. My mum baked some cupcakes, and she said, don't eat those because, yeah, that's going to be for a party that I'm throwing. And I start eating a few of those cupcakes. And my sister sees me and she's like, I can't believe you just did that. So then she goes and tells my mum. And my mum beats me. My mum literally will cuss me out, right? And then I look at mum. I'm mad. I'm upset. I'm hurt, right? So who do I look at? I'm not gonna look at my mum because my mum's she'll just beat me again. I'm gonna turn my attention to the easier one, the one that's on my level, and I'm gonna look at her like, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you did that. And that's what we're doing. Like at the end of the day, yes, they took it too far, but we did what we did, and now they are used as a punishment.
Mm-hmm.
We can't if we're not willing to rant off to the Most High and say, I can't believe you did that. How could you do that? Some of us do, right? But if as a whole, we ain't blaming the Most High. We're just going straight to them. You have to ask yourself
So
why.
so here's the thing, right? Like I get Brother Eric's compassion, right? He's
So
very
let me
emotional. Hold
I
on,
don't
hold
know
on,
if
hold on,
y'all
hold
can
on,
hear
hold
me
on,
because
hold on,
I
hold
can't
on. I hear you.
I
Hold
can't
on,
hear
Eric.
through
Hold
the
on. Okay, let me finish saying what I was saying. So
Yeah, your
what I was
mic.
saying was is that the problem is right is the emotion and the understanding of what they've done. Yes, they've done evil, and it's not about them. Okay, which is why a lot of people, they do videos on me, lie on me, make up names and all these things because I say Gentiles can be saved, right? Bunch of evil Israelites, right? But yet the Bible tells us that, as Karis was saying earlier, we are supposed to be a light to the Gentiles. But what they want to do, they want to be like Jonah, right? Go tell Nineveh to repent. Oh, no, I'm not going to tell Nineveh to repent. I'm running away. Y'all
I
hopping on
should
the
have died. I
ships.
commit
Hold,
suicide before I helped them.
Yeah, y'all hopping on the ships, y'all running away from Yahuwah, y'all disobeying the Father, and then you're gonna get swallowed up by a large fish because of your disobedience, right? The Father told us to be a light to all nations, right? And that's the problem I have with a bunch of you Israelites. Y'all hard-headed. I understand the passion, but you disobedient to the Father, and y'all gonna get us in trouble again. That's why we went into captivity in the first place, for disobedience. But he told us to be a light to the Gentiles. He didn't say, oh, all the Gentiles except Esau, or only the Israelites, right? It's all nations. Why? Because everybody has sin, and everyone needs the gospel. Everyone needs to understand who his people are. Everyone needs to understand who the Messiah is. And this what ticks me off about Israelites. Y'all hate so much. You disobedient to the Father again. And y'all gonna get us all in trouble because we either rise together or we fall together. Y'all don't get that. Y'all think it's an individual thing, right? It's a family thing. And if we're gonna get out this situation, we all gotta be obedient and rise together. That's I had to let that out.
Yeah, they're not.
I agree.
I think when people talk about if we just realize,
I agree with. I don't.
I think when people talk about, and all right, brother Eric,
You need to turn off. Somebody's got their television or whatever on
Yeah,
at
he's
the
got his
same time.
background on.
Yeah.
He's
Brother
got his
Karras, I
Okay.
can't hear me. I can't. I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear you guys through the. I can't hear you guys through the thing. I'm gonna go out and come back in because I can't hear anything.
All right.
Brother Karras, the Most High, we have to redeem. He used us as an instrument to redeem the sin of Adam. That's ultimately, he came through our line to redeem the sin of man, all of mankind, because of the sin of Adam. And so that makes sense. It's not just, he didn't just start there. It's that's we are the remedy for what was done in the garden. So whosoever will, you meet God, the Most High's commandments, but he's made us a people. He's taught us the hard lessons that will allow us to be priests and kings. We've gone through it. David had to go through a whole bunch of stuff before he ever got to be king. So I'm saying we've been. I'm not gonna. I agree with Brother Jacobo. You put it perfectly. You put it perfectly. We can. The scripture says, "Envy not your oppressor and choose none of
None of
his
his
ways."
ways. Come
When
on.
we
All right.
start sounding like him, we are all the way off the track.
Yep. Everybody wronged me. Everybody wronged me. And literally that is then what leads us to our destruction, because instead of everybody wronged me, it needs to be, Father, you need to save me. I don't care about everybody. I care about, Father, what you are doing for me. How, look, that's it. We get, and that's the way that this flesh works. We all, look, everybody's in this flesh suit. Yes. Do they have a system in place to oppress our people? Absolutely. We know that. They know that. And now our people are starting to get it. But now we should be of a more mature mind spiritually, as Paul was trying to tell us. Look, it's not about the Gentiles. Our divine duty and right is to be a light to the nations. Yes, we're going to go through persecution. However, at the end of this age, at the end of this race, it will be worth it. Because why? Because we're doing what Yahuwah, our Father, had said. We're doing what Yahusha has told us and shown us to even be in obedience to the what? To the point of death. It's not about that. Look, they don't know that they're in darkness. So how are you going to get mad about somebody that's in darkness? You can't do anything about it. But what you can do is that you can do what the Most High asked you to do, what our forefathers were supposed to be doing, and to what? And to follow his example through Yahushua HaMashiach. That's it.
So let me.
Can I
Can I
say
shall inherit
shalom
the
to
earth.
Gar?
Yeah, go ahead. So yeah, Brother Garth, go ahead. Sorry about that. Brother Garth,
Shalom,
go
brother
ahead.
Gar. Been a long time, bro.
Shalom, brother G. How are you?
Shalom, everyone. Yeah, I'll be real quick. honestly, I'm at the point where,
Man, this thing kicks me out.
I can't even, hold on to the hate. We honestly, we don't like these people. They don't like us, but we should focus more of our energy on trying to rectify you know, our own mess within our community with this FBA and Africans and all this other stuff and the Caribbeans and all these other things we call ourselves
Thank
and we
you.
don't acknowledge our heritage. We literally are a mess, and we need to start using that energy to serve the Most High in His kingdom and to heal ourselves and to love one another. The other nations, let them be. They'll have to follow by our example. That's what we are set out to do. We're supposed to be the embodiment of the Most High here on earth, and we're supposed to, you know, be a vessel to show His, basically His laws and statutes and commandments. And obviously, I understand that our people, you know, have been hurt. We all have been hurt by them. But honestly, I feel the hate and the hate amongst one another more. It's more personal to me how we treat each other than the other nations treating us with hate, because that's expected. But I still see us fighting one another, all this division, and that literally is, I feel like we should just be focusing on our own salvation and trying to rebuild our own, trust and love within one another, instead of focusing on you know the other nation's judgment. We understand that's coming, but what are we doing to redeem the time? Because the time is evil and it's short, and there will be a time when no man can work, and it's not light outside anymore, it's darkness. And within the time that we have now, we should really be you know finding ways to inspire one another and point each other to the Most High. That's my opinion, honestly.
So I let me just say this so nobody gets misunderstand me. Y'all know my passion. I ain't gonna change that. I am who I am, and that's it. But I absolutely 100% agree with what Brother Garth just said. That's my issue. He said it more eloquently, more calmly than I would. But what God just laid out is how I feel. And in my opinion, this is how I see it. I always say, you don't have to agree with me. I don't have to be right. You understand? But how I see it is being a light to the world, being a light to the Gentiles, is showing them how we love each other. How God's
Mm.
chosen people love each other and take care of each other and support each other. That it's something different about those people. You see how much they love and care about each other. No matter what goes down, they always got each other's back. They may squabble, they may disagree with each other, but you at the end of the day, they always got love each other. I always see it. That's the kind of life I want to live. That's what I believe being a light to the world and being a light to the Gentiles mean. We're not
But are
doing
we
that.
doing that?
We're not
Are we
doing
doing
that.
that? Because I got a bunch of Israelites doing hit pieces on me and
No,
lying
we're
on me.
not doing
So
that, and
it don't
That
seem like we're doing it.
it's
we're not
concerning.
doing that. And that's the problem. That is the problem. You have to decide one day, you know what? I'm just going to let it go. I'm going to pour out forgiveness just like the Most High pour out forgiveness on me. Because my Bible says, while we were yet sinners, Hamashiach died for us. So that's some kind of forgiveness. That's the same forgiveness that he wants to show for each other. That doesn't mean we're supposed to tolerate all kind of foolishness. I hate us going back. I mean, it really gets under my skin to see us going back and forth with each other. That I just don't get it. I don't get, after all we've been through as a people. How is it that we always find time to take jabs at each other? It's just so weird. It makes no sense. To me, it don't. Maybe
Well,
maybe
because
it makes
remember,
sense.
that's the unforgiveness that we have in our heart. I mean, just plain and simple. If you have the unforgiveness in your heart, it is a cancer. It's a cancer. So, you're going to do the things that you ought to do, but what you ought to do is actually not what you do. And then what you do is what isn't done. And therefore you're in the trap because it is your flesh. Like, I think we saw Paul was literally talking about all this.
Yes.
Paul
Yeah.
talks about all this because why? Because Paul understood this was going to be the trap. This was going to be the trap. The law is a stumbling block for those that don't have love. So even when you think that you have love, you're not going to have a perfect love because your perfect love is not going to be through Yahushua HaMashiach. So even though it sounds good on paper, it's not going to meet the spiritual muster. Yes, the fruits of the spirit, that is Galatians chapter 5. Absolutely. But you also have Ephesians chapter 3 and Ephesians chapter 6. Because why? Because we have to understand that the fullness of the spirit, yes, we're going to love one another, but guess what? We are a light unto the nation. So guess what those nations are going to do? They're going to ask, how are you all doing this? What's going on? Can I do this? What can I do? Hey, you got to, first things first, you got to repent. Here's the problem that we've learned in the Eurocentric church is that repentance was just a formality. It didn't come with the cost. It didn't come with, oh, you're going to repent. Look, you have to turn away from everything, from everybody. These folks right here, they'll talk about, I love Jesus, but those same ones that say that they love Jesus are on Epstein Island. Get out of here.
We know that's the seed of Satan.
You honor me with what? With your lips,
but your heart is far from me.
You said something
Can
profound.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing? Brother Karras, I apologize. Respect to you. Didn't mean to blow up the channel or cause you any kind of thing. That's never my intentions to be disrespectful to my family in any way. My passion, I admit, gets out of hand or becomes overwhelming, but it's always, always, always out of love. Never, ever to be disrespectful or to dishonor my family, ever. So please forgive me. I didn't mean no disrespect.
No, that's fine. Everybody
Karras,
needs a little bit of a timeout because you want to know why? Because we're passionate to do righteousness. Because we understand the cost of it. Go ahead, Brother Rich.
Brother Karras, you brought the pack. We need to get the F out. We need to get the flesh out. That's the thing. Your flesh is unrepentant. That's why it dies. You ain't carrying it. You not carrying the flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven. As much as we get our feelings and all that, that's in our flesh. So and the flesh is on Satan's side, and that's his cheat code for getting into our discussions, getting everything. You have to crucify your own flesh, put it on the cross, and then so it's not about that. I got enough love for our people. If the sun goes supernova and everybody non-melanated it gets burnt to crisp, and it's only my people here, I still have to deal with us and what we do about the love for each other. I love youth ministry. What you do over there in Covenant Awakening is working with those young people. That love that goes forth. That's what we got to do. That's how we build community. If we, Eric, if we're going to be that example, then we got to practice love for our people. We ain't got time for hating on them. Hey, God hates Esau. We ain't got to put no hate on Esau. God got that. Just like he got vengeance. Jacob I've loved and Esau I've hated. So let God handle that, and we handle the love of our people.
Yeah, you can, but give me just a second. We will return with this lively, lively conversation. But here's a word from our sponsor.
Every journey begins with a simple act of care. For Quest to Unite Africa, that journey started with something simple: a mother, a newborn, and a promise that no life would be forgotten. We did not begin with buildings, we began with people. We packed mother newborn kits with our own hands because real change starts where the need is greatest. Those kits traveled farther than we imagined, and they opened our eyes to a deeper truth. Aid saves lives, but infrastructure saves generations. So we grew. Together with donors, volunteers, and partners, we sent a medical container to Burkina Faso. Not just supplies, but hope. Not just boxes, but proof that when a community comes together, healing moves across borders. That moment changed us because we realized something powerful. We weren't just delivering help, we were building a future. Now, the journey continues. The next chapter is bigger than a shipment, bigger than a campaign. We are raising funds to build a state-of-the-art hospital, a place where mothers can give birth safely, where families can find care close to home, and where communities can grow stronger for generations to come. This hospital is not just a structure, it's a promise. A promise that healthcare will no longer be temporary. A promise that dignity will have a permanent home. And just like every step before, we cannot do this alone. Every gift, every brick, every name placed on the founder path becomes part of a story that began with compassion and is growing into legacy. It helps us move from emergency aid to lasting healing, from containers to care that never leaves, from vision to reality. Join us, stand with us, help us build a hospital that will serve generations, moving healthcare into action. Visit q2ua.org today.
All right, we're back. We're back in the Flesh Terror Dome, where we're here destroying flesh. One voice, one verse, one
cadaver at a
affirmation.
time. One cadaver at a time.
of love at a time. And I kind of wanted to touch on this segment because we definitely tangented. I wanted to touch on the segment that no fault shall be found in Judah. Now, I let us go in terms of, the passion that we have for our brothers and our sisters, right? There's the big passion, but it was funny that we had a couple of things going on where they were trying, and I'm going to say this, they were trying to basically blame, right, Michael Jackson for all of this crazy stuff. And again, a lot of the people that understood this realized that what you had. Thank you for the gift, brother Israel. Thank you for the gift. Hallelujah. I'm gonna be praying for you, brother Israel. But thank you for the gift. Thank you for the
I need all the prayer. I need all the prayer I can get. If I have to pay for it, I pay for it.
This isn't indulgences, okay? We are not Catholics, Catholic folks up here. This is not indulgences, okay?
Yeah. Something wrong.
You are blessed, brother. Go forth and do. No.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Because if that was the case, then we should be having all of them billionaires over at Epstein Island. Y'all want to be forgiven? That's just gonna be write that check for 10 zeros. 10 zeros.
You want to be forgiven? Get up them shillings.
We don't do shillings over here.
The Hebrew crows back to the land. You want to attach yourself? It'll cost you.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a prayer cloth with my sweat and my tears as I was praying for you. Y'all gave me
still didn't get mine. I still didn't get my prayer cloth.
Yeah.
I haven't forgot about that.
Get you that
I
Peter
didn't get my prayer cloth.
water. Get to that, that Peter Popoff water. Oh my goodness. Oh, but but going into this, everybody knew that. I'm going to tell you this, and we knew this. We knew that Michael Jackson was weird, but I'm going to tell you, we also knew that he was victimized. We could tell that.
Mhm.
We could tell that. But it was interesting because, again, what we found out and what has literally come about, you realize that it has been now almost 17 years. Do y'all realize that, right? Almost 17 years. Remember, Michael Jackson died in what, 2009? Remember that?
They have taken our sons for harlots and our daughters for money that they might for wine that they might drink.
Yeah,
That must be
They
the
LaShawn,
messed over
spirit, because
our
I was
kids.
just thinking about that, brother Karras, that it's been that long. It just crossed my mind the other day how long it's been since he's
17
took him.
years. Think about, I mean, can you think about this? They lied on that man for 17 years. And remember, even last year they were trying to sue him. Remember, even last year they were trying to sue him. Then they brought out all this stuff and the tour. Look, he was vindicated. As LaShawn was saying, LaShawn J, 1951, vindicated. But here's the thing. How many of that is on us? Think about this community. This community had a really bad rap. Because why? Yeah, we came a little like Brother Eric. I'm just saying, sorry, Brother Eric, I use that example, but that's how we were.
I don't mind. I wear it as a badge of honor.
Myself included. I was a little rough around the edges when I first started this platform, this channel. I was a little rough around the edges because why? Because I was hurt. I was mad. I was angry. I was like, yeah, Father, I can't wait for them heathens, those wicked heathens. I can't wait for them to get it. And the problem is, they're about to get it in probably like 5 or 6 weeks. Because they know
Brother Karras,
right.
I don't mean to cut you off. You was asking me how long do I think that it is before this whole thing pop off.
Mhm.
Honestly, any moment. That's my honest opinion. Any moment, because everything who I think the wicked one is doing, wearing out the saints, changing policies, changing times, changing seasons, changing times. All these things that I see him doing is like for me. I don't have to be right. I think it can happen at any moment that the whole thing just blows up. So that's my answer to that question.
You came late, brother Eric. I had put down some historical context when it came to Anath, Anat, Astarte, Asti, basically Minerva, Diana, all the folks that you would have. Yeah, Artemis. The syncretism of these Canaanite deities, that's who they worship, which is also Virgin Mary, because it's a virginess. Remember, they always have to say Mary's a virgin. Mary had other children. She wasn't no virgin.
That's the Queen of Heaven. That's the Queen of Heaven.
Yeah. Yahusha's mom, Mammy, she had other kids. But they don't like to say that because why? Because it doesn't align with their literal Elohim. Their literal
it's right there in Matthew
G.
chapter 6. I don't understand why they feel that she didn't have any children besides.
Because it's doctrines of demons.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
They had to conflate her with their god. So they had to morph her into their goddess. So the Queen of Heaven.
Can I add something to that?
Go ahead.
It's also because this is a Greco-Roman religion, and if you look in their history, they did not allow for women. Women were supposed to be seen as just the mothers, but they weren't supposed to be seen as, uh, anything other than that. The very idea of, um, you know, um, I don't know, I'm not trying to offend anybody's sensibility, but the very idea of them doing the act was, in a way, abhorrent to them. And you only have to look at their statues to see what they venerated. You know, the male gaze on the male gaze, or the male gazing at you get what I'm saying. And it's when you see that, it's almost like, even down to the name of Jesus. It's it's a lot more nuanced than people think. But the
Hmm.
point I'm making is that a lot of what you see in terms of this virgin icon, it's the iconography that the female is not allowed to be, quote unquote, a sexual creature. She has to be this. She has the children, and that's it. And even then, they don't even like the whole. But it's okay for them to be gawking at each other. We know what their gymnasiums was all about. We know about the Roman baths. We know about all of this. And then we're seeing this all playing out again. They have it above their walls, their frescoes, and everything
But
like that.
well, Sister Chantel, they always try to virtue signal even though they're wretched. That's their MO all through time. They got a virtue
Yeah,
signal. They want to act, but they're but it and the thing that's happening now, the cover is being ripped off of their wretchedness. So across the world, on the World Wide Web. So that's what it is. They always did that.
yeah. I mean, even down to oh, sorry, give me a second. Um, so when you look at the name of sorry, give me a second. When you look at the name of Jesus, yeah, it literally, some people just think it comes from, it's just Iusis, as in, the Greek version, but it's always marred. It's never pure. It's always muddied. It also comes from the Greek goddess. I forgot what her name is. It just kind of, they do call it Isis as well. But one of the names that they do, one of her attributes is that she's a healer. She's a goddess of rejuvenation, and basically the same kind of aspects that they put on Jesus.
Well, I mean,
I'm literally making
their
it.
whole system, Sister Chantel, their whole system rebanded the Roman Empire. The
Hmm.
Catholic Church, that
Well, yeah,
purpose was
but
to save the Romans. So, I mean, the Romanism goes through. So, the Catholic Church literally means Catholic, the universal church. So, it's the church,
yeah,
the
I
end
know, I
time
know, I
church, the
know all that.
Antichrist. So, but I'm saying that's it. That's powerful, of course, but that's not just on the Virgin Mary. All their iconography. Uh, uh, it's just who they are. But where are
No, I
we?
know, I know, I know that. But what I'm saying is that in terms of this spirit, and I've said this in the past, that they always had, like, I don't know if anybody remembers, like, a few years back, especially during the whole when Star Wars came out with its new, the whole Ray thing, right? I remember Kathleen Kennedy used to wear T-shirts saying the Force is female. Another thing that they had was T-shirts saying the future is female, and you also had men going around saying that I'm a feminist and stuff like that. That was kind of big in that time period. But there is a connection between this whole. It's like this entity. This they like to claim that America
The
is a Christian
Sister
nation.
Chantel, let me ask you this: the power of the sorcery of Babylon is such that they have us focusing on the they. Every time we get on the we, then we talking about they. It ain't about them. I'm just saying.
Hmm.
I'm just, with all due respect,
No,
we have
I
to.
get what you're saying, but
It's
let
about
me
us.
finish
I
what
mean,
I'm
so
saying.
we talk about we, cause they are who
Okay,
they are.
I know that, but I'm leading to that. What I'm saying is that this whole what they had us in this Christianity is this it's an effeminate spirit, because it's
Mhm.
neither male or female. And this is another reason why I said to you, Karis, to watch that show, Hell's Paradise, right? Especially that scene as well. You're seeing this entity that there's a reason why we always used to be like, oh, why does Jesus look so feminine? He does, because he's neither male nor female. His whole identity comes from comes from Cesare Borgia, but
Wait,
also comes
let,
from
let me delve into that one. Let me delve into that one because think about this. Think about this. And as I was looking at, a couple of these different um just YouTube videos and TikToks and everything else, I'm telling you, YouTube and TikTok have just been, and Instagram, it has just been unreal with these posts. And there was an interview, so a purported interview with Jeffrey Epstein, and they were talking about Jesus, right? They say Jesus, quote unquote. And he said, "Oh, the carpenter. I don't really want to talk about the carpenter." Let me ask you this. How many carpenters do you see? Let's you know what a carpenter is? You know what a carpenter is? How many folks in construction are all emaciated and weakly,
Yeah.
especially for us?
none.
Man,
You're
You're
working with
using
listen,
hand
your arms.
tools.
listen, go cut some go cut some cement. You know what I'm saying? Go lay
No
some
power
brick.
tools.
Go,
No power tools.
you know what I'm saying? Come on now. Go chisel on out the that get some of those wood carving knives and chisel on out that wood. Cut down that tree. Get out of here. Get out of here. You already knew that he was not of an effeminate build. That's
Exactly. Oh,
that's why they get mad.
Obadiah said it. Hi, dear.
The scripture literally says he has no comeliness that we should desire him. He was a hard looking character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then what does comeliness mean? Because when you understand it, it usually pertains to the feminine beauty. It doesn't really pertain to men. So
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that it's
they said
almost
he don't
like,
have it.
yeah. So maybe that's the key point here, because it's like almost like the Most High. Not he almost he did. He knew that his his son's image was going to be portrayed as something else. So he's saying that he's not going to have any comeliness. He's not going to look pretty. He's not going to look like this. That is not what he's going to look like, But we've fallen for this. I mean, like I said, and somebody else mentioned Hajia. Basically, it's her name was Lesso or Lesso, and she had sisters. She was often associated with health and remedy. Also, was it the name also has it? I think the Greek goddess, Greek goddess Lesso, was implied healing or savior. So it's almost like they went through their pantheon to see, okay, so what god or goddess can we match with this? And remember, the Greeks don't think like us. With them, it's like it doesn't matter whether it's male or female. They'll just go with whatever, because they don't have that clear distinction in the sense of how we see things. Their gods are either whatever and can change into are
Fluid,
Well,
interchangeable.
what is it? Gender fluid. That is what they're doing. And
well,
Yes.
and again, they're venerating their gods, their lowercase g's, because why? Because going back to Leviticus, they okay. Think about the whole grape situation and everything else. That is a ritual of giving their seed to Molech.
Hmm.
These people learned in their generations. They just didn't, oh, well, all of a sudden, we just started what? Doing devil worship overnight? No. They have learned this. This was a learned behavior because why? Because now we're starting to see the actions, the sinister outcome of syncretism. This was it. We just had a little sprinkling of the layer. No, we're now seeing what that whole cake looks like.
Well, you got
So
the Grove in
I just wanted to
California.
say,
This is from the garden,
can
from the
I?
very first. It was usurping Adam's authority. The devil going to come to the woman first. That's his move. He ain't never changed. When the fallen angels in Genesis 6 came down, they came for the women. That's the whole thing. It's usurping that authority. Adam was the god of this world, basically the CEO over the earth. So he's always going to play. They always going to come through the feminine. That's the way. Now, women of God who understand this got to know I'm not with this and with the system. Otherwise, they want you to hand the female to hand the poison apple to the male. In Genesis 6, teaching makeup, these magic arts and things like that. That's the devil's playbook. It is, but hey,
What is but again, as I had shown the when I had shown the that one wiki that they had, that little thing with anti, remember, it was a spirit of feminism, and if you went against that spirit, then guess what? They're coming after you, right? So they would go after their what? Their adversaries. We have always stated this. This was a spirit of feminism that's actually leading them into the trap. And this isn't the feminism where you have, you can be feminine because the Most High did create man and woman, but no, this is a feminine of domination. This is a dominant, right?
yep.
They can't help themselves because they're not operating in a masculine spirit. They've always operated in a feminine spirit. And then look, think about this. Let's put all these cards out on the table. Remember, now they talk about women not even in a feminine form. They just talk about women, especially for some of them folks that want to take on that feminine form as what? The males that take on the feminine form, they're talking about women as what? As baby carriers?
Mm-hmm.
And they're trans women, all of the gender benders. They just totally out of it. That's what
Right?
they do.
So they literally have even usurped the authority of the women because why? Because this place is in total confusion and disrepair that nobody even knows what the order is.
And that's why the
Because
birth rate
everybody's
is
in
crashing.
feminine form.
That's why the birth rate is crashing and these countries are dying.
Bingo.
Well, that's also one of the things I was going to say as well is that remember we were talking about Karis, we were talking about how uh, they're doing the same things that we were doing, running to the churches and so on and so forth now. And one of the issues that we had was this feminine energy in the church. One
Mm-hmm.
of the reasons why there were so many women in the church and not enough men in the church, why a lot of men just felt, I'm not trying to be in this place anymore. Because if you're a masculine man and and for a lot of men, it was like, I get told on my job what to do by a white man. I ain't trying to be doing that in church when I'm supposed to be seeking salvation. Do you understand what I'm saying? So a lot of them probably felt that way as well. But there's this whole energy, feminine energy. And when you look at the churches, even black churches today, and it's like, it is just so weird. But it's not just black churches. We're seeing the same kind of, it's like that we as we're stripping off the dirty robes and the Most High is about to clothe us in the clean ones. They're picking up our dirty robes, all the things that we were doing, even down to the music we're doing. We might get agitated and be like, why are they always doing our music? Why are they always copying this? Why are they always copying that? Do you know what the Most High said to me? Let them do that because I'm moving you away from that. Let them pick up your dirty rags and put it on. Because when I look down, all I'm going to see is filth. I'm covering you. I'm covering my people. I'm not covering them. Not unless they want it. But as a people, he ain't covering them. He ain't covering them. So as we're removing all of that, and we're coming out of that. They're picking that up, and it's the same thing with that whole feminine energy, But then Jesus was always feminine.
whenever they get you out of your role, this is Richard Long, so you can look it up in the gospel. This is what I got from the scriptures. Man, Adam was created as the CEO of the earth. He was the
Mm-hmm.
CEO. He ran everything. He couldn't handle all the administrative. He couldn't do a National Geographic, catalog all the animals. He had nobody to help him. He was not looking at the other animals, thinking about bestiality and stuff like that. He was the totality. He had no problem. Him and the creator was. God said it's not good you be on. God took woman out of man to give him a COO to help
Mm-hmm.
him operate. The woman's job is a COO, but she operates in a system. The men are supposed to set up the system as they get it from the Most High. When the Satan came in the garden, he went and get a corporate raid to get the COO on his side, get the woman operating in his system. Same thing in Genesis 6 and things like that. But it's the nature of the man, even in chattel slavery. You got to marginalize the males. He wants to execute the system of supremacy. He doesn't want to operate in it. The women are flexible in operating in these systems and they're able to go up. But yes, yet and still, we have to establish, first of all, the Most High in us, so the women will follow us as we follow the Most High to restore the order. But the operator can be operate in any system, and they're being co-opted then. But that said, Adam was standing right next to Eve, and he should have interjected in and come in. Wait a minute, the Most High didn't say that, and come on, CEO. So there we are. This is what we're
Can I
dealing with.
can I ask a question to any of you guys out here? How did Satan know to go to Eve first? Like, how did he know? Because she's a new creature, like she's feminine, she's, this is a new creation, so on and so forth. Yeah. How did he know to go to her in order to get to Adam?
I
Because
think because
everything's new.
he was a watcher. He was the help. The help always knows what's going on in the house, and he came in with it. And
Well,
go ahead.
well, Adam was actually the protectorate. He was the protector.
Mm.
So
Yep.
you're going to a vulnerable. That's a vulnerable person, right?
He
We
came the
always
weaker
say that.
vessel.
Yeah, women and children, right? You always take care of the women and children first. You evacuate, and ain't no men evacuating. It's women and children, right?
No, I
So
mean, I know, I agree with that. He went to the weakest, but I mean, was it? I'm asking, like, was it from close observation of just watching them constantly to see how they operate, knowing obviously where, like I said, they're a new creation. The Most High just created them, and he wanted to get his revenge. He used them to exact his revenge on the Most High. And in order to do that, he had to first pollute Eve to get to Adam. Now I'm
This
asking, like, was
He had
it
to do an
from
end run
watching?
around Adam. He had to do an end
this
run around
Yes.
Adam.
the
So was
scripture
that
said.
wait,
from
go,
observation?
go
Was
ahead,
that
brother
from
Eric.
observation?
I'm sorry, no, let Sister Chantel finish and then I'll put my little 2 cents.
Okay, I'm just asking, was that from observing the two of them, or did he just, because if do you guys understand what I'm saying? Because they were new. Nobody, Adam and Eve. There was no Adam and Eve before, unless there was. But from what I've read and everything else, there was no other Adam and Eve. So this is a new species on the scene, and in order for you, before you execute something, you have to first observe it. You have to know what you're working with. So I suppose I'm asking, is that what he did, and where did he do it from? Because he
I'll,
wasn't
I'll,
always in the tree.
I
yeah,
think
go ahead, brother Eric. And then I
I
want to
think
have Jacoba answer on this one. You don't get a chance
I
to hide in the background, Jacoba. This is a good one that should be at least explored. Go ahead, brother Eric.
I personally think it was the love that he had for Eve. Every
Mhm.
all authority was given to Adam, right? So he is responsible for what goes on. But I believe the scripture says the woman is the weaker vessel, not weaker in the sense that she's fragile, but you need to have more patience with her, right? But me personally, I think every man should love their wife like Adam loved Eve. This man was willing to give everything for this woman. How many ribs he got? He could have easily said, nah, just start all over. I got more ribs. Snatch me another one and make. No, he didn't do that. He was willing to go down for this woman. And I think every man should love their wife the same way. That's just my opinion.
Another Christ-like figure, basically.
What's Jacoba?
Go ahead, brother Jacoba.
What's the question?
Sister Chantel had asked, why do you believe that Satan had gone after Eve rather than Adam? And
no, I mean, I know that he went after, and I know why he went after. I suppose what I'm asking is, yes, in a way, why did he go after? And in terms of why, was that from careful observation to know that she was the weaker of the two?
The word says he's more subtle than all the beasts.
I think he saw how much love he had for her. It was easy to go after her. He would be able to persuade through Eve, knowing how much he loved this woman.
Well, the word you got to give the devil his due. He was
listen.
that smart.
Okay, I'm gonna have to start muting.
Go ahead.
So what I thinking is not going to be PC. All right, so women don't get mad at me. All right.
That's why I asked you.
Okay.
I like it straight, no chaser.
I personally think it's because, as we see today, right, with women like the bad boys, right, women are easily influenced through emotion and the ideal of things and status, right, and so that's a weakness, right? Like, you know, I mentioned on our show before about how, you know, guys know how to get in women, right? I mean, in the beginning we didn't, right? But once you find out, it's easy, right? And I told y'all, don't get mad at me. I'm just saying there's certain weaknesses. Like, for instance, you know what the weakness of a man is? TNA.
Oh, right? Yeah, that's easy. You guys are easy to crack.
And the weakness of a woman is two things: money, status, and you know, their emotions, right?
Vanity.
And that's how
vanity.
No, not vanity, but emotions, right? They're emotional, and so like men are logical, women aren't. So that's why Satan say, well, hey, God really said you shouldn't eat of every fruit. Well, you know, maybe he didn't say that, right? Where the guys be like, okay, book, chapter, and verse. You see, and that's my opinion.
And she added to it. And she added
women don't have that Y chromosome, so ain't no Y.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if she had a Y chromosome, then you'd be in trouble, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we'd be in trouble.
Viva la difference. I'm not talking about that. Viva la difference. I'm just saying.
I know what you're saying, but I'm also saying what I'm saying.
Well, look, Sister Chantel,
you make a certain group of people happy.
We couldn't be here without y'all.
Yeah, exactly.
And the same,
I didn't come from no Tesla baby making machine. That's
I know that's right.
Bone and flesh of my flesh.
Yep.
We come from each other. That's how it is.
Chantel,
you need each other.
Sister Chantel, the devil told y'all needed net. Wait, you were good with us. The devil told y'all needed makeup. That's from him. You was all good, true. Just the way you were. That's the devil, and that's what he do. He come to women. He tells women, y'all ain't good enough. You got to do that. All that's the devil. You good with us.
Well, you know something. I know this is kind of like a side quest kind of here, but I saw this video. I saw a video, just a short YouTube short of Rihanna, and you know, somebody, I think it might have been on TikTok or something, or maybe on one of these stupid places. Anyway, they were talking about how how is Rihanna looking the way she's looking now? Look at how she used to look and how she's looking now. And she's got her baby. She's not really wearing any makeup. She looks beautiful to me anyway at this point. She's a little bigger, like, you know, she's had, how many kids has she had? I can't remember now. what, 2 or 3?
He got 3 now.
Right, 3. So somebody turned around and said, like, there was another man that was saying, oh, well, she's got the money, she should be doing this, that, and the other. She's got no excuse. And a lot of women and men will come in for him and saying like that you're ignorant and so on and so forth. Then he turned around and said, he was like, oh, I if she's got all this money, the only reason why you people are complaining is because you don't have any money. Then another woman turned around and said, it's funny how you all are complaining about women not wanting to have children. And then when they do have children, you then complain about how they look afterwards. So
Mm-hmm.
make up your mind. What is it? Because to us, and even to, I mean, to a lot of us, we would look at her and we would be like, because she looks good. She still looks good, but she's not going to look like what she did when she was 20. We're
Mm-hmm.
talking about almost 20 years ago, but the girl still looks good. And I'm like, what is with some men? And I don't know whether it's an Israelite man or a Gentile, whatever. Could have been an Israelite man. But the fact of the matter, even if it was an Israelite man, I remember like back in the day, and I'm talking way back in the day, like I'm talking about in biblical times, they didn't look at women. Women were not revered for being skinny.
Why were
They
they
weren't.
always why what and you see the culture of the Greeks, the culture of the Greeks and
Yes.
the Romans are all about what you see and what you see on that island. Now think about this, and I want us to really understand. Think about this. It wasn't just women that were being great on the island. Okay, you had men, boys, teenagers also. It's just that men ain't gonna say nothing. They're like, I'm just gonna take that to the grave. Nope.
Then they call it patrimony, the Greeks.
Sister Chantel, it's that melanin that be popping in y'all. That's what it is.
Oh, we know. That's
No,
why. That's why they're so upset and hurt.
You're
yeah,
the original woman.
and they really do get mad about that, and it's like, oh well, my wife needs to have all this plastic surgery, and then they realize, look, whenever they do all the, you realize that they can never like get enough. Like, okay, well, I got to go over, and then they start looking like literally aliens.
Anybody seen Star Trek? Not Insurrection. Oh, what is it? It was the one where they went onto this planet. With this is the Picard one, but they went onto this
That's not
planet, and
me.
these people had they lived longer, but some of their children left the planet. And as they did, they started to age. And one of the things that they would do to try to alleviate their sagginess was these skin stretching routines that they used to do with the I don't know, some robot or something would stretch their skin. And I'm thinking, I've just seen some of these celebrities with they look so snatched, and I'm like, when did that word become such a good thing? Like when you hear these people saying, "Oh my gosh, I'm so snatched," I'm like, you look weird. You look like that. You look Beetlejuice when she puts her face up, or he. I can't remember who it is when they're going into the afterlife thing, and they're trying to get seen, and they're snatching their face, and they're doing all these weird things to their face to scare off the people that are living in their house. That's how some of these celebrities look. They look so snatched, and personally, I think that they're doing this. It's a way for them to look non-human, so that when non-human things walk around, we can't tell the difference.
Well, that may be coming sooner than later, but we kind of took a crazy tangent because again, um, one of the things, like I had stated, and I had this on up here. This is Jeremiah 15:20, right? In those days and in that time, said Yahuwah, the iniquity of Israel shall be sought for, and there shall be none, and the sins of Judah, and they shall not be found. For I will pardon them whom I reserve. Now, I look at that because, look, whenever they do any type of wickedness, right, They always try to say it was our fault. Well, they did it first. Well, we learned from them and all this other nonsense. Believe it or not, we actually learned from their culture, and that's actually what got us in trouble. As I had read First Kings chapter 11, where you did have Solomon, right? Solomon was doing what? He was going after their other god. Solomon went after Molech. And then you literally see what? Leviticus chapter 20. Don't do that, or else you're gonna get deleted. But what did the Most High do? He had patience with us. And he already knew that we were just gonna do wicked and do wicked and do wicked. I'm sorry, we are a product of our ancestors doing wicked. That's why I don't venerate the ancestors. I don't say, oh, thank the ancestors. No, I don't. I thank Yahusha.
You know
He's the
how I
only
feel
one that
about
can
that.
save. He's the only one that can save. Our ancestors literally brought us into this nonsense. You want to thank some wicked people? That's not me.
That was part of my awakening.
Exactly.
When
You
I
couldn't
saw how these
even
people
tell
when I
us
saw how
when
these
this
people act,
was
I
going to
said,
happen
that's
to us.
us.
That's how. When you're thanking them, you're thanking them for not even warning that this. If you're going to say, "Oh well, they're this and they're that," then why didn't they? Why didn't they know what was going to happen to us? And if they didn't know, then why are you thanking them? And if they did know, why are
I'm
you
gonna
thanking them?
listen. I'm sorry. Listen, I think they knew what was going to happen. I don't look. I'm not giving them a pass. I'm not giving our ancestors a pass. They knew what was going to happen. They understood the law, even if they kind of heard of it as well. That's some of our traditional folklore, right? That's what they would have said. That's traditional folklore. However, yeah, I heard that if we continue to do wicked, and this is, I guess, considered wicked. Yeah, I heard that we're going to get judged. But hey, as long as, I can continue to roll the dice and it doesn't happen in my generation,
We see it today.
wasn't that a king of Israel that said
They
that?
knew
Go
that
ahead, brother.
they knew they were God's chosen. So say you can't touch us. We're God's chosen. We can do anything. They weren't worried about obeying God. People who just got the awakening, they are coming with that same spirit. Oh, they just haughty. That
Mm-hmm.
spirit, that pride and stuff. We're the chosen, and not knowing that you're supposed to be the example. You're supposed to be the priest and king. That's us. That was part of my awakening. When I saw them ninjas in the Bible was acting that's just like us. That's my family. That's
Mm-hmm.
going after women of another race in the family. I mean that's what we do. But again, God, the Most High loves us, and we are redeemed. And if we aren't with the program now, so I mean, this is who we were. I don't venerate the ancestors like that. Only don't learn from their mistakes. Just like you tell your children, you don't need to be making my mistakes. Learn from your mistakes, and we inform them.
Really, the only time we actually venerate our ancestors like that, to be honest, is when the Most High has spoken to them, when the Most High has given them a word, right? For them to speak to the generations after them. That's it. Like with David, with Solomon, with Moses, right? With Elijah, right? you know, with Jeremiah, with Isaiah, with all of the other prophets that, hey, speak this word in that day and at that time.
The law and the prophets. Yep.
David was literally continually giving us prophetic understanding and Psalms.
Yeah, Karis. I always think in a movie reference in the last scene of the Godfather movie when he's dying, he gives all his sons the 411 of what's going to happen when I go. This is getting ready. What happened? This is going to happen. This is going to happen, and he was ready to deal with what happened. So the God that is our Father has people to let us know when you see this, do this. When you see this, do this. When you see, and those of us who are woke to the scriptures and filled with the Holy Spirit, we see the signs and we check the boxes and we make the moves.
Yep. Yeah. Remember when our ancestors sacrificed when they put Yahusha, when they said, okay, let let his blood be on the heads of our children and our children's children. They didn't care. As long as it's not my generation, the one that ended up happening 40 years later. Most of the folks that were in that crowd were dead and buried. And then Jerusalem was taken. Jerusalem was seized.
Can I just say something about that? I know I'm gonna lose some people gonna think I'm a heretic, but when when I honestly believe some of those so-called, the scripture says all Israel is in Israel. There was a time the Assyrian king, he took our people out of the land and put other people in the land, and then had one of our priests teach them our culture and our heritage.
Mm-hmm.
But the Most High says he's going to have the angel. The Most High knows who true Israel is and who's not. When they were said there will be let their this is just me now. This is just me. I could be wrong. When he said let his blood be on our hands, I don't think that was Israel. I think those other nations perpetrating or converting to Israel, and they became uh Judah, not by blood, but by learning our customs and our heritage. That's why it was so easy for them to say, crucify him. The scriptures clearly said, my sheep hear my voice. A lot of us rejected him because I personally believe they weren't real Israelites. They were converts. I also believe, just like Peter rejected him, right? Through cowardness. You worry so much for your life. That's why the Bible said, don't love your life. You have to be willing to give up something. If you're going to follow the Most High, it's going to cost you something. It would, a lot of times, it literally cost us our life to do right. If you read the Maccabees, we were willing to die than to eat the swine.
That's true.
You understand? So that's just my opinion.
Oh yeah, and again, yes. Was there a mix? There was a mix. There were a lot of the what they would call Sumerians. You did have a lot of folks that came on into Judea, right? Those were even it shows in Maccabees that they tried to take on our culture, right? However, when we were returning from the Sumerian, that's what it was. We were returning from the Sumerian captivity, and that was shown with Nehemiah and Ezra and others, right? Zerubbabel, things of that nature, building back up the temple for the second time, right? And then our people crying because some could remember the temple and some, didn't, were shouting for joy because, they're building the temple. There was mixed emotion. However, in that area, as you are right, Brother Eric, you did have a lot of things going on because it was always confusion. That's what the Greeks did. They came through and they continued that confusion of Babylon, of the Sumerian Empire, right? Hey, they conquered. And so guess what? They're going to keep up with the culture. They conquered. So it was kind of that the one movie in Pitch Black or the Chronicles of Riddick, right? you keep what you kill or whatever. That they're telling on themselves, but they keep what they conquered, and that conquership is through the syncretism that they know of. But again, just like now, right? Why are they always so hard pressed about Iran and Russia? And why are they always trying to do all this crazy stuff? For what? Sanction them for what? Oh, they're this and this policy and our doctrine and then you always have to ask the question, what does that really mean? Right? Are they really messing with you. I didn't think that they're really messing with you. They really don't have a power to sanction anybody or do anything. But
So,
no,
Karis, were you
yeah, go
referring
ahead.
to Riddick? Were you referring
Yes,
to Riddick?
yes, I was. Oh, yes, I was.
Keep what you conquer. Remind me, that whole story reminds me of the Roman Empire and stuff, right?
Yes, it is. Remember, they were even dressed as Romans.
Yeah.
Furia. Why? We're the Furians. We had a supernatural, right? And again, they had Vin Diesel playing the Furian,
Yeah.
a black man. He's half
If
and
that ain't
half.
them telling on themselves, I mean, what is? They always telling on themselves.
That was the epitome of them telling on themselves. Now they are coming up with a different Riddick. Supposedly, I am kind of I am kind of interested in that movie. I love me some sci-fi movies. And that would be a little interesting.
Well,
But
whoever they get, he better be charismatic, right?
Yeah,
they're
that's hard shoes to follow right there. He played
Yeah.
that part really well.
He did.
they're gonna get themselves another mixed actor. Oh my
Gentlemen, I'm
goodness!
sorry. Karis, I'm sorry. The devil has got into StreamYard. It's kicking me so out there. Because the government's on my stuff anyway. But goodness, it's kicking out all
Has
this. Does
anybody
that happen
seen?
to you too?
Yeah, that StreamYard is kicking folks on out. They don't like.
I
Listen,
was going to say, was it just me then?
you understand? You understand they don't like this stuff, man. We're talking all these truths. Now I'm gonna be like Minister Rick. I'm gonna be all sorts of paranoid going outside. I'm gonna be like, go in front of me, Ray. Sniff it on out, Ray. Stop. Halt. Heal. All right, Ray.
So
Smith.
let me ask y'all something. Since you brought up Riddick, when you think about the necromongers, right, which is a dead kingdom, isn't that what we see today of America and the Roman Empire, right? And now we're seeing debt really manifesting itself with the Epstein files and what they're doing to all kind of people who like babies and stuff. It's
Man,
like,
it is absolutely
They took the mark.
manifesting itself. The wicked is absolutely manifesting itself.
The metaphors are in all their movies. Predictive programming. It's all that they tell us. They got to tell it all.
Can I ask you guys? Have you guys seen the trailer for this film called "Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die"?
no.
That must be British. That must be a
Look,
British.
if it's a British movie, we're not seeing it, right? We don't get those.
It's not a British. It's
The
not a
only
British
British
movie.
movies we watch is things with Idris Elba and maybe James Bond.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's not.
Maybe
It's like
James Bond.
it's like basically it says claiming to be from the future, a man takes hostages
Shaun of the Dead.
at LA diner to recruit unlikely heroes to help him save the world. Now, from what I can gather in the trailer, because I've never seen it before. It was the one time I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, this looks interesting actually, because it tells a lot, right? But it's basically it's kind of like it feels like as if they're living like somehow they're in the future. They're plugged into like a kind of like a matrix, a game. Everything is in it's like a game. Life is a game, but they don't even realize that they're in a game or something along them lines. But it looks really brutal. Like it's like it kind of looks hilarious at the same time, but it's like, okay, this is a reality I really don't want to live in, but it's a reality that I can really see that this is going. If you see the trailer, if you watch the trailer, I'm going to try and see if I can put it in the chat, but if you watch the trailer, oh, somebody said they've seen the trailer. It looks so trippy. I was like, what is this? Because it's like, there's some sort of computer program that's swirling around that has these tentacles or something or another. It's crazy. Now, I did watch it. I saw the trailer when it was late at night, so, but it does look crazy. And then they got the new
And what's
He-Man
the name of it?
coming up.
It's Good
It's
Luck,
called-
Have Fun, Don't Die. I
Yes.
see it. Yeah, I see it right now. Is it in the movie theater? Is it in movies?
I don't know. Where says it came out 2025? I don't even
Yeah,
remember seeing it.
yeah.
I
If
literally,
it
I
did that, it must have been too much. It must have been. Oh no! Oh no! It's on out. It's on out still.
oh, it's released.
Yeah,
Okay, all
it's
right.
on out. Yeah, because it over by my theater, it has it at 12:25. All right, we're gonna have to
What's
wrap
the
this
name
up.
of the movie? What's the name of the movie? I'm
The
sorry. What's the
movie's
name of the
called
movie?
Good
Good,
Luck,
good.
Have Fun, Don't Die.
Good luck. Wow. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a title, isn't it?
Yeah, it has Michael Pena. He does a lot of sci-fi movies.
And you've
Um,
got what's his face in there? Sam Rockwell,
yeah, Zazie Beats.
Zaddy Beats. Yes,
Zazie Beats. She was on the Deadpool movie. So
let's see what the plot's
interesting.
about.
Oh, the release date was actually the 13th. Interesting.
Friday the 13th, eh?
Oh boy. Oh, another interesting date. As I was looking at some things, okay, when I tell you, I said I was doing my little my study on Saturday, right? The halfway point between, you can't make this up. The halfway point between Lent, because Lent I think starts sometime tomorrow, or it starts this week. Lent. I'm sorry, I'm not a Catholic. When does Lent start?
Fat Tuesday.
Yeah, let me make sure.
Yeah, Fat Tuesday and is Ash Wednesday or something like that.
Fat Tuesday, and then 40 days later is Easter.
Who, what,
Yeah,
where?
and so Lent actually starts this week, the 18th, and it goes until April 2nd. Easter, I believe, is on April 5th this year, if I'm not mistaken. And so what I looked at, I said, well, let me find out during that time, because all the halfway points are always when they like venerate everything, halfway point of everything, right? That's their peak of the season. And I was looking, and I also had to find out, when is the full moon in March? Because when you start to know their type of patterns and everything else, so I looked at that, and the full moon is going to be. It's called Here's the funny thing about that full moon. It's actually called worm moon.
Wow.
Look on up. I kid you not. Worm moon.
Worm
And
Moon.
worm moon.
Hmm.
Yes, that's the popular moon name. Uh, 10 on the 13th. On the 13th, which is Friday the 13th. That is, the midpoint. That is actually technically the midpoint between of Lent, right? That's the midpoint of Lent. And remember, Lent, it is their pagan holiday. We don't have Lent. As a follower of the way, as a follower of Yahusha, you never had Lent. That was always a pagan holiday. And I forgot what Lent actually stood for, but I just know that it's their pagan deity, right? It also falls on the same day as Friday the 13th. I kid you not. You can't make this up.
The day the Templars fell.
Which, to me, I'm going to say this. I don't like to speculate on a lot of dates, but I had already kind of figured that that's when they would try to do something.
Huh.
In terms of that's the time frame that they're looking at to strike Iran. Just me.
So you think
right?
that's going to be a startup date for the Fight Club, huh?
Well, yeah, because again, now you have a couple of things going on here. What's going on? You'll have another month or so because they're going to try to hype up these Epstein files and things of that nature. You already see that happening even in our own community, right? You have to hype things up. And they're going to have probably more disclosures of, our folks in there. Let me show you this, because there was an article
So you think that
right
date will
here.
help wag the dog then? That's
Oh,
that wag the dog date.
no, they're wagging a dog right now. And remember, as I stated, and I put that link in the video or in this chat, Iran's not going to settle with the diplomatic. Excuse me. Iran's not going to settle with the diplomatic overtures, right? Oh well, we're gonna do this. Remember, like, I think even a couple of days ago, they said, oh, they're going to have another meeting or something in, I think, Switzerland, something crazy. They're not, and I'm going to tell you this: Iran's not stupid. You want to know why? I really do believe a lot of the folks in the Middle East, they listen to us. I'm just saying, I believe that. But here's this. This is as of today. It says here, DOJ may have only released 2% of Epstein cash, despite Bondi's claim all files released report finds by David Gilmer. A new investigation examining emails sent between federal investigators and prosecutors has raised fresh doubts over the Department of Justice's claim that it released a full cache of Jeffrey Epstein files, suggesting the material made public amounts to just 2% of the data gathered by federal agents. I think that I'm just going to tell you this. They have so much on this system that this is going to take out the whole system. And yes, Brother Jermaine has even stated it. The Ides of March. That's during the Ides of March. Aries, the god of war. Anti, right? Goddess of destruction and war, also feminine. Anta. I don't care. I don't care how you all state this. To me, I'm sorry. There's just too many coincidences.
That's how they don't see it, though.
So we're never gonna get the tape. White's gone wild. We're never gonna see that, huh?
Let me. I'm gonna throw this on out there. When did OIF start? That's Operation Iraqi Freedom. Operation Iraqi Freedom started March 20th, 2003. And I would say actually it started beforehand, because everything was still getting put in place around early February, March timeframe. Remember, they're putting all their assets in place right now. They're putting all their planes in place. They're putting all their aircraft, their airframes. They're putting all their aircraft carriers. This is the Ides of March. This is that time frame. All of the volatility. My bad. Shalom, Brother Fats Nickel. Talking about market volatility. I'm sorry. Shalom. How are you?
Shalom and shalom to everybody. I've been listening since you started. The only reason I jumped
Brother
on
Fast Nickel.
Good, shalom, everyone, and shalom, Brother Eric. I just wanted to make this comment. This is my personal opinion. You guys can take it where you want. When you were asking about why the devil went through the woman. So think about this. We know women are emotional creatures. Men tend to be thinkers, builders, etc. So he went through the woman, and because of that emotional aspect, if you think going down the line, they took the man out of the family because they didn't want that alpha male figure to overtake that emotional woman. So they have the emotional woman. Look at the news. News is all about emotions, getting you riled up. And even you as a man,
easier to manipulate.
As a man, when we get out of our dominant state and we start thinking from emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Go ahead.
We start making irrational decisions because of emotions. I don't know if any of you have ever watched the show on Netflix, the Outer Bank. I can't, not Outer Banks, but it takes place in the Missouri. I can't think of the name of it. But the husband, he was so calm and cool and collected, but his wife was so emotional, and she would constantly do things from an emotional side.
Is that the Ozarks?
The Ozarks. The Ozarks. If you've never seen the Ozarks, you got to watch the Ozarks. She would constantly do things and get them messed up from an emotional standpoint, but he would constantly have to reel her back in. And when you just look at life, it's the emotional side that gets you in trouble.
The scripture said what king goes into battle before he first assesses
She met her end though.
Assess his enemy.
Remember
And I'm
the
saying that
the drug dealer woman, the had the put her lights out.
Yeah, well, I think the principle.
Do you remember the episode?
Yeah, I think Brother Eric's on his phone, because on the phone, StreamYard, you can't hear anything on StreamYard.
Yeah, StreamYard is, yeah.
I have to get off the phone.
If you are on your phone, I encountered that a couple weeks ago.
I'm fine. I'm on StreamYard on my phone and I can hear. I think it's down to your
Yeah, because I think that's why Brother Eric overtalks everybody, because I don't think he hears anybody talking.
So I'll then need to say, if you are a phone user, you know, please.
I am a phone user.
Yeah.
But I'm good.
Now go ahead, because I've only seen a little bit of Ozark. I really couldn't get into it. That first episode.
It's really good. It's like it'll keep you on the edge of your chair from episode 1 of season 1 through episode 5. But they want us to show you it's all about emotions.
They want us to be anti-rational.
Correct. Anti-rational.
The scripture I was referencing, they said, what king goes into battle before he self-assesses? We size up our opponent. You know, we might feel a certain way, but we look, hey, that's big. I'm not fitting to do that. We may take a path of diplomacy or whatever. The woman, it don't matter. If she feels a certain way, she's going. And I used to, in youth ministry, a couple of the kids, I would always call raised by their mama boys. When these young men have been raised by their mama with no male influence, you take that out of it, then you can manipulate them, and this is what they do.
Exactly.
You know, Brother Fastnickel, I think you're onto something. You know, because just from how we perceive all, like the Europeans, how they perceive what's going on in America, it's like, not you, but you know, Americans are very emotional. And when I say Americans, you know who I'm talking about. Everything that they do is based on emotion. Even their hatred and how they treat you is based on emotion. You ask them, why do you hate them? I don't know, I just hate them. Why? It's emotion. They're not logical. They like to think they're logical, but they're not logical. They're highly irrational.
Exactly. That's why they tampered with the food to raise the estrogen levels to decrease the manly
testosterone. Yeah, because if you have a testosterone on a balance, and let me tell you this. Let me tell you how bad that is. I'm sorry. You have males in their pre-pubescent and post-pubescent age groups. They have male chest issues.
I get what you're saying.
They have breast.
It's called gycostomy. Gynecostomy, or I think I'm close to pronouncing it right.
Well, yeah, they literally have breast, and that is from the direct result of the estrogen producing chemicals that are here in the United States. And what you're dealing with, you know, when you're dealing with these different, you know, chemicals that they even ban in the UK, They don't ban here. They ban in the UK because I think they actually like their people a little bit more than than the people here. I'm just saying.
Just a smidge. Just a smidge.
Just a smidge. Yeah, they're not, all the greatest, but at least, they try to act like they care about somebody.
Yeah.
Well,
You now have
that's cattle management 101. We were chattel slavery. That's how you manage cattle.
well,
You marginalize the males and you maximize the women, and you go as much as castrate the males. And that's what you do. That's why we got the alphabet community. You don't
and
want an alpha male
well, let
in
me
this under supremacy.
let me also explain this, because in the same token, in the same dynamics, you now have more females that are looking more masculine.
Mm-hmm.
That's true too.
You get what I'm telling you? It is literally a whole confusing gender thing that I'm looking at every single day. And I'm like, these are 13, 14-year-olds. And I'm like, why are these girls acting so masculine?
Gender benders.
And it's not the gender benders. It's not. That's just how that goes. Because they'll even, they'll have their pink and everything else on, they'll be real feminine, but their physique is real masculine. And the
What do you
men's
mean,
physique,
Paris? Don't you find me pretty?
What
and it's
steroids they feed the cattle? That meat,
and it's
that's hyped up steroid meat that they feed these kids. Even the infamil.
but the saddest thing is, it is in the food, and the more that they consume or indulge that food, I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, they're putting estrogen in this thing. They're putting this in this thing. And I look at that, I'm like, man, they have the school lunches, and I'm like, I'm not touching any of that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, ugh. But that is really, but the saddest thing is that that's what they're consuming. And because of what they're consuming, you're now seeing that it's like, oh man, I really can't talk to these kids, because afterwards, after they literally are eating lunch, it's like all hell breaks loose. And I know why all hell breaks loose is because of all the chemicals that they're being infused with, because it's literally messing with their actual minds and their actual bodies.
Eating
And
Firing
frankenfood.
off neurons.
Frankenfood.
this is worse than frankenfood, and now it just shows you how demonic everything is. Because I truly believe this: if you didn't have these Epstein files, right, showing and exposing the system, they would never, these parents would be like, oh no, I'm just going to give them this and give them that. And now I'm praying that these parents are realizing, like, I can't give my kids this because I don't know what this is, right? The HEK 293, human embryo kidney, 293. All of these different things, and it's like, oh my goodness. But now it's showing, because then it was like, well, you can't really eat anything. There's nothing clean here. It's like, dang, there's really nothing clean here. There is nothing clean.
Karis, do you understand why the Most High says, I need to clean you in Ezekiel 18? Cleanse our blood and everything.
Oh yeah. No, we're Frankensteins here. Because again, now think about it like this. Now, this isn't just with the kids, it's now been done over a generation. We now talk about, we could say from the 80s, 90s, all the way, to now, over a few generations. And now at this time with these generations, they don't even know what's happening. They're just like, they're zombies. I'm sorry. The
Joel
people here are zombies.
3:21. Joel 3:21. He says, "I will cleanse their blood." That's the process of us getting back to the land. When you all went over to Africa and you ate real food over there, it was a shock to your system. But you were healthy. We get back on the continent. We got a choice of getting back to real food and not on this poison here.
Exactly. But let me get back to this. You now have a people in agreement with wickedness, because you want to know why? Simply put, you're now dealing with a generation that's literally just out of their mind. They're out of their mind. They're out of their mind because of the food consumption that they have. And to me, personally speaking, I don't think that they can actually understand, you know, where they're at and what they're doing, or really have that baseline of, this is actually bad. What do you mean what's bad? No, this is good. They
Unless
can't
those
even
times were
articulate.
shortened, all life would cease.
Exactly. So they can't really articulate how bad things are, because remember, they're not provided the understanding of critical thinking. This isn't critical thinking. This is pre-programmed thoughts that if you go outside of what they're thinking, then you are a radical, right? You are
Mhm.
this. Then you get labeled as you are that. And again, let me just tell you this, we were all under that label, because why? Because what we were doing was so far outside of the norm, it made no sense to a lot of people. Oh, you're crazy. That makes no sense. These Epstein files, now they're literally having to look inside with the limited, and I'm going to tell you this, with the limited brain capacity that is here in the West. They're mad about something. They just don't even understand that their minds are gone. You
Can
get
I,
what I'm
can I,
telling you?
can I quickly
Yeah,
Can I
go ahead.
quickly interject? It's just with a verse. It's Deuteronomy 28. This is regarding the food. Deuteronomy 28:48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which Yahuwah shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness, in want of all things, and he shall put the yoke of iron upon thy neck until he has destroyed thee. I don't think we realize how deep this is. Look, this is the kind of thing that we go to the Most High. We ask the Most High for our daily bread. The Most High saying that I'm going to put these people over you, that you're going to look at them as God, Jesus, right? You to the point where everything that He gives you, you're thinking it's good for you until the day you wake up and you realize this is killing you. You're
Mm-hmm.
going to be eating filth. This is what it's talking about. Then when you go to other verses where it talks about how people are going to be eating certain foods and but it's unclean and eating mice and all this stuff, we don't know what we're eating.
Well,
This
Karen,
is a
Ezekiel
this is
4,
Go
Ezekiel
ahead.
4, 12 to 13 says, and thou shalt eat it as barley cakes, and thou shalt bake it with dung that cometh out of man in their sight. And that's literally what's happening, right? We're eating dung. They putting crap in our food.
Karis, last Monday, my mother went home to be with the Lord at 105 years old.
Oh,
Up until yeah,
I
well,
didn't even know that. My
she
condolences,
died in the
brother
Lord.
Richard.
Well, no, she
condolences.
graduated. She got out. She graduated. So, but what I'm saying is, she's greatest generation. The boomers, my peers, are not living that long.
Guys, can y'all
Taking
hear me?
this
Because
poison,
every now and then it
poison,
just keeps going out. It goes blank.
po-
We hear a
po-
robot. Did you get taken over, brother Eric?
You did sound a bit
so,
robotic.
so we got to get back to the land and get some real food here, because this place
Yep.
is toxic. It's
Brother
toxic.
Karras, real quick. This is perfect segue. Everyone follow my channel, Faith and Fitness by Garth. I will be talking about the food deception, the things that they're putting in our food to,
Mm-hmm.
um, cause detriment on our health. And I'll be talking about that. And also follow my channel, because through my channel, I'm inspiring us to take care of our vessels. Obviously, the Most High wants us to be spiritual, but also with His Word, He wants us to also be abundant in all things. That means our health physically. On my channel, also encourage people to work out, and I believe He sent me to help people work out and how to, eat right. And this Friday, I'll be talking about the different things that they put in our food, like high fructose corn syrup and this other chemical called maltodextrin. When you get your salad dressings, that says sugar free, but they put this starch in it called maltodextrin, which completely destroys your blood sugar, and it raises your blood sugar like twice the time, like twice the amount of sugar. So a lot of things that they put in the food, like, you know, Brother Yacoba talked about seed oils. You know, basically all the food that, all these foods that are, you know, deemed healthy, they put seed oils, and basically seed oils are basically, you know, byproducts of things that they use to lubricate engine oil and stuff like that, and
Industrial.
they basically stay in your system for they don't years basically. So I'll be talking about that. That's all I was gonna
It's,
say. I'm gonna put my chat. I mean
Oh,
my
so
Babylon is just
nothing is
wicked, man.
safe. Nothing is safe. That's why listen. I was trying to do a couple of years ago. I was trying to do a food distribution. And I said, Father, I said, I pray that we could do a food distribution. I was even trying to roadmap where that would come through via the ports in Miami, Jacksonville, and Savannah. There are some major ports that were there. And I got discouraged because a lot of folks are like, you can't do that. I said, and they're like, it's going to be that cost and this and that. And I said, but maybe we can. I said, because I'm telling you, now you're seeing this, and I'm going to the pure fact of the matter. The pure fact of the matter is this. Let me put Brother Garth on out there. Faith and Fitness by Garth. Please subscribe, family. Please subscribe. Because you won't, you know, when that fleet thing comes, you better have a little bit of, you know, at least mental and physical acumen, you know, to get on down the stairs, to get to where you need to go. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, yeah, some stamina. You know, at least to make it down a block or two. Just a
endurance.
block or two.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we laugh, but it's actually not, it's not funny. This is actually the truth. And when you have a dumbed down people, you're now able to say, okay, well, we need to go to war with these people. Well, why are we going to war with these people? They're bad. Uh-oh.
I literally just watched Idiocracy yesterday for the first time, watching it in full. I've never actually watched it in full, and I was like, oh my
I
gosh.
need to check your measurements. Put that
Ew! Like
sorry.
ew!
Sorry.
And then
This
like he
one
mixed
goes
up
in
that.
your mouth and this one
Ugh.
goes in your butt. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh! I was like,
That was horrible.
it was gross. For people like us, we'd be looking like, I'm mortified. Oh my gosh, I'm not even gonna lie, that film was hilarious. It's so, and then their clothes is just nothing but advertising. But then I'm looking around, I'm thinking most of these designer clothes are advertising anyway. They are
Yeah, they
advertising, but
are.
you know.
Yeah, they are.
Well,
They
Sister
really
Chantel, it's not funny anymore, is it?
No, it ain't.
are.
Life is more funnier than that right now. But goodness, man, that was just gross.
And
President
look,
That was
Macho.
disgusting.
I wouldn't put it past people today watering their lawns with Gatorade. I really would.
I was just about
Because Brando,
to say because it's got electrolyte.
plants
Yep.
crave electrolytes.
Oh, you know what? I'm surprised that those plants didn't grow like. Does
Yeah.
anybody remember Jason the Wheeled Warriors?
Oh my goodness. Yo, that's what Pam Bondi sounded like when she was testifying. Our
Because it's got
stock in
Yeah,
electrolyte.
Brando. Our
I
stock
don't
in Brando. It will
I don't
collapse.
know
brother
how
Yacoba, brother Yacoba, you're absolutely right. I remember one time I was watering my lawn, and the water came out foamy. I mean, it was literally soapy water. Seemed like it was coming out of the hose. So they are
Foamy?
definitely tampering with our water.
well
Well,
even
remember they put the fluoride and everything else in the water. They put, you know, the water, even here in Florida, they soften the water, quote unquote. And when you look at the water, they call it reclaimed water. it
Oh,
literally stains the sidewalks. Sorry, go ahead.
Yakoba, we're actually living in Star Trek before the time. Like
You mean before the
the
nuclear war?
yeah, like we're living like on recycled water and recycled food and all this.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
these nuggets and stuff. Mm-mm.
presumably, I'm in Chicago. Presumably, we got all kind of fresh water. But by the time they put fluoride in it and then run it through the lead that's in the pipes,
Mm-hmm.
you can't drink that. I mean, it's set up, and the other item is fitness. This Chirac environment here, but I mean in many of our major cities, this whole thing, this toxicity they have put around our young people. They aren't physically. They don't go out and play. They don't
Mm-mm.
go out and play. Years ago in
So
ministry, I would hit the playgrounds.
Do,
Children literally do not go out and
yeah.
play. They are
do you
sheltering
know
in place because
do you know how many kids? Do you know how many kids I have that they have some sort of heart conditions? They have juvenile diabetes just because of how bad they eat. It's staggering. It is
It's
staggering.
about to get worse because in Texas they're talking about putting fracking water into our water supply.
Oh
So
no.
they gonna kill us. They're gonna kill us all.
Father, come get us.
Yeah,
Father,
so
they
help.
they put in
so
like all that stuff that the kids like to eat. They high fructose corn syrup that completely destroys your liver and it causes juvenile diabetes.
well
And
they don't go out in Chicago. It's basketball city, right? 20 years ago, 10 years ago, I would go out in ministry when I want to talk to these young people in the summer. I would hit the courts. I'd go fill up a case full of, God forgive me, I'd have Gatorade and juices and stuff in there, cold stuff. And that was the come on. I'd say, hey, call time out. I want to holler at you and give everybody cold beverages. I went out there this summer and they're not there. The children
Mm.
do not play. This social media, this warfare, this toxic environment. That's why Esau don't bother me as much. This thing, he is this poison again. Us acting like Esau. We hate black people as much as they hate black people. That's the narrative that's out there, and these things like in the street. So I mean, we literally have to get back on the streets. Well, we have to get off the streets. We just got to get out of here, because the Babylon has come, the habitation of every foul bird and spirits, and they out there already.
But you know the other reason the kids aren't going out? Because they have psychological problems because they're being poisoned. And a lot of us think it's only the food, but it's the fluoride and the chlorine and in the water, and then it's the bromide in the bread, which causes
And in the air.
and in the air, yeah, the air toxicity, and it causes dysregulation, which is why people have high blood pressure, diabetes. It's not just the food, right? And so they're tearing our bodies up, but nobody listens.
We can't get. We're literally, we're slowly dying up in here, and
Oh
Drinking
yeah,
that's
that
oh
the.
yeah.
Babylon Kool-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Brother
So
Yakoba, you were
Yakoba,
talking about that last week where the commercials talk about the cortisol while you're fat, but you were saying that
Yeah.
you and your brother had done a study and it's really more than that.
Yeah,
whoa.
it's the fluoride and the chlorine that's making you fat, right? It sounds crazy though, but what it does is it causes dysregulation within your in your hormonal system, right? And so, your thyroid controls the production of your the production and storage of fat, right? And it raises your cortisol, it throws your whole hormone out of whack. And so that's why these kids have psychological problems. That's why everybody fat in the United States. That's why when you leave here, it's not just the food, it's the water, right? They know all of this stuff.
And
So,
you haven't even talked about the lollipop, folks.
oh, I ain't even bring that up. I think people know my position.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're now already seeing the work that's been doing, because now these studies are actually coming out. What, 6 years later, 5 6 years later, and it's a shame. It's a shame that we all knew you're just gonna have to give it time, because to me that was the worst Depop program, that people are just lining up. They're just lining up, Depopping themselves, deleting
Harris,
themselves.
Going into the showers.
And you know, you
Got
go
it.
to places like Sprouts or Whole Foods thinking that, hey, let me at least try to get some organic food or some healthier food. But even that's not really true because, you know, the rule of the organic, it doesn't have to be fully organic for them to classify it as organic.
Mhm.
So you're eating that stuff and it doesn't matter. Like, until you get out of this country, you're just
Yeah.
doomed because some people will outlive others, but we're all doomed from the foods we eat. Whether
Yeah.
even just drinking water, as
That's the
crazy as that
Yep.
sounds.
That's the only way you really can mitigate that, brother Fast Nickel, is to fast and to work out. And because when you work out, you're basically stimulating your lymphatic system to get waste out and your immune system, and also you're sweating out whatever is
That's
being
very
put in it.
true.
And
That's
but
very
even
true.
for me, I'll admit that, like, I'm not 20 years old anymore, and my body is reacting totally different to all this food, really. And honestly, the only thing that's sustaining me is prayer and the Most High, and my discipline that I got from working out early to just keep on moving. Because if you're not moving, you're dying, and your body. You need to stimulate your body. You need to move. You need to, keep your heart rate at a certain, you know, at a certain pace. You need to move around. You can't really be sedentary and eat all this food and eat all this junk and think it's going to, work out for you, because yeah, they are literally, poisoning us.
My
Well,
my diet is so bland. I get so tired of eating what I eat. I can't eat like I used to eat. I can't eat fried chicken. I can't eat pizza. I can't eat none of that stuff that was so tasty, right?
Yeah,
Nah.
honestly,
What?
I'm fighting that right now
What Kevin
because I'm
Hart?
36.
What Kevin Hart? What about that pizza, Kevin Hart?
the
Not that pizza.
Not that pizza. Oh
not
boy.
that pizza. Not the Ponzi.
Oh boy.
The
Because
Ponzi
literally,
scheme
as you
was,
age, your body changes. And, for all the young people who are listening, yeah, now you could, eat or drink, and be like, I'm fine the next day. But as you get older, your body changes. And, especially now, it's probably going to accelerate with all the chemicals that they're putting in the food.
well,
Yeah,
because of the Babylon Ponzi scheme, you weren't supposed to live to collect your Social Security. In fact, when it started out, most
exactly.
people didn't live that long. So
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
they got to die off. You got to kill off these old folks because
Yep.
the boomers. We're drawing the system. Too many of us live too long. We're
Yeah.
dragging the whole thing down.
No, for real. That has shown that they're actually going to collapse the system. This is why. Look, they've already collapsed the system. The system's collapsed. They're just trying to now run into war because that is all right. Do you not think? I'm going to tell you this. Put a one in the chat if you believe that the U.S. will use a nuke on Iran. Put a two in the chat if you don't think that the U.S. is going to use a nuke. One, if the U.S. is going to use a nuke. Two, if the U.S. isn't. I'm going to tell you this. The U.S. is going to indeed use a nuclear weapon. Let
You
me
say
tell you.
tactical nukes and all that stuff. What does that mean? What does that mean? What's the difference?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. China China and Russia. They basically gave Iran all their best. Okay. They didn't give Iran all their best because Iran was still kind of they're still real messed up with all their stuff. You have an Iran that still wants to deal with the West, and you have an Iran that's just like, forget this. They're liars, right? That's just how that goes. Now you're coming through, and you're seeing an Iran that's like, okay, we can't deal with the West at all, and they know that all these little circus games and everything else. Iran doesn't care. They don't mind that because what they're doing is they're getting the weapons. And think about this from a purely militaristic standpoint. If you're getting weapons, right, you want to have as much time as you can to do what? To train on those weapons. You have to train. You have to train. You have to get familiar. You have to get so familiar that as you train on those weapons, you have to go through stress test scenarios. So when you are literally going through live fire exercise, you have to feel those zings and zings, but around your ears and your head that, oh my goodness, I could get killed if, or at least my helmet blown off if I do something stupid and I'm not crawling. They're doing that.
So muscle memory.
Yeah, they got to do that because you got to beat the fear. That's what the training is. You got to beat the fear, and then the more you do it, that is the muscle memory that your mind will start to have programmed. Now,
you also have to train for the response of the other side.
Exactly, but here's what Iran had said, and I stated this, and they let that be known. They're like, look, Trump wants to have a limited action because why? He's trying to save face. Right? They play the games. Hey, guess what? If we just do a hit on you real quick, right? We just hit something, we'll release the couple $1 billion that we actually owe you. Remember, Iran stuff got confiscated back in the 1970s with the Shah. The Shah took on out there billions of dollars. People don't understand that. That dude was, they say, oh, it was the greatest part. I guess it was actually just still a dictatorship. It was just a dictatorship sponsored by the West. They just now had an autocratic theological. There you go.
You see the protests over the weekend. They're trying to get either his son or his grandson back in power.
Yes. Yes. That was in LA that they were trying to do the protest.
LA,
right?
But they said it's not just LA, it was worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
The protests.
And that's all coordinated actions. That's all coordinated actions and responses. Who's the world? It's all Western powers, right? It's all Western powers. They didn't have that in, probably not in Asian countries. You certainly wouldn't have that in African countries. It was just basically all Western countries.
So let me ask you this. I put one in the chat thinking America, but now as I think about it, I don't think America would drop a nuke. Because I look at America dropping a nuke on Iran is like the Epstein files. People like as atrocious as it is, people ignore it. But with the Epsteins, they all want to jump on Trump. So I think that if Israel was the one that dropped the bomb, the world will go insane, and that's when havoc will just break loose.
I'm going to tell you this. To me, just personally speaking, and I can't tell you, obviously, I'm just going to tell you this. Israel doesn't have the capacity. They may say that it's Israel, or excuse me, that Eastern Mediterranean nation. They don't have the capacity. It'll be the U.S.
But they got tactical nukes. All they got to do is drop one, right?
Again, I don't think Israel literally... I'm just telling you, with what I do know, because the only way that they could do that is through Azerbaijan, and Israel and Azerbaijan have good relationships, so they'll do that over the Caspian Sea. However, Iran isn't stupid; they'll detonate that over the Caspian Sea. That's why they have their S-500s and everything else. So that Caspian Sea is on lock.
So they don't have the delivery system to get the missile there through the air defense that they brought up.
Bingo. On top of that, thank you, Brother Garth. He says, don't incriminate yourself. Yeah, I don't need to have no folks knocking.
When Brother Jacobus talks about that country being the little horn, I think something has to happen to take them out of whack, because right now they're still a puppet master.
No. The retaliation, I'm going to tell you this, the retaliation, and that's what Iran has said, that they're going to basically that state is gone. That nation is gone. So all the whiles at the same time, what are they trying to do? Let's think about this. In Ukraine, they're now trying to introduce the UN in Ukraine. for the quote unquote Zaporozhye nuclear power point. The war of Ukraine is coming to an end. I still believe that all the quote unquote funding and everything else, they'll have a quote unquote cessation of hostilities to then bring some folks in.
Let me ask you this, Karis. So, and I thought that too, that they're going to go to Ukraine. I think they're going to go to two places because one place, yeah, they're going to go to Patagonia, right, over in Argentina, and they're going to go to Ukraine. Because here's the thing. We all know that that Middle Eastern nation can't survive for too much longer, right? It's too small, right? I mean, that whole greater Israel thing, that I don't think that can pan out personally.
It was always a misnomer with the greater. I mean, that's not even a land. If they really wanted to be truthful about it, it would be like the greater Greece, the greater Greek campaign.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just to be honest, you know, with themselves, that's literally what it'd be. Being able to get back into parts of Africa, the Nubian desert, so that they can be able to have the Red Sea. Remember, they've always been a seafaring people. Why do you think that they don't go more interior? They have to be on what? Tel Aviv and everything else, Jaffa, you know. That's the reality of it. And the reason is
they have the second highest melanoma rate in the world in Israel. They're not made for that.
Well, yeah, because literally, you know, they didn't want to have their quote unquote DNA tests, because why? That's another piece of scientific evidence that they swear by, right? They believe in their God of science, right? And then that scientific evidence, that's something that they would have. Man, I don't know who's clipping their toenails, but they need to put themselves on mute. All right. But sorry, I'm not trying to call folks out on that one, but okay.
My bad.
You realize this is going on for 4 hours?
Because we're having fun. If we're having fun in the chat, hey, chat, we're
My
having fun.
gosh,
chat.
man. Even I have a limit.
We're having fun, chat.
Listen, Chantel, it's your fault. It's your fault. You called brother.
Congregation of dangerous Negroes.
Before his show started.
God can't hear you. What happens?
I need 50 million subscribers, cat. 50 million.
Don't put me out there.
50 million.
Like, subscribe.
Don't put me on blast, Eric. And I love the fact that Jacoba's quiet.
Now, Sister Chantel's sound blocked out. My StreamYard is just whacking out.
Jacoba's like, should I show everybody the length of messages that you leave me to be talking about how we're still going on after 4 hours? I can't even imagine how many hours of voice messages is on Jacoba.
Well, it's a holiday, so that's why we're talking long today, because it's a holiday.
Yeah, we're just
it's just
kicking it.
You know,
we're kicking it. This is one of our last times before they start going crazy. You know how
that's true.
You pesky Negroes are starting too much trouble on here. This thing going haywire.
Yeah, we're helping to finish up people's shifts. This is already half a shift.
Listen, I'm cool. I'm cool with the length. You know me. I'm fine with it. I can talk for days.
Yeah, but as
I validate that.
I was just waiting. I kept quiet. I thought, maybe you might let it slide. No, you didn't.
I couldn't pass that up. I'm sorry, Sister Chantel. I couldn't pass it up.
Oh my gosh, Jacoba's just not letting. He's not letting nothing slide.
Nope.
I don't wish this, but the other thing that we still are awaiting a black swan event to hit this country.
Yeah, it's all. But I always say this: anything that deals with financials, man. Look, financials were gone, or I'm not going to say financials were gone. The components, the actual foundations and fundamentals of the financials, they were gone back in 2020. They were gone. Remember, everything like literally tailed off. And it was the U.S. that literally had to come back to all these other countries, be like, hey, come back. We're going to give you this and give you that and all this other stuff. So when they tell you about, BlackRock and everything else, what they forget to mention and what people forget to bury, that in March of 2020, they actually had legislation that gave basically control of U.S. government money over to BlackRock to be able to push into the economy. They gave them about I would say like a 7-year lifeline. This is why they were so aggressive with all the Bitcoin and crypto. They don't have much time with that. In my opinion, we're probably at around 5.5 years until like the whole thing collapses. But I think it's actually sooner, because now you have a lot of other things happening when it comes to now people not buying debt, right?
You know what's funny? You know who owns BlackRock?
Yeah.
PNC Bank.
You may have it the other way around.
No, I looked it up because they have the same logo. PNC and BlackRock have the same logo, and I looked it up. PNC bought them, I think, in 91, or I think it was 91, but if you look, just Google it.
Are you talking about BlackRock or Blackstone?
BlackRock.
Yeah.
BlackRock and PNC Bank have the same logo.
Well, I think that they all have a lot of the different investment areas and things of that nature. Blackstone, the world's largest alternative asset manager with over 1.3 trillion in assets under management as of late 2025. I think Blackstone they basically had rebranded itself at that time. And, you're going to look, what they try to do is, honestly, they try to hide themselves. If you really knew who the seat of power was, you try to hide yourself. Now, there's also a couple of different shares, right, that they have within Blackstone. They have shares from, Chase. They have shares from State Street. They have shares from a whole bunch of other entities that they then support. Now, what you also have in this time, you've also had these entities that are there to create the backbone of the economy. So, how come this company or this corporation doesn't make it? Well, now you understand that the reason is because they may not have played ball, they may not have been on the list, right? They weren't invited to certain places and they didn't participate in certain rituals. You cannot have the resources if you do not play or, basically take that oath, because that oath is for what? It's for life. And that's your life that you're basically selling on out. Which, to me, we wildly tangented off of, MJ, Michael Jackson, right? But that is what you have in terms of the system. That's why I always said, look, the system has been on borrowed time, because again, our awakening was literally tied to the panic. Their awakening, this is going to be over for them. That's what they're thinking. And as it's over for them, now they're going to have to really try to figure out how to maneuver through all of this, right? Here's the thing. They know that they're destroyed, but the iteration of that destruction is this: there's always a remnant. Remember, when you start to see Revelations verses 20 through or chapters 20 through 22, you actually have another war in 1,000 years. When you look at Ezekiel, chapters 38 and 39, you actually have, right? They're going to have, Gentiles are going to have what? An evil thought. These are from the survivors, the remnants. Go ahead, Brother Asa.
Brother Karis, I was just going to talk about the UK and Europe not being in a better position than the United States. And who better than yourself to explain it, since I sent you all the stats for the UK?
Yeah.
All the evidence, 61 tables of them. It shows how England wasted their money on supporting white supremacy and expansionism, whilst the people at home suffer and they hollow out the middle classes and the working class, and then the wages and the value of the currency is not worth anything anymore. The whole of the West is in the same position, and this is what is going to lead to the World War, which is just around the corner. By the way, Brother Jacobo, that was a theological masterpiece that you delivered yesterday. It was fantastic.
Thank you, Brother Asa.
You know, and nobody does it better than yourself and your brother, I think. You know, you're the best theologians in this walk right now. You know, I would never try to debate the both of you on this subject, and it was fantastic. You know, that's all I can say. But back to what we're saying now is that this has been a very good conversation. We don't know how many of them we're going to have, because things is not looking pretty at the moment. One of the ships that it's going down to, that so-called area, is not even in proper working condition and needed to be docked. You know, all the sailors on it are tired, so it's possible that a mistake may happen down there due to mental fatigue.
Didn't they already have a mistake over in Venezuela? They had a crash. They had a crash that you had the USNS and the USS. So a USNS is really, those are logistic ships.
Yeah.
Because on the water, you have to have logistics basically every other, basically very so often, because again, you're going to have crews on the ship that's going to then obviously eat up the supplies on the ships. Now, here's the reality. If you cut off those supply ships, then those ships, they're sitting ducks. And if they're sitting ducks, then they'll be forced to go to port. And when you force a ship to go to port, guess what that ship has to do? That's one of the most dangerous engagements. Because why? Because now you can start to look at vectors of where that ship is coming in from. And it makes the ship have to talk, i.e., there's digital signatures that are happening. Now, let me tell you about this. Why this is so dangerous in this day and age. Russia and China, as they are basically what they said, Russia and China, they are front loading intel over to Iran.
And they've given Iran some military goodies as well. Plus the fact that the United States can only sustain military action for 2 weeks before withdrawing completely. So whilst they are withdrawing, they can be showering that Eastern Mediterranean country. So it's possible that we are going to have one of the most massive refugee crises Europe has ever seen. I was speaking to my wife about it this morning, that we are going to see more refugees. And this is a thing the Europeans don't want to see. And I was talking to my sister about it as well, that we're going to see massive amount of refugees moving from that Eastern Mediterranean country, possibly back to the United States, and some uh, coming our way as well. So
I,
it's not gonna look pretty.
I would
You
say
know,
the most viable would actually be the United States. The most viable state is actually here in Florida. You have over 2 million homes that are, that are actually empty. That for real, 2 million homes that are empty. And it's simply this, not a lot of people can afford to even be in the state of Florida. And now you have this to where you have a people that would then have a huge immigration, and you still have a situation where you have the Eurocentric minds that would be like, oh yeah, in order to do this, we have to bless them. And that would cause a really interesting debate, because it's like, well, did you see what just happened? Are they truly the people? That is going to be a theological nightmare that they'll have to explain. You see what I'm saying? That's the theological nightmare.
and
So,
the other thing that I would like to say is that, did you notice that the Saudis have dropped the US dollar as well?
well, you had the Saudis, you had the Chinese, even just last week, of getting rid of their interest. Look, that is actually what they don't tell you about. When people get rid of dollar instruments, dollar denominations, that's actually, by even U.S. law, that is considered, by U.S. law, that is considered warfare.
That's right.
That's war.
And it was 50% of US bonds that they unloaded,
And
Mm-hmm.
that
after war,
they're holding.
brother Asaph,
Yes,
Asaph,
sir.
it's my understanding. Oh, now where did that come from?
Yeah, brother Asa, if you're picking up on the,
Okay, okay. Uh, your brother Asaph. The
let me.
biggest bondholders of U.S. bonds are, in order, Japan, China, and then Britain. So you've got all our bad debt on as well. Uh, uh, in so can we even sustain? I mean, you can have all the weapons in the world. Uh, we, I think we're in a situation like we were before World War One. What I mean is all these new technologies that were in World
Mm-hmm.
War One, and they thought they could fight war the same way, and it was just a slaughter. People running on machine guns and things like that. Now with these missiles, the Houthis showed us some stuff. Can we even fight a war? The only people who have fought a modern war are Russia and Ukraine, and I guess us by proxy in Ukraine. So I don't. How can we win a war we don't even know how to fight with a near peer opponent?
Well, and that's what I was going to bring on up, hypersonics. And that's the crazy thing about it. They're like, well, who cares about hypersonics? You want to know why the U.S. doesn't talk about hypersonics? Because they can't defeat hypersonics. That's the reason.
More
So
importantly, they don't have it.
they don't have it, and they can't beat it. You can't beat what you don't have access to, right? So that is why you have in this predicament that they'll try to say all of this. They'll try to yell the loudest. Yelling the loudest doesn't solve anything.
We're a paper tiger.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, and that's the scariest thing. Let me bring y'all's Bantu back.
Yeah, and this time they can see
But
the
when you guys
US
talk
and
about,
Israel coming from miles because of the new radar systems that they got from China. They can see
Yes.
them planes from 750 miles out. That's supposed to be stealth. Stealth doesn't work no more.
No,
So
yeah, it
it's,
doesn't. it levels the playing field. I'll come back to you, brother Asaph. Let me get Yaz Bantu. Shalom, Yaz Bantu.
Shalom, shalom, everybody.
Shalom.
Shalom from the continent. I'm in the
Yes.
motherland, right? Yes.
Shalom, shalom.
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 I'm from
Shalom,
Cameroon
sister.
right now. So, yeah,
Cameroon. How is
Cameroon,
it?
yeah.
How is it in Cameroon? You got who's in Cameroon? Is it Bia that's the president of Cameroon? Paul
Yes,
Bia?
yes, it's full beer. It's full beer.
Yes.
Me,
Yes.
myself, I came from Denmark. I moved from Denmark. I moved from Cameroon to Denmark when I was 13, many years ago. So I lived in Denmark for like 30 years. And I
Yes.
just came back to Cameroon after I woke up who I was. So I came back to the
That
motherland.
that must have been an interesting awakening over in
Very
Denmark.
interesting. Yes. 30 years in Denmark. I woke up, I was in shock. I knew a little bit about my culture and the ancestors. My grandmother was always telling me about the Bible, about Yahuwah with another name,
Mm-hmm.
Nyambe. We call him Nyambe over here. And I knew about the slavery. I knew about a brother and sister who was taken from the continent, from Cameroon. And my grandma always told me that they was going to come back when thing was began to get well. They were coming back in Africa. So I knew the Bible. When I began to read the Bible for myself, I could see that a lot of things in the Bible is our culture today. So for me, it
Mm.
was yeah. For me, I woke up very quick. So I could say the thing in the Bible resemblance in the culture today. So for me, it was a blessing. But right now in Cameroon is a bit lonely because not a lot of people understand the Bible like I do. So I have a lot of misunderstanding with a lot of people over here about the Bible because they still have the mentality of the colonies. They understand the Bible like the Catholic and everybody else. So it's hard to be alone in the continent in
So
Cameroon.
can
In
I
Cameroon.
can I ask you how did you wake up to be in Israel? Because it took a long time for a lot of people on the continent, even though y'all have all the traditions and cultures and everything of the Bible. What woke you up?
Yeah, at the time I was in Denmark, I was one day I was on TikTok. I saw a video from an African American guy who was talking about the DNA and that he has took his DNA test and the DNA show him that he was part of West Africa and he was related to the Bantu people. And then he said the name of the countries the DNA was suggesting that he was from, and Cameroon was one of the countries. And then I think to myself that I knew that I was I know that I'm from Cameroon, and then I know that I'm Bantu. So what does that mean for me if he is a Hebrew Israelite? Because in the video he said that he was an Hebrew Israelite. And then I was like, if he is an Hebrew Israelite, then I must be Hebrew Israelite too. Then I didn't know what that mean at the time. So I start searching. I call my uncle. He's very old now. I call him here in Cameroon and ask him about the Bantu people. Where do we come from? I'm Basa tribes. Basa, my tribes is Basa. I know that for many years we know that we come from Egypt. We came from Egypt. I knew that ever since I was born. Everybody here, every person I knew here that we came from our ancestors came from Egypt. So I started doing the research for myself. I started reading and I learned the name of the Most High is Yahuwah, and I start praying. Everything just keep on becoming clear for me, and I start doing some research in YouTube for some videos like Brother Yakoba and your brother. I'm a big fan. And Sister Ashanda and Covenant Awakening and True Unedited. And I know that those kind of brothers, your videos give me a lot of knowledge, and I watch your video everybody all the time. So it was a big help for me to find out who I was, and yeah, and then I start walking different. I start believing, and I start seeing things for what they were, and yeah, I knew that Europe was not the place to be. So I started making some plan last year to leave Denmark. My mother and my sister still living in Denmark. I'm the only one who make this, who believe in this. I try to wake them up. I try to tell them, come on, you should know that. You should know what grandma used to tell us when we were little. But they are not there. They are not there yet. So they're still in Denmark.
Can you give us specific things in your culture, specific customs in your culture that links to the Bible? Not to like put you on the spot, but it's something that I
It's
want
okay.
our people to have an understanding.
Yeah. I mean, things have changed for the last 30 years that I live in Denmark, because right now I'm starting to catching up with the culture. But
Okay.
yeah, but we still how do we say it? When the child is the male child is born, we still do the
Circumcisions.
yes, yes. It's not the 8th day any longer, because it's very hard now to find people who does it very well. So, but we are still doing it. We are still doing it. Every male child here is still doing it, and the marriage thing, all the marriage thing, how you even before you start dating someone else's daughter, you have to speak with the parents and ask them if you can go out with them, and then a lot of ceremony with the marriage thing, and the name, the man who is the chief of, I don't know if you can say that is the chief of the family, but it's the head of the family, and the woman who stays home with the children, and the woman know her roles. The woman know that she has to do this and do this and do this. So it's not, even for me, it's hard, because after 30 years in Denmark, I'm like, okay, we're still doing it here. But I understand now what we're still doing it here, because it's all this time we thought that it was a cultural thing, but now I understand that it was a biblical thing. It is a biblical thing, and we
Yeah,
still
in
have
my
yeah,
book, the book of our fathers, I went through all of the well, not all of them, but most of the African cultural traditions and everything. And the Bible's
yeah.
nothing but African spirituality. That's what it is.
Hmm.
It's an African book, you know.
We don't eat whatever. We don't eat an animal who die for themselves. Even a bite, we have to kill it properly with I don't know how you said it, and let the blood, you dig a hole in the ground, and the blood have to go down there, and then you have to yeah. And some fish we don't eat here. So all of the things in the Bible, we still doing it here in Cameroon. Yeah, of course there are some people who don't care, because yeah, the West make it popular to eat sea fish. So, but
Sister,
we
your
still,
your grandfather told grandmother told you came down from
grandmother,
Egypt. Grandmother told you
yes,
came down from Egypt, so that would be like
yes,
Sudan, all that area there. So you straight. That's it. All right.
all all the Passage tribe here in Cameroon, we know that we are from Egypt. And I also know that beside Cameroon, you find the Bassa tribe in Senegal, in Ivory Coast, in Ghana,
Mm-hmm.
other places in Sub-Saharan Africa. So we are all connected. And I
Yes.
always knew that. Yeah, I always knew that we know here in Cameroon that people, black people, Afro people, Negroes people, as we call ourselves, in the Caribbean, in the United States, whatever, we are the same. We are the same people, and we are begin to, even though people here in Cameroon don't know Yahuwah right now, but we still know that Negroes people are the same people. We are the same people. We know that.
Say that again.
Yes, we know that we are the same people.
And you know, it's funny as I was over and Jacoby, you taught about this, but it's interesting to be on the ground and interviewing the people, even in not the most academic forum, but to just get their backgrounds and their take when you're going into the villages, right? You go to those villages off the beaten path, off the beaten path. They preserve their cultures.
Yes.
They know who they are, and you got to remember, and this is going to be hard for our people because our people are going to be like, well, why? If they know that they're from Egypt, why do they think Egypt? Because I'm going to tell you this. Because if they were to say that they are children of Israel or Yasharel, you want to know what that does? It actually puts them as a target.
In the crosshairs.
It puts them as a target. So they can't say that. They'll just have to say, we're a special people. We had been in Egypt. Right?
No. Yeah, we came from Egypt. We're sure about that. Everybody here, you meet every person. I know that we came from Egypt, and then we know. I know that I don't know how the Most High is going to do it, but I know that when the truth is going to get here, people are going to realize who we are very quickly because we have everything. They have everything. They have the culture. They have the proof. We have everything in the book to make us wake up quickly.
Yeah, and I don't think people understand how that impact was of colonization. Remember, Cameroonians, or all these countries that were labeled, pre or actually because of the Berlin Conference, and before the Berlin Conference, it was a transatlantic slave trade. The reality was this: they knew who to target. And that's hard for our people because our people think, well, we're just, even for those that are not awake, and they're just going to say, well, we're just black folks. No, we weren't just
we're not
black
just
folks.
black. We're not just black. And I know that a lot of African American call us Hemats. It's very funny because here in Cameroon we know who are Bantu and we know who are Hemats. We can look at each other and we know the similarity. We don't look like each other. The only thing we have in common is the black skin. That's what.
Yeah, you could tell a difference between Bantu and Hamite.
Yes.
The thing is, it's the camps, right? The camps are all twisted. They got Native American Indians and Mexicans, Israelites, right? But yet they want to point back to Africa to validate that they're Israelites. Make it make sense.
Yeah. So every time, brother Yakuba, every time you talk about that, I'm like, yes, brother, tell them the truth, because I know that you always say you cannot be Yasharel without be Bantu, and that's right. You cannot be what you call yourself today if you're not from Africa, Bantu Africa. It's impossible because we are the same people.
Exactly.
And we know that when they came here, they took our brothers and sisters. They took someone's family and took them to slavery. So it could as well be my grandmother they took, or my auntie, or my uncle, or someone else. They took someone from every. They wanted to take everyone, but the Most High did what he did to keep some of us here. So they took some of our family members, and some of us stay here in Cameroon. So we are still the same. We are the same people.
They weren't just picking up
Yeah.
random Africans. They targeted
No.
us.
They knew who they were taking because, and
It
we knew
was a
also
matter
that
of
here.
government policy that they targeted the Bantu tribes.
Yes.
I got the research evidence myself, and
Yeah.
Brother Karras holds a book where I point out that there are Hansard reports and pre-Hansard reports in the United
Mm-hmm.
Kingdom where the Parliament supplied guns and money to the people to, you know, the Nilotic people, some of them who are not Hebrews and Arabs,
Mm-hmm.
guns to take, and only Bantu people for specific skills.
Hmm. Now, what they don't tell you is actually this. This is a crazy thing. This is a crazy thing. Um, for our people that were left over, they actually integrated into those tribes.
Yeah.
So think about this: 500-600 years later, you now have their tribes actually becoming Israelite tribes, literally through
Intermarriage.
intermarriage. Exactly. By
We
way
all.
of just literally intermarriage. Yes. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. We also know that before they call us Cameroon, we were Congolese. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Congo was a big area at the time, and then they told us that now our name is Cameroon because they found some in the
Yeah, they said it
there
was
was a
shrimp
lot
or
of
something like
strips.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
strip or something like that. Which is funny
But
because we know here that it's not true,
yeah.
but we
And
have to go.
your capital is called Yaoundé.
Yes, it's
That's
Yaoundé and
Yaoundé.
Judah.
it's Judah.
That's
Come on.
Judah.
Why?
Come
It's
on now.
Judah. It's
Come
Judah.
on now.
It's Judah.
In
Yeah.
Cameroon, I believe
Hallelujah.
Praise
And
that
and
God.
Yaoundé have 7 hills around Yaoundé. You find 7 hills around
that's
Yaoundé. So
isn't it like off of? I mean, I gotta get. Look, don't stop me to line. I'm gonna have to go into my Google and go into Google
yeah.
Maps because it goes up into like the Lake Chad region.
Yes, it
Come on,
does.
they're just literally a hop, skip, and a jump from Egypt.
So
Hmm.
what we are seeing now, with these wars in the Sahel, with
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
these insurgents, was the same thing that was going on during slavery. Uh, the Europeans setting up these people warring to grab our
Come
people,
on,
and they're
come on.
still this group dealing from the same playbook now.
Yep.
Except you have the people like Traore who are arming up, that are going up, putting up, and they're lying out. So it's a different thing. We're outside of the 400, so the script is flipped. They no longer have the ability to do that based on our discretion against the Most High. So now the
Yeah.
script is flipped, and God is on our side, and we win. We will win. And they'll be driven out. But it's the same thing. Same this fighting, and this FBA movement is the same thing on the other side, to have this fighting among us.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
it's all the same neck of the woods. Everything along the Gulf of Guinea, that was actually our people. That's all
hmm
our people. Everything
Yeah.
along the
Yep.
Gulf of Guinea, and it's interesting because look, when I and I talk to Brother Fast Nickel, I talk to folks behind the scenes of these shipping containers and now
hmm
building a hospital, and y'all's Bantu, please send me an email after this. We could talk because that's a big one right there. you know
I always
the,
wanted to be in your life, but I did not know how to do. So today I just keep on testing and say yes, continue, and then I found myself in here. So yeah,
the,
All,
yeah,
all
absolutely,
praises
that's a
to the
blessing.
Most High. That was
all
of
praises
Yah.
to the Most High. Yeah, that
Hallelujah.
was Yahuwah doing this.
And Chantel wanted to wrap up early. You
Yeah,
see that? You would have missed your blessing.
yeah.
You see that,
And I
Chantel?
and I want I want to say something also because a lot of our brother and sister in the diaspora, when they think about Africa, they think like Africa, we are lazy, we don't do shit, we don't do anything to develop Africa. But they have to know that the people who are controlling Africa is not Africans people, it's not the Bantu people. Yes,
Mm,
we have some Bantu president and prime minister, but they are not in our side. They are just like your Oprah Winfrey, your Michael Jordan in the United States. So they know how to keep us sleeping over here. So they are using the same method, mechanics as like they use in the United States also. They don't we don't have the freedom to do what we want to do. They keep us shorted, and they keep us sleepy, and they keep us blind.
Yeah, your
Yeah,
regular
they
your
control
regular
they control everything.
gatekeepers. Those are your regular gatekeepers. And when people say,
Yes.
"Well, why do Africans travel?" Well, here's the thing: they travel because, to be quite honest, they're trying to get away from their gatekeepers, and then they
Yes.
actually end up. It's a real messed up situation. They actually then end up becoming a gatekeeper here or wherever they're traveling abroad because you know they're so happy to get out of that situation where they've been gate kept that it's like, dang, well, you're a gatekeeper now too. And then they're like, well, it's best to be a gatekeeper here than to be where I was on out. So it's a perpetual cycle, you know, that a lot of them they know, but it's just a horrible situation to be around. It truly
Yes.
is. You know,
they literally need revolution to do it. You have to have a military coup to overthrow that class. And the military over
don't be
there,
talking
there's
about
no
that with
pretense.
Cameroon. Don't be talking about that, Cameroon. Look, we're trying to make sure that our sister coming from Denmark is not disappeared. Okay, listen. Okay, we
Yeah, we're
want
not
to
going to talk about
strike
that.
that, strike that from the record.
Listen, look, what happened to our sister Yas Bantu? Haven't seen her in a while. Look, listen.
Angel.
Well, Brother Terrence, as you showed, I Show Speed has helped changing that narrative. I don't know if he went to Cameroon.
No, he didn't go to Cameroon.
He wasn't here. He wasn't here.
No, he went to. Now he did go to Nigeria. Man, Nigeria was just acting the fool. I'm sorry. I did. I'm sorry, man. Nigeria was acting the fool. I'm sorry. And you know that was very embarrassing. That was embarrassing for us. You know, and because I'm gonna tell you, here we actually do have a heart for our people on the continent. We do. We have a heart for our people.
We love you so much. I'm married to a woman from the
We love you. We love you too.
Yeah, I don't let nobody talk about my people on the continent.
No, you don't. You don't let them, brother.
That's what I'm talking about.
Especially when you're gonna have to give us a call so we can get some herbs and spices so we ain't dying over here. So we So we got the hookup. Hint on Covenant Awakenings, Brother Fats Nickel. Hint. We need to get that little store going.
Yeah, get that real food over here.
Yeah,
real food over here. Yeah.
They got real food.
Very organic food.
And the liars, they say they push the narrative that Africa is starving, and we are totally malnutrition and starving. We have worse food.
She is not dealing with no type of gastrointestinal issues at all. She good. She good. She said, "Nah,
I'm good.
I can run a marathon after this. I'm good. I'm good."
I trust the Most High. I don't know, because I'm sure that he was the one who inspired me to leave Denmark and come back here to Cameroon. And for me, it's very overwhelming because I lost a lot of Cameroonian culture myself. So for me, it's like I have to start from the beginning also, being here. But here I'm free. I feel free. I don't have to, because
you feel
live
what?
in Denmark.
Wait a second. What? Say it for the.
I feel free.
The chat in the back.
Free.
Say it for the chat in the back. Look. Say it with that. Say it with all your Cameroonian voice.
Denmark was exhausting. Exhausting. It's too much.
Thank you for
exhausting.
that.
You have to. No, it was too much.
Did it feel like the weight and the pressure just fell off of you?
Yeah, it just fell off. Now I can finally be myself. Everyone's here look like me, and people here, if you need something, you tell them, they come and help you. It's not like You don't have to be afraid about nothing. You just ask for help. They come and help you right away.
I,
You
I,
free
I,
here. You have we
I don't.
we bought a lot of land and we are
Mhm.
planting some food, organic food. You have your
See,
own
look
chicken.
at
You have
that.
your own fish.
Look how the
Everything.
Most High. Look, you gonna have to.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to set something up to freeze dry that food up on in here.
Yeah.
So we have a
Yeah.
fighting chance. See how the Most High done gave us a fighting chance. Any good?
Hmm.
Any good?
Yeah,
This is
man.
what happens when you get corrected by the Most High, right, Brother
Yeah.
Yacoba?
I'm just
So,
ready to
Brother
go back to
Yakoba,
the continent.
yes, Brother Yakoba, I know that you talk about it all
You
the
wanna
time,
you
all the
wanna put
time.
an address in the chat?
Nah, because
Yeah,
you're gonna
I
have
can do
folks.
that.
We
I
get a
can do that.
plane ticket.
No, you don't want to
Plane
do that because
ticket.
you're gonna have a
Don't do
bunch of
that.
Israelites showing up at your doorsteps. You don't want to do.
I will love
They,
that. I will love that. I will love
listen,
that.
they
Yeah.
will literally show up at your door and talk about, I saw you on Coming in the Wake because you talk to Yacoba.
Yep.
I'm your cousin.
What
They'll
do you
be
need
showing
me to
up
Yep.
dig?
with the fake DNA test
I'm
too.
your, I'm your cousin from Chicago. You,
I'm just-
where you want me to dig?
they will
What
put
you want me to
You are
do?
Right
you
now,
are
right
all
now, I'm
welcome.
so
You are all
happy
welcome.
because these are all signs that we're going home soon.
you know our people will put you down as a point of contact for any type of Cameroonian citizenship.
Hmm.
Who's this
You are all welcome.
person? Who's-
I think about it. I think about it sometimes. I think to myself, maybe it's the most high way to. Maybe he has a plan. He has a plan why I'm here because I don't know myself why I'm here. I have to quit everything in Denmark, sell my house, sell everything, and came here to Cameroon. So he has to have a plan for me why I'm here. So if he send me here to prepare something, to start something, or to be the one who's going to welcome some of my brothers and sisters here in the continent, that would be, I don't know, that would be very, very my honor to do that. Yeah.
Yas Bantu, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I've been talking to people in Rwanda, and they've been saying that a 2-bedroom apartment is only $700 US, and that includes all utilities. What is it there in Cameroon?
Yeah, it's the same. I would think that it's the same. Right now, I'm living in the apartment. My mother built this apartment for 10 years ago because my mother she also lives in Denmark, but she's in Cameroon every year. So she built this house. So right now I'm living in her apartment, and I'm building my own house. Yeah, while I'm staying here. So I don't know the price but it's very cheap. It's very cheap here. It's very, very cheap. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, like 20,000 Cameroonian is maybe 100, no, not even, maybe $30 for two bedroom.
How
It's
much is
cheap.
that
It's
in
cheap here.
fake U.S. currency?
Well, I'm about to look that up right now. Like, man, let me say this. USD.
It's very cheap.
So I have a
And you
question
can,
for you, y'all
yeah.
Bantu. What do you all on the continent think about this whole Epstein thing?
I think that we already knew about that in Denmark. We knew that they were doing some stuff in the top 1%. We have a queen, a king now in Denmark, so we know that those people are very bad people. We always knew that. Yeah, and
Do,
and
do
I
y'all
know that.
understand? Do y'all understand that we in the states and in the UK and all of are held hostage? We're captors here.
Yes, we know that. We know that. And I have heard that they use some African American as hunting in the island. They use them as hunting goats. I don't know where they hunt them, shoot at them as animal. We know everything here, but we cannot. Cameroon is still like you. You have to watch. You cannot speak what you want to speak really, because we have some gatekeeper here who's going to control you, and they can decide to stop the internet maybe 2 days. You cannot. You don't have internet for 2 days because they want to control you. So
Is
Yeah.
Cameron? Excuse my ignorance. Is Cameron Francophone Africa or?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
French. It's French. Yeah. So I speak French. That's why my English is a little bit crazy, but
Your
One
English
part
is
is
better than
English
most
as well,
people's.
isn't it?
yeah, it's one part is English. Yeah.
Mm.
How
Mhm.
were you treated in Denmark?
I was treated okay, I guess. Yeah. I managed to go to school there and get an education, and
Mm. Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I worked for 12 years in Denmark, um, as how do you call it, preschool teacher. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
in pedagogic. Yeah, I work, but it's you. I mean, you feel like you don't belong there. They make sure that you feel like you are not one of them. But
Mm.
Are, are,
they tolerated you because you're not lazy. You are working, so they give you a little bit of something. Yeah.
You're the
are
help.
there are there a
You're
lot
the
of
help.
melanated people, or are the melanated people there more servant class?
We are serving class all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Yeah, we are. You don't find the melanated at the director or in the no. We are
Mm.
we are in the lowest. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have some people. I knew some people in Denmark who came from Cameroon. They was doctors and big people. You came to Denmark. They don't care. You have to clean
Mm-hmm.
something. You have to clean. You have to do this. You have to do that. Yeah,
Yeah, they
Denmark is very racist. Professional racism. Yeah. They
professional
spit you in the
racism.
face. Yeah, they
Mm.
spit you in the face in the street. You walk in the street, they spit at you. They call you nigger. Yeah, it's
Mm.
the
Mm.
same. It's not very bad as the United States, but the same. They treat us likewise. Yeah,
So
they
so
make
Mm-hmm.
that
sure
N
that you
word
know that.
travels.
Yes, when I was traveling in Europe, I knew myself that I have some countries that I didn't want to go because I knew how they treat us over there, like Croatian, Bulgarians. That
Mm-hmm.
those countries they don't like us. They don't like us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get a little bit of a European map, and they'll tell you where to stay away.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
You stay in France because in France, Germany, UK,
yeah,
Denmark, Italy sometimes, but Italy now is very bad. Italy and Spain
yeah,
very very bad for black people right now. So we
yeah.
don't
Right
have any
now.
friends in Europe right now. It's
Mm-hmm.
so bad. Everywhere is bad.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
and and I have to let people know and caution a lot of people. Um,
Hmm.
so Europe is literally on the cusp of a collapse because Europe and European markets, they rely on the US dollar. They are totally
Yeah.
relying on the US dollar. And
Hmm.
right now, because the US dollar is in trouble, everywhere else, i.e., Europe, as Brother Asaph was saying, Europe now has issues. Now, if you had moved last year, you weren't seeing a lot of the issues. Matter of fact, you kind of moved at the peak. I'm just saying, you
Yeah.
really did. You moved at the peak. So you had
Yeah.
an actual value amount that you were able to bring back with you to
Yes.
Cameroon. Right now,
Yes.
that value amount, it went down by 10 to 15%. And
Hmm.
if it went down by 10 to 15% just in the United States, what do you think it's doing over in Europe? It's going down
Hmm.
by 10 to 15%. So
Hmm.
so this is where, a lot of people, when they look at different things, it's hard to really show people and encourage people. Look, as much as they want to say, well, how do we do this, how do we get out of here, look, I'm telling you, just like what y'all's been to, we got people over on the continent. You don't have to worry about things. Look, we're made to worry. You want to know why we're made to worry? Because they worry. And the reason that they worry is because they can't really up and go to Europe like they used to know.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They can't do that. They can't actually have the longevity. See, what no matter what, really, personally speaking, we can actually go
to these places. And then
Mhm.
when we show the value to those places, guess what ends up happening? Guess what ends up happening? Then we're able to have permanent citizenship. And the more that we grow the value, guess what ends up happening? The more permanent citizenship offers get extended. So don't think
Yeah.
that the coast of the Gulf of Guinea nations, they're just sitting there looking at Ghana and, oh, well, Ghana's just doing that. No. What they're doing is they're trying to figure on out how they can get us as a resource coming back home, and they're trying to figure out how they can sweeten the deal per se without giving up, their power. Because again, when we come on over, we don't come on over just as a timid thing. we are we're not a timid thing, right? We come on over and we start knocking down walls. We do. Well, now we're gonna do
Mm-hmm.
this, we're gonna do that, and let me show you this, let me show you that. I can show you all this. You need, if you pay me this, I can revamp everything. They know they can have their whole system revamped. The problem is that in their system, they have to run, which is what it is. They have to run to their handlers.
Mm-hmm.
And the handlers are over in the West. It's it's crazy. Well, I thought that they can control their own stuff. If you think that way, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. The
So
problem
we
is
still have
that,
to deal with a neo-colonial structure is still in play over there.
yeah, oh
So
yeah,
Oh yeah.
you
Oh
still
yeah. Big
you
time.
still have to go through that, and we coming in the door. I don't know, baby Jehovah could fill me in more. The theology about it is the scepter being in Judah. Judah kind of have that kind of thing, want to come in there, and is that part of our problem?
the problem is that when we're there, you got to remember we're a catalyst. So when we are there, unfortunately, unfortunately, we become a very interesting change agent that then rejuvenate the community, right? Well, I see them doing this. Why can't I do it? That's not what they want to have. They want to make sure that we are there to, I would say this. They, by and large, the West doesn't want us there, but by and large, the reality is our people on the ground actually want us there. The citizens want us there
Mm-hmm.
because we're different in a great way. Okay, when people say we're different in a great way because generally speaking, we are actually, when we're there on the continent, we're not there as colonizers. Generally speaking, we have a different mentality. We're like, hey, look, this wave is gonna rise. This rising wave is gonna lift all ships. That's us. And they see that and they look at that and they know that we're genuine. They know, look, if we have it, if we can do it, we're going to do it. It's just like this hospital. It's just like this hospital. And we can do it. We just need the help from our people to get this thing done. We can do it.
We know how to do win-win. We can get in where we fit in. And that's what the Europeans can't do. They've got to dominate or nothing.
Well, they have to dominate. And let me tell you how the Europeans dominate. As Yaz Bantu had just stated, they dominate through religion. That's where the Europeans, that's how they dominate. They dominate through religion. They dominate when they're bringing over their, let's just call it what it is. When they bring on over their religious structures, that's how they dominate. You can't challenge what I'm telling you. You can't challenge what I'm telling you. You know, you're going to challenge the religion. You can't challenge the religion.
And that's all the Abrahamic religions, all of which have enslaved us.
Exactly.
And the upcoming situation might be a catalyst to begin to free the minds of our people.
Mm-hmm. Well, they don't want us. They don't want us as a catalyst to free our people's minds. That is not what. Now, if we go on over there, and we go on over there with the same type of energy as white supremacists. You know what I'm saying?
We can't go over there like Liberia. We can't do like that.
No, and again, that destroyed our relationship with Liberia. That destroyed that was a generational destruction.
Yep.
But they did that destruction on purpose, right? They knew how to really destroy our people. So these projects, yeah, go ahead.
The Brits did the same thing with Sierra Leone, didn't they? History, I think they resettled people for slaves in Sierra Leone, didn't they?
Yeah, in Liberia also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they've all done some sort of a resettlement, but again, they make sure that in the resettlement, they're just not going to resettle you just to, oh yeah, it's the goodness of our heart that we're going to resettle you. Yeah. See, good. See, that's nice. They want to resettle you to make sure that you are going to continue the work of white supremacy. That's how that goes.
We definitely need some people here in Cameroon, some people of the Most High, because Cameroonian right now, before I left Cameroon, there were three religions here: Catholic, Protestant, and Jehovah's Witnesses. But right now, every corner you find a walking preacher who's preaching about the Israelite, but God people, but they don't have the real truth about what they are preaching. But I see it like in the beginning of something big, because they are not Catholic anymore or Protestant anymore, because they know that Catholic and Protestant don't have the truth in them. Because people here in Cameroon, they are saying that we have praying to Maria and the Catholic Protestant priest for many years, and they have not done nothing to us for us. So now we have to. So people here are searching other alternative to what you believe, and on one hand it's good, but in the other hand we have some priests here who just crazy people, just saying a lot of useless stuff. But people here are searching for the truth. So we need some people here. I'm a woman. I cannot I cannot do nothing. I cannot preach because it's the Bantu thing. So we have some culture. Yeah. So we need some men here from African American who know the Bible, who know the script. Brother Yakoba, you can move here. You speak a lot of you have packed your bags for a long time, so you can you can come to Cameroon and start something.
I don't know how I could survive. My people don't want to support me here. I don't know how I'm gonna make a living over there.
So they have what we call the camps over there. We call them the camps over here. So they have these people like our camps, or they're drawing people on the corners to do like that. Are they like the camps? Or what are they talking about?
They building Noah's Ark again. That's what's happening. But go ahead.
I saw that.
Man. No, that was in Ghana. It was not in Cameroon.
I know.
Ghana.
They said, "Don't confuse us. Don't get it twisted. We like our Ghanaians, but sometimes, woo."
Yeah. So you have to send someone here to start something. Yeah, people are ready, but they need the good teacher.
All right, we need.
All right, family, y'all want to finance Yakoba going to the continent?
Yakoba, our first Israelite, missionary.
Nehemiah, head of the Nehemiah party. Yeah, just
I'll
gave
be
me a
setting
spot.
up my GoFundMe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you know, and I laugh, but this is certainly something that we do need to see as a people. That as a people, um, this is these are the opportunities that they have for us. These are the opportunities. You know, we don't come on out here just to say, well, you know, we could and we look. They want us there. They want us there to integrate, to show them. They know. They know that there's a lack. And now the greatest thing about it is, as you hear Yaz Bantu, they know that that lack is in the religious system. The religious system has failed.
Yeah.
Because why? Because that's now the spirit of the Most High on our people now starting to question everything. And that's the same thing that we have here too. Right? Okay, well, man, the reason that they can't release, they've only released 2% of the Epstein files. Well, what do you think them other 98% is going to look like?
The
You see what I'm
churches have
saying?
emptied out. The churches have emptied out in our communities,
Yeah.
especially of the young people.
Yeah. What do you think it's going to look like when they show those other 98%, and it's going to show all the pastors, all the mega pastors? Do you think that they're how do you think that they're even on the airwaves? And what?
Yeah.
And you're not honoring their God of forces, their God of the airwaves, their God of this place? Get out of here.
They're there. They use their church or whatever religious institution as a pacifier for the baby, and eventually the baby figures out this ain't giving no milk and spits it out of his mouth.
And that's exactly what's happened.
We got to wonder how many of them have been eating turkey.
Yeah, or drinking grape soda, grape juice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and that's crazy. Could you have imagined that last year that we would be talking about craziness like this?
You know, they say that's what the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was about. Y'all heard that one?
No.
So supposedly, you know, there's the serpent people, right? Which is the frogs, which is Teenage Mutant Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles living underground. The pedos live underground. What? They're reptilians. And that underground, what do? They eat pizza. They like to eat pizza. Now, the reason why the information doesn't get out is because they control the media. Can we say April? Right? And so Shredder was the one trying to save everybody from the pedophile. I'm just saying it. I'm like, you think of it that way, it makes sense.
Man.
And sometimes you got to tell a story by a metaphor. You have to do that. That's the way you have to get a truth out.
So you're telling me they really weren't heroes in the half shell, and that turtle cow was something else. Oh boy! Oh boy!
Well,
the
so
secret of the ooze. Oh, I don't
that's
even
where they get a download from. So
I forgot about the ooze.
The ooze. No, you done messed up my whole childhood.
I know, mine too.
I can't look at my turtle van to save you. Mean that was a pedo van? No. I need a must brain chip to reprogram my childhood.
I watched all the films. I'm completely destroyed.
Yep.
So, you know, that's a perfect segue. So, unfortunately, they have put it in our face, and people either don't believe that they can make a difference. So, really, between the project that we're trying to do to build the hospital and the other stuff that we're working behind the scenes, that's where we got to focus on, because we got to focus on us.
Yes. Well, see, that's their case before the Most High. We told them they wanted to do it. We showed them everything. They knew what they were getting into. They decided to go with it anyway. That's their case. It's not going to work, but that's their case before the Most High.
Well, you know, the other interesting thing is we tell the Gentiles and have told them, guess what? The curse is flipping on y'all. It's going to flip on y'all. They don't listen. Now the curses are flipping. They still don't listen. We tell them how to get out of it. You got to restore the Israelites. You got to give us reparations and we got to go back home. They don't want to listen. I'm like, okay, well, you're going to keep getting more of this pedo stuff, right?
I'm gonna tell you this, Brother Cole, because you've been saying this, and I honestly I think of it like this. I don't think that they actually can restore us because remember, think about this. What do you think we're gonna ask for? I'm not asking for no cash. I'm not asking for no type of cash. You listen, I'll come by with a 5,000-pound forklift to pick up my gold.
We don't need that gold because guess what? They're taking it from us from the continent. So
I know, but I'm still going to take some things for him. Give me that gold. That wasn't yours to begin with. Give me that.
I need well digging equipment, agricultural equipment. I want industrial equipment, stuff like that. Factory. That's what I want. Stuff that I can do to make get them raw resources on the continent to finish goods on the continent.
You know,
but remember, according
to
Isaiah 60, they're supposed to carry us on their shoulders and bring us home and build up our walls. So they're gonna be doing something.
I don't want to take no type of steps for the rest of the time I'm here on Babylon. You're just gonna carry me. You're gonna carry me. I'm just gonna be walking on your back.
So we gonna be in sedan chairs.
I want to be. Put them poles in that throne chair. And just
you gotta do like the camps and have them kiss your feet too.
Nah, you ain't gotta kiss my feet, but I do need to have rose water, and nice baby oil, so I can be lathered.
Pulling carrots in a rickshaw.
I think Brother Eric said they could kiss my feet.
I do have a question to Brother Yakoba. Brother Yakoba, what do you think that a lot of camp don't teach about African Bantus being Israel also?
Yeah, I think camps are compromised. I think when they were founded, they were compromised. Just like, all of these churches and religions are compromised, all religions are false. And I believe that camps are false as well. And that's why they don't teach the truth about the Bantus. Now, IUIC, they teach a little more of the truth, but they mix it up with a few lies, right? Like the Native American Indian being us and Mexican. But yet they go to the continent and say, look, they Israelite, have Israelite traditions and all that. So, that's how it is.
The very fact that they put in a religious system, we preach a relationship with the Most High. And that's what it's all about with our people, restoring relationship and using us and originally making the original covenant with us. And we were supposed to show the Gentiles and light of the world how to get back, restore this relationship that Adam messed up. So all these religious systems are anti that. All of them are. So we have to just teach our people to relate, to dial direct. You don't have to go through the priest. You don't have to go through the imam. You just follow the word, the information. The word is out there. Connect to people, but hey, go direct. You can be online with the Most High. The Holy Spirit will move in, and you will be plugged up online, linked up, and that's what we got to teach.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and someone has said, I think Ivan is saying, it said that was why FBAs were against the repair money going to the continent. They don't understand that it'll make room for it. So I'm going to tell you this, and here's the reality of this. I'm going to tell you this. The continent doesn't need any quote unquote money from the U.S. I mean, to be quite honest, all the continent needs is us, and the continent will say, okay, tell us what you need. And then as soon as we tell them what they need, and then they get what they need for us, guess what? That's just how that goes. I guarantee you that's just how that goes. Look, we can't give you dollar bills like this, but we'll give you land, we'll give you, equipment, we'll give you all that. Let me tell you this. Brother Rich. They already got the land, they already got the equipment on the land. They got the equipment on the land. They got the Komatsus. They got the Husqvarners. They even got Caterpillar Africa. They even got the equipment from China. You know what I'm saying? They got everything. They don't need anything from us. Just literally our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Our bodies in the mind to work, to train, to support our people. Go ahead.
I got that struggle early on, and when I first got with Q2UA, Caterpillar used to be headquartered in Illinois. They subsequently moved to Texas, but I was talking with executives over there, and he referred me to his African division because I was trying to get them to donate some equipment to Q2UA, and they referred me to their African office. I remember you were right about that. I remember that.
They got it all. They got it all over there. Man, they got Toyota over there. Get out of here. You got Toyota, you good.
Yes, we have Toyota over there.
You got Toyota, you good. Listen,
yeah.
you can bring your Lexus. You can bring everything. Look, you are not struggling. And they got the factories that make the Toyota. And in Ghana, guess what they also have? They got a Toyota University at the University of Ghana in Accra. Yep. Like, okay. No, they got the mechanics. They got that. But that's just not in Ghana. That's everywhere. That's there on the coast. So a lot of our people think, oh man, they're going to be struggling. Well, here's the thing. Show them a few things. Show them a few things of, hey, this is how we do plumbing here. This is how we do, this type of sewage treatment and everything else. Uh-oh, did I lose some people? Hello.
I'm still here, brother Terrence.
Yeah.
I'm still here. I think she froze. I think she froze.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-oh. They done got to her.
I think one of the issues is that if they're worried about the people like you and me, Caris, coming back with certain types of skills and experience.
Yeah.
Look, do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, you got brother Asaph.
Yeah, it's to do with your end.
Nah, it's coming from you.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah,
they're coming at us.
Yeah. Look, this is too much. This is too much truth, knowledge. When you're telling folks that, hey, yeah, you could literally up and go to Africa, right? You could literally now you're gonna have a little bit of.
Can anyone hear me?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Sister Chantel.
Oh, sorry, no, because I just keep getting kicked out, or my sound goes off. I was just saying they're scared of the fact that you come with skills and experience. I get what Uncle Asaph was saying, considering the fact that you have the uranium and all the other resources there. They really don't want you having that coming with skills and experience.
Yeah, what are they trying to do over in the Sahel right now? These folks are trying to talk about doing more destabilization efforts and campaigns. Like we didn't see that coming. Surprise, surprise. That's not a surprise. You already knew that was coming because why? Because they were showing that an Africa that is actually taking care of their resources is an Africa that what the U.S. is doing. Okay, I want us to understand, and I'm glad that we have our sister Yaz Bantu over here. The U.S. is a de facto leader of Europe. Am I correct with that assumption, Brother Asaph? Especially when we talk about foreign. Here's the key word. Especially as we talk about foreign policy.
Exactly.
Remember, France is out of Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali. So France has to bring in the U.S. so the U.S. can try to negotiate a deal because France is literally persona non grata. So the U.S. is trying to say, hey, we need the Sahel to work with us so you all can work with France again. And the Sahel is saying, absolutely not. They're in trouble. Europe is in trouble. They do
Hmm.
not have the resources that they need to have. And the reality is, they still have to, Europe by and large, they still have to deal with Russia, which is why they want to destroy Russia because they don't want to deal with Russia. They just want to destroy Russia and split Russia's bucks for the most part. That's what's happening. That is the absolute case.
Well, the thing is with Russia, Russia is energy independent. I mean, they got 17 time zones. This idea that they're trying to conquer, and they don't need to conquer
They
anything. They
don't need
have
it.
all the natural resources there. They really don't need Africa like that because they did, but the relationship to Africa is strategic importance to them. But in
Hmm.
terms of they could happily just keep their own country and keep going. And China is
Well,
more energy dependent, but they still have China has the markets and the supply chains and all the things, and the arsenal of democracy is in China. So we got
what
nothing here, and Europe has nothing.
what Russia wants is to be able to control or to make sure that the West no longer is the power that it has been. It doesn't
Hmm.
want it. It doesn't want a second colonization of resources. That's what
Mm-mm.
it wants. Like, can you think of it from their point of view? If the West had a foothold, had dominance over Africa again, another second colonization,
Mm.
what do you think would happen to Russia and China? This is
Hmm.
also self-interest, right? They
Hmm.
understand that even though they don't really need the resources like how the West does, but they also understand that if we let them come in, because they also understand these people have no limit to their greed and to their
Hmm.
depravity. They understand that if even if we were to just leave them alone, they'd be coming for us next. I mean, look at France with Russia constantly. We already know this. We look at the history and in how the West has been
Well,
in Asia.
Russia can still be encircled. They need a multipolar world. They can't. They
Yes,
actually
they do.
cannot
But that's
They
but
can't
that's the
have
point.
American hegemony.
That's the point I'm making. They do not want the West. They do not want America at the helm. No more. They
Hmm.
don't want it. There's always been bad relations with between Russia and America, and especially in the films. Like remember what we was talking about, Paris. Like as a kid, I never used to understand like watching these American films. Why do you hate the Russians? Why is it always the Russians?
Hmm.
We all ended up hating the Russians, but we're not understanding why. Then when you understand history, you get older, you start looking into things, and it's like, I have no reason to hate them at all. If anything, I have more of reason to actually go over there and thank them. Why am I hating on them? I have a reason, more of a
When
reason
you're
to hate on you.
when you're evil and your psychosis makes you think that everybody thinks like you,
Mm.
then
Yes.
yes, everybody's an enemy. See,
Isn't
that was
that
the
the full
fear. That's
circle?
why they
Isn't that
fear
the full
us.
circle? Isn't that the full circle? Look, why do thieves always trip on their plans? Because they'll go crazy. They're
No, oh
in
no, I'm not
fear.
Steve.
They're in fear because they attained something via unrighteous, scrupulous efforts that is now causing them to go crazy.
Fear somebody's going to steal it back from them. I mean, they
Yep.
Yeah,
go.
Jacoba did a teaching on the UK's connection to Gog Magog, and all the
Hmm.
time I was in church, I was thinking, that Gog Magog is Russia, while it's here right here in England and Europe.
Hmm. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, isn't it?
Well, in
So,
the West, we've all been taught that we are the good guys.
hmm
We that all the movies. That's the 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 poison of Babylon, the Kool Aid, the
Yeah,
wine of
Jesus of
Babylon.
Hollywood.
Hollywood that thinks we are the good guys. You think that we were looking at the programs growing up where the CIA was the good guys. We looking at the spy movies, and the CIA was the good guys.
The
Even
good
in
guy dolls. The good guy
yeah,
dolls.
even in this even in this African thing. What the guy in the Africa movie, the Marvel Africa movie, the CIA guy was the good guy. So that's crazy. So we're just coming out of being uh, intoxicated with the wine of Babylon. So we're still in Babylon detox, but a lot of us are woke now.
Yeah, we've been dealing with delusion. Don't get that twisted. We have been dealing with a little bit of delusion, and I'm not going to say it's a little bit. It was a lot of delusion. It was a lot. And the reality is we didn't know how to actually um process that. You see what I'm saying? It's hard for us to process. So as we're
Mhm.
processing, we have to really be mindful that our feelings, which is what they want us to come on over, they want us to get into our feelings, because the more that we get into our feelings, the less productive we'll be. You see what I'm saying? Hey, listen, we need to come on over here, we need to help with these resources. I'm here at your disposal to work on these resources. Because why? We really gonna steal those resources to come back to what? America? So then what? So they can steal that from you? That's stupid. Now let's just build this together and let's see how we operate.
At the bottom line is there is no way you own nothing here. Even those
Mm.
people who call themselves the original kind of believe that they're the aboriginals. Out of all the aboriginals, the melanated aboriginals are the only ones that don't have a reservation, a casino, or anything like that. This thing is rigged. We have less land here than we had owned in 1877. So there's nothing here. There's the vote means nothing. When you count, talking about we have the power to vote, who counts the vote? We say we have the power of the dollar. Who prints the dollar? There is
Mm-hmm.
nothing here. It's a fool's bargain staying here, and they're still giving Kool-Aid, talking about you have power in the land of your captivity. You do not have power in the prison yard.
You
Can I
can
take
only
a
walk
moment?
the prison yard. You can only walk it. Go ahead, brother Fastnickel.
I just want to give a public service announcement. So earlier, Brother Yacobo was asking about donating, and I'm not here to talk about anybody's pocketbook, but I just want to bring out a reality. So, as we're seeing, most of us realize we don't know who to trust, and there's a very small amount of people. We know we can trust Brother Yacoba's teachings, but if it gets to a
Mhm.
point where no one is helping him, if he had to go to a regular job and now he's not on the internet, now we don't have anybody providing us the truth. So that's why it's important for us to donate for him. And when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to QTUA, you can't think about that you're donating to Q2A, you're actually donating to an organization that is giving back to you, because all we're trying to do is put things in place for our people. So when you're donating, it's not that you're donating to Q2A. Think of it as you're really donating back to yourself, because that's what Q2A does with the funds. We're doing things for our people. So for those people who don't donate or don't want to donate or whatever the case may be, just think about that, and maybe it'll come to more realization, and you'll help for both great causes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, brother Fastnickel. Look, we do a lot in the background.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things in the background that we can't really tell you what we're doing. And the reason we can't do that is simply this. We do have a lot of our people that want to sabotage things. And they sabotage things simply because they're scared. They're scared because they live in this system. They think, oh man, well, I won't be able to do this. I won't be able to do that.
Hello.
Yep. Can you hear us? There you go. So the reality is this. we are in a very awesome position that the Most High has put us in. We're in a position literally that not many people have been in the places and spaces that QGUA has been able to be in. And it's all because of what we do in this community. That's why I tell people, I'm like, listen, you don't have to believe me. But I would always say, look, pray about it. Pray about it. I know how our people are. And that's why I love our people, because our people are very passionate. Our people can get stiff necked. That's how that goes. Yeah, I think we've been on here for a minute. Everybody's having phone issues. We've been on here for a minute. Oh my goodness, this is like one of my longest. This is one of my longest streams, man, brother Yakoba. This is the longest stream you've been on here too. You've been on here since like the hour mark. You doing okay over there?
Well, it's President's Day, man. I'm enjoying myself because guess what? I don't have a president, so it's my President's Day.
You are you telling me? Are you part of the people that did not vote? Huh?
Don't say that too loud.
This is all your fault. Well, guess what? Listen, I have to raise my hand too. It was my fault too. I surely did not vote. I said, let Babylon take all this.
That's what I say. I say, let it fall.
And they are taking that L like it is nobody's business. Oh my goodness.
But say, Kara, they can't say we didn't warn them, right?
What did we say? What did we say?
I do have a question for all of you. I don't know if it's okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. We can hear
Sister
you.
Bantu.
Yeah. So now you are all in the diaspora. So are you going to stay over there?
I was smacking. I'm not smacking. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Are you all going to stay over there until 2013? Not that we know that they have a big plan in 2013. So are you just going to stay over? Mm-hmm.
I don't plan on being here by 2030. We've been trying to get out. That's my deadline. I don't know.
Anyway, it is a prison. It is. You talking about Gaza is the largest open air prison. We are trying our best. If we could paddle a boat over there, we are trying our best. If we could walk like the first Exodus, we'd be stepping.
I don't know how I'm getting out of here, but 2030 got to be my deadline because I know what's happening. So I'm believing the Most High, but I can't be here for that.
Man, I'm trying to get on out of here before they start locking down ports and airports and everything else.
You are welcome in Cameroon. Yeah. So.
Well, y'all understand
that?
I
was lucky to buy some land here, even though I have my own land from my family side. But the place I chose to stay is not where I originally from in Cameroon. So
here's my thing.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm concerned about is if I go to the continent, I'm going to get shot or hung. Right? Because I'm going to say something about some leadership that they're not going to like. And I'm thinking I still have democratic protections, which I won't have. And they'll be putting me in this dingy cell somewhere. That's my concern.
We're just going to hide you.
Cameroon is not that savage. They are not going to hang you or shut it away. I don't think so. They are going to ask you not to talk about politics because it's not, it's not allowed yet. But you can talk about the Most High without them. I don't think that they are going to say anything about you talking about the Most High. Because as I said, they have a lot of priests here talking about everything.
So what happens when I tell them don't get that VAX in the arm or, allow their medical information to be sent to the West? That sort of cross over into politics, right?
Yeah, in Cameroon, it's very hard to. I mean, here people, everybody's in. It's not even registered here in the society. So you can live here. You can come out of Babylon, if you can call it that way. Here in Cameroon, you can live by yourself without anybody even asking you about nothing. You can live your own life. If you have your land, you you live your life. You don't have to. My kids right now, they are not going to school. They are home teaching. Yeah, I have a
See, my
teacher from here,
concern
and
My
yeah,
concern is how to get income because most African nations don't have a means of middle class and upper middle class other than politics or family connections. So unlike the West you could go to school, get an education, get a job, and move up. A lot of African countries don't really have that. So it's like okay, you go there. Initially, you might have Western dollars, but then when they shut you off from the system, then what do you do? How do you survive on the continent, without being poor?
you can do some businesses. They have a lot of business here. Myself, I'm doing some business because I'm not myself a part of a society here. So I have some business that I'm doing right now with the money I came with from Denmark. So I think it's easy here to start something. You can buy a truck and find a chauffeur, and the truck is making money. It's making you money every day. You can buy a bus and give it to the bus company, and that way you are making money also. A lot of things. You can buy
That's
some land and then put a lot of banana, coffee, everything in that lane,
well,
and the
see,
money
that's
is, yeah.
so. Pardon me, sister. That's my idea. Carrie showed me, tell me you don't need to ship it over there, but I need to get over there with some real money or something and buy a
Yes, if you
good
have
that's going
money
to allow
here,
me to set up a business.
yeah.
I want some type of machine or some type of service or some equipment or something over there that I can set up a
Hmm.
business because I don't think my federal retirement checks are going to spend over there too long or how long they're going to be sending over there. So I need to necessarily we had to do just what we have to do there because there's no jobs here either. So if you stay here, you
Oh
have to
yeah.
set up a business. So
Yeah,
you just have to go over there and set up a business. That's what I try to tell the young people in my family: set up a business, but not in the long term here. Get something in Africa.
yeah. And here you can buy some land and you can live build some a little bit of a house for yourself and your family, and then you can have some chicken, you can have some cow, you can live here very with no money, almost with no money.
But see, we're gonna need y'all to teach us because all of us here, we have the rich laid back life, right? We don't know nothing about farming. We don't know anything about building anything,
Gonna be running
I,
around
I
There
chasing
are a
some
lot of people
chickens.
here that will help you,
I beg to differ.
happily help you.
I got five raised garden beds in the yard, a peach tree,
Well,
solar
that's Minister
generators,
Rick.
everything else we can
That's
get over
Minister
there.
Rick,
You
because
give
the
me some
rest of
dirt.
us.
Flowers
You give me
die on
some
me.
dirt. You
I
give me
can't
some
have
dirt. I'm
flowers.
gonna
They
grow
die.
something.
I
If I could
literally,
get chickens in the city, go ahead.
We gonna need training. That's what I know I will. All I know is
Yeah.
technology. Somebody said I could start an IT business, but I know usually the way those things work, once again, is who you know to get the business. Everybody want to start some kind of business,
Well, I mean, if you had a
so.
server over there, you could do it. I mean, say if you had the literal hardware and the connection, just like she's from Africa, talk to us now. You could be set over there doing it, doing
You
it.
know what?
Yeah, but
You know what? I'm going to tell you this, and I'm not going to let out all my
Yeah,
secrets.
I found
I'm
someone
trying to
over
make
here
money on
who
over there too.
is
I'm not going to
helping me
let out
also
my
because,
secrets on out.
as I said, 30 years in Denmark. I just got here 6 months ago, maybe 8 months ago. So everything is new for me also. So people are teaching me also to how to to do land and everything. So I'm learning also. So yeah. So
Now you can have a
that
data
would be easy
server.
for you if you come here, because now I'm here. Then I can teach you.
You see, for me, that's the reason. That's my reason why the community mindset is so important. Because going over there and thinking about doing things alone is going to be tough. So,
You
like for
cannot do it
me,
alone.
I want something that's, let's take it like a strip mall as an example, where there's a building and then all other businesses are all within one place, so that the people just come to one place and they can find everything there. And when we talk about the two sticks, this is where the people who are on the continent, who know about continent living and how to maneuver on the continent, are going to need to work with us, and we're going to need to work with them, and it's going to be a yin yang type of scenario where we need each other. If we have that single mindset of just going there and setting up stuff for ourselves, it's gonna be very tough.
You got to set up a business incubator and have a community
Exactly.
up there, and where you're helping the people. And I'd like,
Exactly. Especially because there are a lot of single women who want to come in, and we've already shown that it's tough on single women. They need a covering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
That is
I
true.
mean, I'm here now. I'm married. My kids are here. My husband also. So we have each other. We're not
there's
alone like that. Yeah.
there's another problem
So
here, is that in America, and I guess I'm probably the oldest one online here, but we had more of a merchant class. See, we allowed this system to take our merchant class. You could go over there and trade goods and be a merchant over there. But see, we got too good to run the corner store or the candy lady on the street and things like that. And we actually have immigrants doing that, doing our community. There's a whole merchant class. We could go over there and dealers buy goods, sell goods, get them from that and be as merchants and find our niche in the economy. That's what the immigrants, when they come here, coming from countries that have merchant class, they come in our communities over here in the diaspora and set up mercantile businesses.
mhm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know the
You can do
and
some
brother.
farming over here, some chicken farm.
Hmm.
Chicken farm here, you have your money. Chicken farm, goat, cow, everything.
Yeah, because we think
So
like
I
this.
think that maybe if that is the most highest plan with me, I'm going to start something to the people in the diaspora who wants to come back to the continent here in Cameroon, because I think that Cameroon is a big part of your culture also, because a lot of people always prefer to go to Ghana, Kenya, and not a lot of people are coming to French-speaking country, which I think is unfortunate, because Cameroon have a lot of your DNA is sending you here in Cameroon also, so you are also a part of Cameroon and Congo, and we need some of you over here to do the same thing you are doing in Ghana and other countries. So yeah,
And if I could interject, you have to keep in mind the cost of living there
I think that you should think about it.
is cheap. The cost of
You have
living there
four
is
years,
cheaper. I don't think she can hear me.
three
Can
years
you all hear me?
to
Can you
think
all hear
about
me?
it.
Give me a one. She may not be able to hear me.
I do, but I think people on the
I can hear
phone are
you.
having problem with
Yeah,
StreamYard.
yeah. That's
Mm.
that. It's yeah.
StreamYard is
We're having a
bouncing me
StreamYard
so
issue.
much. I've never been kicked out of StreamYard. This is some toxic stuff to the folks.
Yeah, it's toxic.
So yeah, and as I was saying again, the cost of living when we think about things, even when I was over in Ghana, I'm like, okay, you can support different infrastructure, just like what I was saying earlier. Man, we do need to have food, real
They,
food
they
coming over to
don't
the
they
United
don't want the
States.
two stick to come together. That's why they are messing with us.
Oh yeah, no, she can't hear me. Oh man, they don't
Yazbanchi, do
they
you hear
really messed
me?
this up.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, were you able to hear Brother Karras?
No,
No, she can't hear me.
I can't
This
hear
is the
you.
same. This is the same thing we had the other day, brother Fast Nickel.
Yeah, are you
I
on your
cannot.
phone or on the desktop?
The phone. I'm on my phone.
No,
Yeah.
but you, Brother Karras, are you on your phone or a desktop?
Oh, I'm on my desktop.
Hmm.
That's how
Yeah,
this
because I'm
thing
on desktop
goes.
too.
I'm on
Yeah.
an iPad and it's kicking me out all continually.
Yas Bantu, do you mind if I have your email address?
I send it to you. How can I send it to you?
In the private chat or
In the
teleprivate
private
chat.
chat?
Okay, I'll write it down right now.
Yeah, this is things like this. This is where we have to come together to get a great to have a good actionable plan. And this is what we do at Q2 We do that so when we can have these actionable plans to support this
Yeah,
infrastructure.
I just send it.
This infrastructure is there. We have people that are there on the continent right now that can actually help us in getting things done. And I'm going to tell you, um, West Africa, in my opinion,
You see it, my email
just my
address?
opinion, you can take that with a grain of salt. It's a lot more inviting towards us than what I noticed on East Africa. Now, and to be quite honest, it is because in West Africa there's a lot more of an affinity because we do come from them. We look like them by and large. They look just like our cousins because we already know that they're our cousins.
And they're more
So
anglicized as opposed to being francophone.
yes, as opposed to being, on East Africa, you have a different transatlantic, or excuse me, you have a different slavery. It's a trans-Saharan slavery that then went over to India and other parts of the East. In this context, well, we have more of the affinity because of the fact that we were taken from literally the west side, the west coast. So they can,
Hello? Is anyone still
yeah.
on?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us now? Hello? Oh yeah.
I don't think she hears you, Cares.
Mm-mm. That's a
Fa-
problem because I'm
Sec-
here hosting the I'm here hosting the thing. That's a problem.
Fast Nickel was going out for me, and a couple of people were going out for me. I had to just come on out and come back in, so it's crazy.
I can hear
Yeah.
all of you.
They're scared of this awakening.
It is because we're over here. Like, look, this is actually how you make money over here. This is the networking. This is actually the real networking. They don't
This
they don't like this.
this whole stream is TMI for these folks. Too
Hmm.
much information.
Wait, you Negroes are supposed to be poor. You're supposed to be mad about how you're poor, and you're
You're
talking
supposed to
about
be fighting.
solutions.
You're supposed to be fighting in Africa. You can't have the two sticks coming together. You're
Hmm.
supposed to be you're supposed to be spitting narratives about each other.
We're supposed to be talking about all sorts of ignorant stuff. Nah, you Negroes are too uppity.
They're planning something. They're talking. What are they they're planning something?
Throw your hands in the air. I can't get. You need to be loud. If you're loud, that means you're comfortable. And if you're not loud, you're not comfortable, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Them Negroes is quiet over there. Too quiet.
Is that Paul from Off Grid out here?
Is that- Paul will tell you about all the bad stuff and say, "Hey, Jesus is your Lord and Savior," but we already know that Christ was not white. What was he, Paul? We just know
He was
that Christ was
probably
not
Middle
white.
Eastern. You're probably Middle Eastern.
He was olive colored. Olive.
He was green. He was a green alien. So when they come, okay. Oh my goodness.
He actually said though he wasn't black, but he was probably more Middle Eastern.
Like
That's what he said.
you,
I'm
but
like,
you have to,
he was talking about his family being racist. I'm like, you still racist too now.
Well, I got nothing to lose. They already got me dead to rights. I don't know. I worked for them fellas for years, and I'm on the radar screen. They followed me into retirement, so it is what it is. I got nothing to lose.
no. We're living in a very interesting time. These are different times that we're in. And I'm gonna tell you this. Honestly, they are in a very bad situation because again, half of them want to forget about those Epstein files. Oh, it's just life, move on. The problem is, as we were saying this, you just can't you can't move on. That is literally, that's a curse. So they are actually cursing themselves. And this is a true reality. They don't have the moral high ground. They can't. So they would always try to be in everybody's business because well, I need to be in your business. Now, do you want to know how much of an embarrassment it is if they're in your business and they're going to be like, look, I don't know you. Are you going to try and do some sort of Jeffrey Epstein stuff to me? Get out of my face. Huh? What? I would
You're
never.
not
I don't
bringing
know.
democracy, or you're not bringing the faith or the savior to them. You can't. Look at that. Well, they've lifted up the harlot. His skirts have been lifted up, and everybody sees the private parts.
It's a problem for them because now they can't just, come on up, and you have to now treat everybody with what? With that side eye.
Okay, now I'm in radio silence.
You got to treat now everybody's getting the side eye. They didn't want this. Wait, I shouldn't have the side eye. Nope. Everybody's getting the side eye. And that's what not just scares them, that infuriates them. Number one, we had kind of distanced ourselves to begin with. And number two, oh my goodness. Oh, they're really mad that this thing came on out because, look, no offense, but I'm just saying for your sake and my sake, I'm not cool with that. I just need the space. What do you mean you need the space? What do you mean this? Hey, I'm sorry. I mean, it is what it is. Again, when they don't have that moral standard to stand on, or that moral, ledge or cliff, that hurts them. And that hurts them in the worst way. I'm friendly. I'm a friendly person. All right, it's 1:33. I've been here for over 6 hours. Man, I felt like I did a shift. Holy cow.
You did do a shift.
Yeah, I did. Oh, final thought.
6 hours? 6 hours. Oh my gosh, heavens. I didn't even realize. I'm actually doing dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Well, family, it's been nice breaking bread with y'all. I enjoyed it on this President's Day. But I'll talk to y'all later.
You come back, get your ears ready. I've got some stuff coming.
You got some what?
I've got some stuff coming. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be waiting for it. All right. See y'all later.
Shalom. See you. Right. I'm going to go now as well. Family, it was nice. To everyone in the chat, shalom. Love you all. I hope you're doing well. I hope you just, as I keep saying,
yeah. So it was nice talking to you all. It's the first time for me to talk to other Hebrew Israelites. So thank you, everybody.
All right. Hallelujah. Shalom. Shalom. Hopefully they can hear me. Man, this. All right, Brother Eric, we haven't heard you in a while. Brother Eric he's on that. He's on out there scuba diving. He's snorkeling. Brother Eric done forgot that he was on the call before he went down in that oxygen tank, get that snorkel on. All right. Let me go ahead. Brother Fats Nickel, any words, any thoughts?
Sure. So she dropped. I was gonna say something to Yaz Bantu, but
no, she's right here. I got her right here.
For Yaz Bantu, there's a WhatsApp group that I'm a part of that a lot of the members are in Rwanda, some of them in Ethiopia, Kenya, but mainly Rwanda. So I'm going to introduce you to that chat because it's basically people from here that have moved over to the continent, and we just share ideas and just try to help each other. So I'm gonna send you some information on that if you want to join our group, just so that we can fellowship, etc. But for everybody, I mean, everybody here knows about Learn Crypto 101.info. And tonight, again, on my Monday, I have some financial advisors coming on that's just going to help my members, give them some tax strategies since we are now in tax season.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Brother Fast Nickel.
Yeah,
Thank
okay,
you.
you can
Thank you for all you do, Brother Karras.
Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you all. Let me put you all in the back. Brother Eric. Brother Eric. Brother Eric's probably taking a nap. All right, Brother Eric. Thank you for being on in here. That was a great conversation. We definitely appreciate it. And let me tell you, I appreciate the whole panel. Jacoba, Sister Chantel, Brother Asaph. Now they don't like it when we be on these lives for a long time. Nah, there's too many black folks having fun around here. I'm in Florida. They may try to track down my IP and show up to the crib. What are you Negroes doing? But it's okay. This is a safe space. All right, family. I'm going back to normal time tomorrow, 6:30. I'm also going to put on in here for those that would like to support this channel. You can do so. Man, this thing has been a minute. This was a long time, but I appreciate you all, your inputs and things of that nature. If you'd like to know more about what we do, especially at Q2A, this is what we're doing at Q2A. Visit Q2A.org. I'm going to close out the show again with our hospital project initiative. It is an awesome thing. Look, the Most High is giving us this opportunity, and this opportunity is going to be met. We're going to meet this opportunity by March 31st. Why did I say December? By March 31st. We're planning on raising over 400,000 to start in on this hospital. Well, it's coming from you all. I can't do this. I don't have the funds. I wish I did. If I did, that would be no problem. I'd be like, all right, here you go. But here it is. In this time, again, just like what we did with the container. And with that container, man, we did an awesome job. And that opened up these doors. But again, this all comes from you. The only thing I could do was just say, hey, ask for your help and go from there. That's it. But with that said, family, if you'd like to support this channel, you could do so. And I'm going to go ahead, play my outro. And again, shalom, everybody. Be blessed and be safe. And also be highly encouraged, because you are the salt of this world. And you're a light. We're here to be a light into the nations. So with that said, let me go ahead and play this, and shalom, everyone.
Every journey begins with a simple act of care. For Quest to Unite Africa, that journey started with something simple: a mother, a newborn, and a promise that no life would be forgotten. We did not begin with buildings, we began with people. We packed mother newborn kits with our own hands. Because real change starts where the need is greatest. Those kids traveled farther than we imagined, and they opened our eyes to a deeper truth. Aid saves lives, but infrastructure saves generations. So we grew. Together with donors, volunteers, and partners, we sent a medical container to Burkina Faso. Not just supplies, but hope. Not just boxes, but proof that when a community comes together, healing moves across borders. That moment changed us because we realized something powerful. We weren't just delivering help, we were building a future. Now the journey continues. The next chapter is bigger than a shipment, bigger than a campaign. We are raising funds to build a state-of-the-art hospital, a place where mothers can give birth safely, where families can find care close to home, and where communities can grow stronger for generations to come. This hospital is not just a structure, it's a promise. A promise that healthcare will no longer be temporary. A promise that dignity will have a permanent home. And just like every step before, we cannot do this alone. Every gift, every brick, every name placed on the founder path becomes part of a story that began with compassion and is growing into legacy. It helps us move from emergency aid to lasting healing, from containers to care that never leaves, from vision to reality. Join us, stand with us, help us build a hospital that will serve generations, moving healthcare into action. Visit q2ua.org today.